Perry's POV. Damn you, Francis Lake. There's no way I'm becoming someone's damn mate just because you said so. I stood outside the Crown Regent Hotel, fists clenched so tight my fingers were starting to ache. If life were fair, I'd be planting a punch right into my father's smug face, not standing here waiting to meet my ridiculous fiancée. From the second I was born, Alpha Francis couldn't have cared less about me. While my mom lay sick in a hospital bed, he was off throwing wild parties with half-naked she-wolves. It broke her heart, broke her completely. And that's exactly what Francis wanted. He made sure she stayed out of his way. By the time I was 10, she died from the pain of it all. You know what killed me? Francis didn't even flinch. He moved on, found a new mate like nothing happened. And me? I got dumped in the middle of nowhere, tossed aside like trash, and left to scrape by. 3 days ago, the man I hadn't seen in forever finally called me. Perry, dear, he said like we were best buddies. I've promised you to the Blood Moon Pack's Alpha. Don't let me down now, for the good of the pack. I wanted to puke. His smug little voice made me want to throw my phone across the room. And before I could tell him exactly where to shove that idea, he'd already hung up. 20 years. He never once looked for me. Now that our pack's barely hanging on, suddenly I exist again. I'm not his daughter. I'm a bargaining chip. Trash he's trying to trade for Blood Moon's favor. Now he expects me to become the mate of some alpha I don't even know. I hate this, every part of it. Alpha or not, I'm not giving in. I never got to enjoy any perks of being an alpha's daughter, but now I have to pay the price for it? Hell no. I made up my mind. I was going to make that alpha hate me so much he'd turn me down and march right back to yell at dear old Francis. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I picked up. Hello? Hey Perry, it's me. Gina Layton's voice chirped through. You outside already? Yep, waiting out front. Come grab me, I said, trying to keep my tone light. Gina and I go way back, childhood friends. Her dad owns this hotel, so she had the hookups when I asked about the Blood Moon Alpha. Turns out, he was checking in today. Perfect timing. I wanted to speak with him before Francis's goons had the chance to drag me into anything. Gina came rushing out a minute later. She caught my arm, looking at me like I was nuts. Girl, what are you wearing? And what's on your face? Oh God, is that? Yeah, it smells like sour milk, I said, wrinkling my nose. Fully on purpose. I'm not trying to look cute. I want him to be disgusted. I need him to be pissed enough at Francis to back off. Right, sure, Gina muttered, eyes still wide. I could tell she thought I'd lost it. I mean, who the hell doesn't want to be an alpha's mate? She actually asked me that same question the first time I told her. She clearly didn't agree with my plan, but she still backed me up, just because we were friends. That really hit me. Gina kept her word and brought me to the top floor. She looked kind of anxious, her voice nearly a whisper. All right, Perry, go in and do your bold thing. Just remember, some things you can't undo once they're done. That's exactly the point, I said through clenched teeth. I've never once regretted my decisions, and I wasn't about to start now. Gina let out a sigh, shrugged, and gave me a little wave. Okay then, good luck. I'll need it, I muttered. She turned and walked away, clearly worried. I turned too and moved toward the room where the Alpha was staying. Inside was the Alpha of the Blood Moon Pack, Richard Scott. I'd heard of him, but we'd never met. The door wasn't locked. It opened with a soft creak. I frowned. Something felt off. I froze, instinctively sniffing the air. Weird. It wasn't just the almost faded sour milk scent of my cheap perfume. There was something else in the air. The hallway was dimly lit, and the room beyond was completely dark. The eerie vibe made my wolf itch to come out. But I just wanted this over with. That urgency made me throw caution to the wind. You got this, Perry, I whispered, eyes shut tight, trying to psych myself up. I picked up the pace and pushed the door fully open. A sudden gust of cold air made me shiver. Hello? I called out, poking my head in nervously. Alpha Richard, are you here? Silence. That made me uneasy. For a second I wondered if Gina had given me the wrong info. That strange scent suddenly got a lot stronger. I didn't even get the chance to think more about it. A strong hand yanked me inside before I could react. All I could tell was that it was a male wolf. I couldn't see his face. He slammed me down on the bed, pinning my arms and legs. I struggled, but it was useless. Don't touch me. I tried to shift, but he was faster. His sharp teeth flashed, and pure fear held me frozen. I couldn't even think about fighting back. But then all he did was nuzzle into my cheek. A she-wolf wandering right into my arms. His hot breath hit my neck, and my knees just about gave out. This was an alpha in heat. If I fought him, I had no doubt he'd rip me apart. I fought against the urge to give in. I turned my head away as he tried to lick my lips. Then his large hands ripped my clothes open, and I whimpered, "No, please." His hands roamed over my body, his tongue sliding along my neck but stopping short of a bite. A shaky moan escaped me. Just his touch made my body move instinctively under him. My hands, held tight above me, trembled as I lay there, overwhelmed by sensation. "Please, stop." I panted, my voice barely holding together. "Alpha Richard, I came here to call off the engagement." Before I could finish, he gripped my cheeks, my words getting stuck in my throat. "Shh!" His deep voice brushed past my ear, and only then did I realize he was breathing slowly right next to it, warm breath grazing my skin. His face brushed against mine, surprisingly calming, though I was still tense inside. He let go of my hands, and in that brief moment, I felt a bit lost. My fingers landed weakly on his solid, muscular arm. "Listen to me. I need you right now." His voice was soft, yet full of command. His arms trapped me completely, leaving no room to slip away. What I didn't expect was how his gentleness actually made me relax. I could only follow him, confused and unsteady. The rich scent of alcohol hit me, and like a snap, everything clicked into place. He was my mate, my destined alpha. That realization made something inside me loosen up, despite myself. My eyelids fluttered, half shut as if in a daze. A weird sense of anticipation crept in. His long, cool fingers skimmed across my chest, leaving behind waves of tingling warmth. I couldn't help but sigh, my voice trembling. "This feels strange, but so good." "That's it, good girl." He wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me even closer. "You're doing just fine." He bit at my chin, then gently licked over the same spot. My body turned soft like water, submitting before I even noticed. "Say it, sweetheart. Tell me what you want." His voice dropped low, full of dark sweetness. I bit my lip, suddenly too shy from how intense everything was. But his scent was like a blanket, comforting me, keeping fear at bay. His sharp wolf fangs were retracted now, replaced with blunt teeth. Careful, gentle, not hurting me at all. "Come on," he murmured again. "I want to hear you, baby." "Ah!" I couldn't hold it back anymore, my chest arching up instinctively. "Right there. Atta girl." He smiled. I'm pretty sure he did. "You're ready. I really like you," he whispered into my ear, slow and sincere. "You're irresistible." He brushed my cheek gently, and I knew what he wanted to hear. So I opened my mouth, shaky but determined. The second my words landed, he didn't hesitate. No resistance, no delay. A sharp sting made me bite down on my lip. "Don't move," he growled under his breath. I turned my head, dazed, trying to dodge his kiss. Kissing always felt different, more intimate than sex somehow. But he grabbed my chin roughly, leaving a bite mark on my cheek. "Don't push me away." Then his lips crashed into mine, tongue forcing its way in like he had to own every part of me. My breathing sped up. I trembled and tears slipped down my face. Suddenly he paused and leaned in to slowly lick the tears off my skin. That strange gentleness snapped me back a little. I stared up at the barely visible face above me, trying to focus. I could hear myself panting. You can't." "There's no such thing as can't," he said coldly. "You came in here, you said you wanted this." His hands roamed over me without pause. I shut my eyes tightly, a soft moan slipping out. I couldn't even see his face. Time dragged. Every second felt like forever. My chest heaved, my whole body clung to his, shivering as my walls tightened uncontrollably around him. Damn it, I couldn't fight an alpha. He made me feel pleasure so intense it scared me. The way our bodies connected, it messed with my head, made it hard to think straight. He leaned down, inhaling deeply by my ear. "You smell like cake, soft and sweet." I dug my fingers into his shoulders, moaning nonstop. I didn't even have the strength to argue. And soon, I couldn't even speak. He moved toward my neck. He was trying to bite me, to mark me. I could feel it. I pushed at him frantically with whatever strength I had left. Why couldn't it just be sex? I could have pretended none of this ever happened. He let out a displeased growl. "You should feel honored." "No," I sobbed. "Just not now." That made him freeze. He stared at me, silent, like he was actually thinking it over. I tilted my head up and traced his Adam's apple with my tongue. My fingers clung to his shoulders, silently praying he'd forgive my earlier resistance. But after a beat, he said nothing and went right back to it. Ah, no, stop. He kissed me again, deep and consuming, licking every part of my mouth like he was drinking me in. My legs gave out and I clung to him, clumsily responding to his kiss, burning with unwanted desire. I shut my eyes. Dizziness took over from the exhaustion. He stroked my face and I felt something warm flood into me. Then he pulled out and wrapped himself around me tightly, locking me in his arms like he didn't want me going anywhere. Just before I drifted off, I caught the scent on him, dark, rich, like a strong drink. It made my head spin. Like some cruel cosmic joke, the moon goddess had handed me my fated mate, the alpha of the blood moon pack. The one I was doing everything to stay far, far away from, Perry's POV. I woke up before Richard did. He'd wrapped himself around me like a human straitjacket, and I had to carefully wiggle free from his arms. The room was still pitch black. The heavy curtains shut out all the light. I avoided looking at his face, not wanting to confirm what Gina told me. This was Richard Scott's room, so that meant he had to be the wolf from last night. I crouched down to grab whatever was left of my shredded clothes, trying to cover myself with the torn fabric. They looked more like ripped napkins than clothing. I came here to tell him no, and now I've ended up in his damn bed, I hissed under my breath as I shoved the door open. Fated mate? Screw that. I'd rather suffer than be tied to him. I touched my face, surprised to feel tears rolling down. I thought, just for a second, I could maybe kill him and be done with it. But no, I couldn't even do that. His breathing behind me was heavy, dragging me back into that horrible moment. I had to get out. Once I made it down the hall and ducked into a corner, I called Gina. Gina, please, I need you. Perry? Oh my God, what happened? She must have heard my voice cracking because she immediately panicked. I'm coming, right now. She wasn't lying. Gina showed up fast, sprinting out of the elevator still in her slippers. When I looked up and saw her eyes full of worry, I completely lost it. Gina. Oh baby, please don't cry like that. She squatted down and hugged me tight, totally thrown off. You're breaking my heart. What happened to you? Her eyes went wide as she got a better look at my mess of a body. I stayed quiet, couldn't bring myself to speak. Only when she frowned and gently helped me stand did I find the strength to say anything. Fighting to keep the tears down, I sniffled and muttered, something awful. The wolf. Not now. I'll explain soon. With a sigh, Gina didn't push. She guided me to the elevator and brought me back to her room. She worked nearby and didn't like going home much, so keeping a hotel room had always made sense for her. During the walk, I just hugged myself in silence while Gina softly patted my back. I need a proper shower, I said, drained when we reached her door. Do you have something I can wear? Of course, honey. I'll get you something right now, she yelled, already on her way to the wardrobe. Dragging my exhausted self to the bathroom, I stood under the water, trying to scrub that feeling off me. The smell lingered, faint booze mixed with something else. Maybe it was just in my head, but I couldn't shake it. Gina brought me a soft set of pajamas, obviously worried sick. She sat close, her voice urgent. Perry, please, tell me what happened. I need to understand what's hurting you. I went into the room, and then I paused, gripping the fabric of the shirt tightly. I ran into a rutted-out alpha, Richard. What? Gina practically screamed, staring at me like I'd grown another head, completely thrown. She paced back and forth like her thoughts were spiraling, then suddenly stopped. No, that can't be right. Perry, I need to say something. That wasn't Alpha Richard. Gina looked like she might actually faint. You hadn't been in the room long when I bumped into Byron from the Blood Moon Pack. He told me that Richard isn't even in the hotel tonight. I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up. My eyes went wide, a chill running straight through me. Panic gripped my chest. Then who the hell was the guy who screwed me? Gina inhaled sharply, clutching my hand like it was the only thing grounding her. I'm so sorry, Perry. I have no clue. That top-floor suite's usually booked under Alpha Richard's name. If he's not using it, it goes to other high-ranking wolves. No. I bit my lip and buried my face in my hands, feeling like the whole world was crashing down on me. If you want, I can try to find out who he was, Gina offered quickly. I didn't say anything right away, and once I'd calmed down a little, I wasn't sure it would even matter. When I walked into that room, that unknown alpha was already in heat. Burning hot all over like someone had triggered it on purpose, just waiting for a she-wolf. I must have walked in at the worst possible moment. Gina must have noticed how zoned out I was. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, he's probably still in the room, right? Perry, if you care, we could go check. Want to give it a shot?" "Terrible idea," I muttered. "Even if I find out who he is, what am I supposed to do? He's still an alpha." There was another reason I didn't tell Gina. We'd smelled each other. That scent meant something, and I kept that to myself. I had no idea how to make him take responsibility or even apologize. Honestly, if I could, I'd walk right up to him and punch him in the face. No way I'd forgive an alpha who forced me into something like that. I couldn't help but smile at the thought of it. Right then, my phone rang, dragging me back to reality. I frowned and glanced at the screen. Francis Lake. Of course. Just seeing his name made my blood boil. I hit decline hard, like it would make up for everything. If it weren't for Francis, I never would have gone to meet Alpha Richard. None of this would have happened. He'd completely screwed up my life. He wasn't even half the father he pretended to be. Less than a minute later, Francis started calling again. Relentless, like an annoying fly. I just kept rejecting his calls on repeat. The ringtone was grating as hell, made my mood crash even lower. I finally gave in, took a deep breath, and jabbed the screen. "What do you want, Francis? Stop blowing up my phone. Are you trying to wear me down?" "Sweetheart," he said, cheerful as ever, not the least bit rattled. "Your grandfather told me you'd left the countryside. I've been waiting for you at the train station. Honestly, can't wait to see you. But it's been a while and you're still not here. Come on, tell me where you are." "I'm not there yet." I rolled my eyes so hard it hurt. "And more importantly, I don't need you picking me up." He went quiet for a second. Then, sounding all faux concerned, he said, "Don't be like that, Perry. So, when are you getting here?" "I'm done talking. If you want to stay there, fine, stay there. Just stop calling me." I said flatly. Everything Francis ever did was just to shove me into being Richard Scott's mate, so he could cozy up to the Blood Moon pack. No matter how much he pretended to be this caring father, I wasn't buying it. "But Perry," Francis switched up his tone, now sounding more like an alpha than a dad, stern, commanding. I knew he was trying to intimidate me. "I've set everything up with the Blood Moon pack. Tomorrow, you'll meet Alpha Richard. I've picked out a nice dress for you, something really flattering and—" "Shut up," I snapped, my voice cracking under the strain. "The only time you even remember you have a daughter is when you need something. If you miss me so much, Francis, then where the hell have you been all this time?" I didn't wait for a reply. I hung up on him without a second thought. "Perry," Gina stepped closer, lowering her voice. "What are you going to do now? Are you really meeting Richard tomorrow?" "I don't want to be his mate, especially after all this. I can't face him. I've got to figure something else out." "But—" Gina looked at me, worry written all over her face. After overhearing my call with Francis, she finally understood where I was coming from. "Even so, you'll have to deal with him sooner or later. He's an alpha. You can't just run forever." Maybe she was right. As much as Francis was a manipulative jerk, he wasn't dumb. If he already arranged things with the Blood Moon pack and I flaked, it could cause real problems. I'd be poking the beehive. I let out a heavy sigh. "All right, Gina, I'll meet him, but I'm going to tell Richard there's someone else, that I'm already with another alpha. Maybe that'll make him back off. And if Francis finds out, maybe he'll finally give up on me." Gina squeezed my hand in support. "There you go. Stay strong, Perry." She gave me a quick but warm hug before rushing off. There was always something going on at the hotel, and Gina practically ran the place. Left alone in her room, I just sat there. I'd never felt this drained. My body ached like I'd been tossed around in a fight. That alpha I slept with, whoever he was, didn't hold back. It was still messing with me. He'd overwhelmed me, yeah, but not just with force. There'd been pleasure too, intense and confusing, and that scared me even more. Richard's POV. I woke up feeling strangely relaxed. The curtains were drawn tight, blocking out the light, but I could tell it was already the next morning. Last night, someone from the rival pack slipped something into my drink, something meant to mess with my head. They clearly underestimated my control. I didn't turn into some crazed beast. I just went into a heat I couldn't ignore. The moment the drug kicked in, I knew exactly what had happened. I made my way from the basement to the top floor quietly. No one would know. Once I reached my room, the urge inside me only grew stronger. I told myself I'd deal with those bastards later, once the effects wore off. They'd regret thinking they could play me like that. Truth be told, heats weren't really a thing for me. This was the first time I'd let lust nearly take over. I didn't have a mate, not that an alpha like me needed one. But right then, I had to take care of the problem. So I called Byron, my ever-efficient beta. Byron, it's me. You should know what's happened. Find me a female, now. Yes, Alpha, he said without hesitation. She'll be there soon. I hung up, trying to stay calm while waiting for whoever he'd send. Sure enough, the door cracked open after a short while. She called my name. That was all the confirmation I needed. Must have been the one Byron sent. I didn't hold back with her. She responded to every move, her body writhing under mine, breathless and eager. That only pushed me further. She clung to me like I was the only thing that mattered, her body trembling under the weight of what we both needed. I poured myself into her, kissed her like I couldn't get enough. Her lips were addictive, her skin intoxicating. But more than that, it was her scent. The moment I caught it, I knew. She was my fated one. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I tried to mark her, claim her fully, but she resisted. That pissed me off. I had to pull back, bracing myself against the heat building inside. Then she spoke. Just, not now. I backed down. There was something about her, this mix of boldness and shyness, strength wrapped in sweetness. She tasted just like her scent promised. Maybe she just needed time. Our meeting wasn't exactly planned. No one expected to find their destined mate like this. But here she was, and she was everything. Even now, completely sober, I couldn't stop replaying the night in my mind. It'd be impossible to forget her. After sitting on the bed for a few minutes, I called out for Byron. He showed up fast. Alpha, how are you feeling? Byron kept his head bowed, voice steady. I turned away anyone asking about you last night, even the hotel manager. Do you have any new orders? I got dressed, lifted my chin, and went ice cold. Did you find out who drugged my drink? Byron didn't skip a beat. Bellin Morgan, Silverfang's alpha. He wanted to team up with you, but didn't know how to convince you. So, he brought in a hot female. Worried she alone wouldn't do the trick, he had something slipped into your drink. I got rid of her before she even got close. Silverfang, I said his pack's name like poison. Byron, I don't want to hear another word about them pulling stunts like this again. For a pack that tiny, they sure had some nerve. They came at the wrong alpha. I wasn't one to let something like this slide. Byron looked a little surprised. He knew this meant war, and Blood Moon didn't take war lightly. It had been a while, but I hadn't forgotten how to burn traitors down. Being played like that? Yeah. I hated that most of all. Byron lowered his head again, looking serious. I'll pass on your orders quietly to a few deltas. Silverfang got greedy. Blood Moon doesn't take threats lightly. They're gonna pay for it. I pulled the curtain aside, squinting into the flood of sunlight. Warm, just like the soft curve of that she-wolf from last night. Damn it, I couldn't stop thinking about her. I needed a cold shower, fast. Heading for the bathroom, I asked before I went in, Byron, where exactly did you find that she-wolf last night? What? Byron blinked like I'd just slapped him. He looked honestly confused. I got her from our pack. Okay, then I need her name. But she never came, Alpha. Now he looked rattled. She said there was already a she-wolf in your room when she arrived, so she left without going in. She didn't dare bother you. I figured you'd handled it yourself. I didn't. My voice stayed calm, but my mind wasn't. So who the hell was she? Byron's eyes went wide. Then came the nervous glance. Wait, you really didn't know her? This had officially gotten weird. A random stranger sneaks in to sleep with me? That wasn't just suspicious, it was dangerous. What if she was a spy sent from another pack to get something out of me? I touched the scratch marks she'd left on my neck. Oddly enough, I didn't feel angry. All I could think of was how she smelled, how she felt. Everything else faded. So, I guess I slept with the wrong person, I muttered. Maybe she just walked into the wrong room. Was I seriously trying to defend her, to ease Byron's concern? I couldn't believe myself. Not that Byron would question me. He's always been loyal to the core. I didn't have to explain a damn thing, but something about her stuck with me. Maybe that's what it means to find your true mate. If so, I couldn't say I minded one bit. I understand, Byron said, definitely not pushing it. But Alpha, there's something else. The meeting with Ash and Pack, it's today. Alpha Francis is bringing his daughter to meet you this morning. His reminder hit me like a brick. I paused, thinking, right, I'll be there. One thing was clear. I'd gotten myself into a whole mess. A mysterious mate who vanished into thin air. A promised mate from Ash and Pack I'd never met. Back when Ash and Pack still stood strong, their Luna made a pact with my grandfather. She once saved his life, and that's how our pack started working together. Since then, both of them passed away. The connection between our packs faded. I rose to lead Blood Moon as its youngest alpha ever. I'd built everything to perfection. We were powerful, untouchable. That was something I took pride in. Meanwhile, Ash and Pack was crumbling under Francis. I knew they were in trouble, frequent rogue attacks, barely holding on. So Francis remembered the old deal. My father chose to honor it. They'd sworn to the moon goddess, after all. A promise like that couldn't be ignored. Francis's daughter was meant to be my mate, the Luna of Blood Moon. But now, my heart had already chosen someone else. She was the one. I was sure of it, and I was going to find her. Perry's POV. After a wild night, all I needed was some decent rest. No clue when I passed out on Gina's bed. The blaring ringtone yanked me out of a sweet dream. I groaned and peeled my eyes open begrudgingly. The phone lay right beside me, practically demanding attention. Francis again? I grumbled internally. His name flashed on the screen. Ignoring him wouldn't help. He was the type to keep calling till I picked up. I took a deep breath, gave myself 2 seconds of silence, then tapped to answer. Tried to keep my tone chill. What do you want? Perry, where are you? Francis's voice held a weird mix of worry and frustration. Definitely more worried I'd hang up than about me. I waited at the train station all night. You never showed. I stared blankly at the ceiling, not saying a word. So what, he waited all night? It wasn't like he had to deal with waking up in a stranger's bed like I did. I answered coolly. I didn't ask you to wait for me. It's fine, Francis said without missing a beat, still weirdly calm. That surprised me. But the next sentence wiped any goodwill off my face. Tell me where you are. I'll come get you and we'll grab something to eat. Once you've rested up, we'll go see Alpha Richard like we planned. I told you, Blood Moon Pack's strength is unmatched. Becoming his mate, their Luna, would be the best thing for you. If it's so great, why don't you do it yourself? I snapped, half joking, half serious. Come on, Perry. Don't be ridiculous. I'm your father. If Alpha Richard wasn't worthy, I wouldn't push this. That just made me picture some angry, greasy-haired alpha with zero charm and a whole lot of issues. Francis's words always sounded better than his actions, but I didn't exactly have much choice right now. I let the silence hang for a while. He didn't dare break it. He knew he needed me to agree to meet Richard. I'd come all the way from the countryside. Even though things hadn't gone as planned last night, this meeting still needed to happen. I sighed. I'm at the Crown Regent Hotel. Perfect, Perry. I'll be there soon, he chirped, clearly too happy. Click, he hung up. I groaned again, flopping back on the bed with a scowl. By the time I woke up again, Gina was gone. She'd left me a text, said she got called away on something urgent. Probably pack business again. She'd included a long list of hotel tips. Classic Gina, overthinking everything. Her thoughtfulness made me feel a little lighter. Sorry I didn't get time to help investigate, she'd written at the end. I bit my lip before sending back. It's fine. I can handle it. Now it was just me and Francis. I didn't nap for long before dragging myself to the bathroom for a quick shower. Ditching the pajamas, I took the elevator down to the lobby. As I stepped outside, I spotted him. Francis was in his usual polished clothes, but he didn't look like the alpha I remembered. More like a regular werewolf. His gray hair was all over the place, and his dull gray-blue eyes looked nothing like Mom's. I walked toward him, expression unrateable. He lit up and reached out, all cheer. Hey, Perry, how'd you sleep? I glanced at his bloodshot eyes. Yeah, seemed like he really had stayed up waiting all night. Then his gaze swept over me, head to toe. I'd gotten mom's looks, sure, but I never bothered with makeup. Taking care of animals in the rural edges didn't exactly leave space for fashion choices. Let's freshen you up first. Some makeup, and I've got a beautiful dress I had custom made for you, Francis said with a practiced warmth. Once Alpha Richard sees how gorgeous you are, he'll be drawn to you for sure. That irked me. So you're saying I'm not attractive enough to catch his eye otherwise? No, Perry, that's not what I meant. Francis quickly waved his hands, flustered. If you think I'm not good enough, then forget it. I'll head straight back to the countryside and never come back. Sweetheart, don't be mad. Fine, no makeup if you don't want it. You're already very beautiful, but at least change your clothes? Nope, I said, face stone cold, not giving him any wiggle room. Let's be real, you just think I'm out of his league. Francis let out a resigned sigh. He gave in, probably hoping I'd just play along. He was being surprisingly tolerant today. All right, fine, we'll go as you are. Fingers crossed Alpha Richard likes you. I followed him silently to the car, giving him the cold shoulder the whole ride. He drove straight into Blood Moon Pact territory and parked outside a tall building, Richard's workplace. Let's go, Francis said as he got out and opened my door, reaching out his hand. I didn't even glance at him, just ignored the gesture. Francis awkwardly retracted his hand and smoothed his jacket before leading the way inside. Watching his back, I couldn't help but smirk. The Ashen Pack used to be a big deal. In my mind, Francis was always the arrogant, untouchable alpha. Now he was all humble and cautious, trying to trade me for Blood Moon's support. What a joke. We took the elevator to the top floor. At the door, we were stopped by Blood Moon's beta. Alpha Francis, I'm Byron, he greeted politely. Please wait here while I inform Alpha Richard. Byron turned and left. Francis and I sat down in the waiting area. It wasn't long before Byron came back with a friendly smile. Come on in. I suddenly felt a touch nervous and started fiddling with my fingers. Francis, thrilled but cautious, took my hand and walked in ahead of me. I followed in silence, staying just behind him, until he suddenly pulled me forward, right in front of Richard. Alpha Richard, Francis said carefully. This is my daughter, Perry Lake. She just came in from the countryside and was too anxious to dress up properly. She's really excited to meet you. I nearly rolled my eyes. The way he lied so smoothly, it was ridiculous. Francis kept rambling his introduction while I stood there, head down, zoning out. It wasn't until he nudged me that I finally looked up, just in time to meet Richard's gaze. Hi, Alpha Richard. I'm Perry, I said evenly, keeping it short. I studied his face, undeniably handsome. His well-groomed black hair framed striking crimson eyes. One look, and you could feel the dominance radiating off him. His sharp features made it easy to see why people bent to his will. Broad shoulders, toned build, and an expensive outfit that fit just right. He was every bit the powerful alpha. He lounged in his seat casually, not even putting on any alpha pressure, and yet it was obvious who held all the power in the room. Of all the werewolves I'd seen, he was easily the best looking. Too bad I wasn't into him like that. But he seemed to be under the impression otherwise. He got up and walked over, leaning his left hand on the edge of the table behind him and scanning my face like he was sizing me up. That stare made me tense immediately. Miss Lake arrived last night, then? His deep voice cut through the moment, eyes narrowing slightly like he was piecing something together. Francis nodded right away. That eager-to-please look on his face made my stomach turn, so I dropped my gaze again. Yes, Perry just arrived yesterday. I took her back to the Ashen Pack to get some proper rest, didn't I? He shot me a glance. His voice had that familiar pressure behind it. I gave a reluctant nod. Richard paused a moment before speaking, looking a bit suspicious. So she stayed with the Ashen Pack all night? I raised an eyebrow, not quite catching what he was getting at. When I looked at him, he had a frown on his face, clearly a bit confused. But seriously, where I slept last night had nothing to do with him, right? Maybe the alpha from last night was someone he knew, maybe even a packmate. But the lights were off in that hotel room, and neither of us could see the other clearly. Even if he wanted to stir up trouble, he'd have no way of knowing it was me. I rubbed my fingertips together, mind spinning fast. Of course, she's my daughter after all, Francis said, wiping sweat from his forehead with a careful look. "I need a private word with Miss Lake," Richard said at last, voice cold as ice. "Byron can take you back to the guest room. If you still feel like waiting, be my guest." "Got it," Francis replied with a fawning grin, quickly turning around to leave. Now it was just me and Richard in the room. He looked at me, and I looked right back. We stared each other down for a few seconds before I decided to break the silence. "I have no intention of being your mate," I said, watching his brows pull together. Still, I pushed on. "We've never met before. This is literally the first time I've seen you. I'm not interested in you. Even if we were somehow matched, it'd fall apart in no time." I forced the words out, nerves buzzing under my skin, but he kept that frosty expression. I tried to ignore the low-key dominance rolling off him. "That's actually perfect, because I don't want that either," Richard replied calmly. "I've already found my mate." At that, the heaviness in my chest lifted like a weight had been yanked off it. Relief bloomed into a small grin on my face. "That's honestly the best news. I already have a mate too. Francis dragged me here. I just needed to tell you straight up that this whole thing, not for me." "Just that?" "Nope. I'm down to officially cancel whatever arrangement we had." My voice rang clearly through the room. Richard went quiet again. I kept smiling. He looked kind of stunned. His crimson eyes locked on mine, but I didn't flinch. "That's impressive. So, Miss Lake, is there anything you want? I never wanted any of this in the first place. And after what happened last night, the last thing I wanted was to be tied to him. Right now, all I cared about was finding the alpha from last night, the one who crossed the line, and making him pay for it." Richard's unexpected approval threw me a little. Part of me had expected him to be offended by how blunt I was, but instead, he took it in stride, which kind of surprised me. My gut told me if I asked him for help with the Ashen Pack, he'd probably say yes. But that was exactly what Francis wanted, not me. So I shook my head. "Nothing. Alpha Richard, if you've got nothing else to say, then I'll be heading out. This wasn't my place. I had no reason to stay here. I know why you came. If the request came from you, I'd actually consider it," Richard said slowly, lifting an eyebrow, his deep voice tinged with curiosity. But I just shook my head again, firm. "The Ashen Pack's got nothing to do with me. This isn't on me." He looked genuinely thrown by my answer, like he couldn't wrap his head around someone turning down an offer from the Blood Moon Pack. Sure, it was a hell of an offer, but I didn't care. Perry's POV. I turned around and headed straight back to the guest room. Francis was on the sofa, his legs bouncing like crazy. The moment he saw me, he sprang to his feet. "So, did Alpha Richard agree?" "No, he already has someone he loves, and I've got my own mate too. There's no way for us to be mates." "What?" Francis stared at me, completely stunned. "Why not?" He clutched his chest like he was in actual pain. I just stood there watching him fall apart. He'd been running all over the place these past few days, even trying to butter me up, all because he thought I'd end up with Richard. But I turned it down. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it to be that easy to say no to Richard. Maybe he'd never planned to say yes either. Francis was just too sure of himself, and I misread everything. "No! No way!" Francis took a few deep breaths before shouting, "You, come with me." He grabbed my wrist and yanked me forward. I tried to pull away, but he dragged me back anyway. He shoved the door open and started pleading with Richard. "Alpha Richard, I'm so sorry. Perry's just stubborn like that. But she doesn't have a mate. Never has." The Ashen Pack had just gotten hit hard by a rogue attack not long ago. The damage was brutal. If Francis couldn't get help from another pack, the Ashen Pack would fall apart, and he'd lose his alpha title. Yeah, I knew all of that. Watching him put on this pitiful act, though, made me feel nothing but bored. What I didn't expect was that Richard actually didn't get pissed. He looked at Francis calmly and said, "I don't care about that. Miss Lake doesn't want to be my mate, and I've already found my mate. If the Ashen Pack needs help that badly, talk to Byron. Show what you're offering. I'll think it over." I couldn't help but scoff inside. Francis didn't just want a favor. He was aiming for something way more. To basically tie the Ashen Pack to Blood Moon and make them their biggest ally. Too bad. That's not happening anymore. I already shut that door on Richard for good. Francis looked totally crushed. He lowered his head like someone pulled the ground out from under him. He followed Byron outside and talked for a bit, then came back in and looked at me, disappointed. "Let's go home, Perry." He had to keep up the act in front of Richard, playing the role of a decent dad, not someone scrambling for power. My plan worked out, just not in the way I thought it would. But honestly, I didn't feel happy at all. I felt agitated. What happened last night was still playing on a loop in my head, and all I could think about was finding that alpha again. Now that Gina wasn't around to help, I'd just have to be patient and keep looking. Francis didn't say a word as we left the Blood Moon pack. He looked tense and annoyed, which honestly worked in my favor. I didn't have to listen to him talk or pretend to care. When I told him to drop me off at the hotel, he just nodded absent-mindedly. I wasted no time getting out of his car and headed straight up to my room, spending the whole afternoon lying low, recharging. That evening, my phone rang. Francis. This time I picked up pretty quickly. His voice was scratchy but calm, almost like he was trying too hard to act normal. "Perry, come back to the Ashen Pack for dinner tonight. We're waiting on you." Right. We all knew the Richard thing was history, but Francis was still trying to butter me up. That surprised me for a second, but then it clicked. He probably thought Richard had been in a decent mood today because of me. Like maybe getting shot down didn't piss him off because he was crushing on me or something. Francis always was good at seeing what he wanted to see. After chilling for most of the day, I was feeling way better, and his invite didn't instantly irritate me. I hesitated for a couple of seconds, then said, "Sure, I'll swing by." It's been forever since I stepped foot in the Ashen Pack territory. Maybe now's the time. Time to revisit the place my mom and I once called home, the house that Francis and his new queen have taken over. I guess at some point I've got to face them. So yeah, I dressed up, picked out a soft flowing dress, nothing too flashy, but just enough. More importantly, it covered up the marks someone left on my skin, ones I really didn't want anyone here to see. When I got to the Ashen Pack, people around didn't recognize me. No one figured out I was Francis's daughter. Not until I got to the front of the house and he came out to greet me himself. He gave me a once-over, half impressed, half regretful. "You look beautiful, Perry. Come on, Irene cooked dinner herself tonight." I followed behind him silently. Lucky for him, he couldn't see my expression. My face was twisted in disgust. Irene Morgan. No, Irene Lake now. The same wolf who'd sunk her claws into Francis back then. She used to be the sister of Silverfang's old alpha. That gave her some major backup, so she didn't even try to hide her relationship with Francis. My mom, she didn't matter to Irene in the slightest. Irene flaunted that affair like a badge of honor, even in front of my mom. After Francis kicked Helena out of her own house, Irene made it clear she didn't want me sticking around either. So Mom had to pack us both up and leave. I was 10 when she died. After that, Irene was crowned Luna, and my grandpa took me out to the countryside to raise me. Haven't heard from Francis since. Not until a few days ago, anyway. I took a deep breath, trying to cool the emotions boiling in my chest. At the doorway, a girl with soft brown hair was standing there, giving me a once-over like I smelled bad. Her eyes were full of judgment. Sarah Lake, Francis and Irene's daughter. She used to be called their mistake. Now she was their pride and joy. Guess their relationship was so passionate, they couldn't even wait till my mom was gone before popping out Sarah and Jonathan. Jonathan Lake was still off traveling abroad, hadn't been home in ages. Sure, I only had to deal with Sarah, but that didn't make her some innocent little angel. The nasty glare she threw my way proved that much. "So you're Perry?" Sarah gave me this fake smiley look, her eyes scanning my face with undisguised envy. I didn't bother playing nice, just gave a short nod, didn't even offer a handshake. Yeah, honestly, I couldn't care less about anyone in the Ashen Pack, especially not Francis, his mate, or their precious kids. Sarah curled her lip and gave the faintest eye roll, clearly not thrilled either. "Oh, Perry, come on in." Francis acted oblivious to our icy vibes. He tugged me into the living room and I dropped onto the couch. "Perry, you're a wolf of the Ashen Pack. It's time to come back home. I'll have a few wolves tidy up a room for you. From now on, you'll live here with us," Francis said in that gentle tone he liked to use when pretending we were a happy family. Before I could respond, he turned and tossed a line at Sarah. "Sweetheart, show your sister some respect." And then he was gone, pulled away by Irene calling him from the other room. Sarah watched him leave, then shot me a smug little grin. Living with us? Please, you've been out in the sticks for way too long. Think you can handle how we live here? Yeah, no thanks, I shot back, mocking her with an eye roll of my own. You guys enjoy your fancy lifestyle. I'm good with a room at the Crown Regent. I said it just to get under her skin, and it worked. Sarah's eyes narrowed and her whole expression curdled. Crown Regent? What did some money fairy pay for that? Do you even know what's happening with the Ashen Pack right now? Don't you feel the slightest bit guilty? Where I live is none of your business, I said coolly, not even blinking. I've never used your money. I don't now, and I never will. I hated this pack, hated everything they stood for. I didn't want a single thing from them. What I had, I earned. But somehow that seemed to please Sarah. She perked up, chin tilted arrogantly. Good. Hopefully you stick to that and don't get greedy for what's ours. Sarah, Perry. Irene strolled in, all fake warmth and sugary smiles like she hadn't just heard her daughter's insults. Looks like you two are getting along just fine. Time for dinner, let's go. I knew all too well there were plenty of wolves to handle such errands. Irene didn't need to come herself, but she always did this, put on the perfect act for Francis. Sure, Mom. Sarah puffed up, clearly feeling victorious as she moved to Irene's side. Irene looked my way, clearly waiting to see if I'd react to what just happened. If I dared say anything, she'd probably guilt-trip me, painting Sarah as some innocent girl who I was picking on unfairly. I trailed behind them with a gloomy face. As soon as we reached the dining room, I sped up and dropped into the seat right next to Francis. No doubt that was Sarah's usual spot. The look on her face when she saw me there totally made my day. You, Sarah started, clearly about to snap, but Irene grabbed her arm and shot her a warning look. Sarah bit her tongue and, fuming, picked another seat. I casually picked up my fork, throwing her the same smug look she'd given me earlier. She looked like she was going to explode, but with both Irene and Francis watching, she had no choice but to simmer down. Irene didn't look thrilled either. She glared at me, her plastic smile barely hanging on. Perry, did you upset Alpha Richard? Is that why the two of you didn't end up becoming mates? We could go back tomorrow and try again. No, I said lazily, picking at my food. It wasn't just him. I didn't want it either. You didn't want to? Sarah looked even more pissed, practically losing her cool. That's hilarious. What makes you think you're too good for an alpha? Who do you think you are? I stared at her dumb, bitter face and let out a cold chuckle. If you want him so bad, why don't you go for it? To my surprise, Sarah lit up like she just heard the greatest idea ever. She turned to Irene, excited. Mom, she's actually right. The deal with Blood Moon never said it had to be Perry. I could do it. Exactly. Irene looked thrilled. Alpha Richard probably didn't like Perry because she's just some backwoods girl who doesn't have the aura of an alpha's mate. But my sweet Sarah, she's perfect Luna material. The more they hyped themselves up, the harder it was for me not to roll my eyes so hard they got stuck. I was being sarcastic, and they actually took it as a plan. Francis finally snapped. Enough! Don't you have any shame? He barked. His alpha energy flared out without him even meaning to, instantly shutting Irene and Sarah up. I lowered my head, laughing quietly. Francis slammed his utensils down and stormed off toward his study upstairs, still clearly seething. Once he was gone, Sarah flipped her hair with an arrogant huff. She looked over at Irene and said with a sneer, Whatever, Mom. As if I'd want someone Perry got rejected by. I'm going to find myself someone way better. I couldn't believe she was for real, like she honestly thought she could find someone stronger than Richard Scott. The way she glared at me, full of scorn, it was like she hated my entire existence. Honestly, she was so delusional it was laughable. I rushed through dinner. I'd had more than enough of this place. I stood up and left without a second thought. I didn't feel a shred of attachment to the Ashen Pack, and their wealth couldn't tempt me even a bit. I'd never forget the pain Irene and Francis had put my mother through, and I was done pretending. One day I'd make sure they paid for it. Richard's POV. After wrapping up the negotiations, I headed back to the Crown Regent Hotel. Instead of going to my usual suite for Blood Moon Alphas, I came here. As I was about to step into the elevator, I noticed Perry at the main entrance. She looked like she was having a rough day, head down, not really paying attention until she got close to the elevator, and then she finally saw me. She stopped in her tracks, clearly startled, and hesitated like she wasn't sure if stepping in with me would be a mistake. Which, let's face it, was kind of amusing. Here was the same girl who'd once told me straight up she didn't want to be my mate, and now suddenly she's all tense and fidgety like she's scared to offend me. I found it oddly entertaining. So I held the elevator door open and gave her a slight smile. "Come on in." Perry's mouth parted like she was about to say something, her striking blue eyes flickering as she hesitated a beat. Eventually, she seemed to pull herself together, took a quiet breath, and stepped inside, slipping into a far corner like she wanted to be anywhere but near me. She was wearing a beautiful dress, really suited her. Her hair was done neatly, totally unlike the last time I saw her. She looked polished, like white silk. Made me wonder if she'd deliberately looked messy when she met me before. The elevator was silent aside from our breathing and heartbeats. She leaned back against the wall, gaze fixed straight ahead, doing everything she could to avoid looking at me. I turned to her, curious. "So, do you actually have a mate?" Perry flinched slightly, then slowly turned her head to meet my eyes. She frowned like she was trying to figure out what I was getting at, then forced an awkward smile. "Alpha Scott, I'm not sure what you mean. Is it so strange for me to have a mate?" "No, not strange," I said, eyes locked on her. "But I think you said that just to stop cooperation between Ashen and us, because that partnership would have made your clan stronger again. So, you lied." I didn't need to think too hard to see through her. Her lies were that obvious. As expected, she froze up, staring at me as her face turned red. Not out of embarrassment, though. She took a deep breath, trying to act composed as she crossed her arms, but I could tell she was anxious. "Well, you said you were into another she-wolf, your fated mate. I just didn't want to get in your way." "Heh!" I let out a light chuckle. I didn't bother tearing apart her excuse any further. I just looked away, eyes flicking up to the elevator display. We were almost at the top, but I knew Perry wasn't staying on my floor. "You coming with me?" "What?" she blurted, clearly flustered. She glanced at the numbers climbing above the door, her flush deepening. Then she looked down, visibly frustrated. "No, sorry. I forgot to press my floor. But I'm not going with you." After that, she shrank back into the corner, keeping her eyes firmly away from mine. I picked up on it immediately. Her heartbeat had spiked, even more than when she first stepped in. I was about to keep talking, but something else caught my attention. A soft, sweet aroma. It was faint, barely there, but I'd been focusing on her, so I noticed. She still looked jittery, probably lost in her thoughts. That scent, it was definitely from her. And weirdly, it reminded me of that night. The one stuck in my head. Frances had told me she'd always been with the Ashen Pack. Maybe it was just her perfume. But then came that rush of heat in my chest, the craving I'd buried. My mind instantly flashed to that steamy night. The way that girl's voice trembled under me, how sweet and creamy her scent was. And yeah, her voice, it did remind me of Perry's. I frowned, but the elevator had already arrived. With a sigh, I glanced back at Perry and stepped out distractedly. Just before the doors closed, I caught a glimpse of her shoulders relaxing, like she was relieved I didn't try to stop her. Gotta admit, she was interesting. Even after I left the Crown Regent Hotel the next day, I couldn't stop thinking about how tense and uneasy she'd looked. After that awkward elevator ride, I ended up having a vivid dream. Yeah, the steamy kind. It was that night I was drugged. Only this time, the room lights were on, and Perry's face appeared. Soft, flushed, biting her lip. Way too tempting. I had her straddling me, grinding into her most sensitive spot. Her moans hit my ears loud and clear while I bit her earlobe, then her neck. And just as she came, I released inside her. Then I snapped awake, breathing heavy. Damn, that dream stirred something way too strong inside me. If Perry was really the she-wolf from that night, I'd never let her go, but it was just a dream. That she-wolf is still missing, and Perry is not her. That's when Francis called. I saw his name flash on the screen and remembered I'd asked him to talk with Byron. Byron later told me the Ashen Pack had put everything on the table. He said I could take their offer, help them out, and they'd owe us big time. Long term, it's a solid move. Alpha Richard, Francis sounded exhausted when I picked up. The Ashen Pack can't fend off the rogues anymore. Will you help us? I cleared my throat, already knowing my answer. No, not happening. What? Francis sounded stunned. I'll have Byron send you some tips. Blood Moon's seen plenty of rogue fights. If you're serious, Byron can assign one of our deltas to give your people some training. He went quiet for a bit, then said in a shaky voice, Are you saying you won't help at all? Exactly. I didn't hesitate. It was what I intended to say. Silence lingered on his end. I just waited. Then he blurted out, Is this because of Perry? She didn't accept you as her mate. She must have offended you. I didn't feel like explaining anything. I've always let people figure me out on their own. And this idiot? Not worth my time. So I kept quiet, which he clearly misunderstood. Alpha Richard, Perry's just naive. I'll make her apologize to you, all right? I wasn't going to entertain his begging. After meeting Perry, I'd had Byron look into their situation. Now I knew their father-daughter relationship was strained. So I responded coldly, Mr. Lake, a bit late to start treating Perry like your daughter, don't you think? Francis stammered. Alpha Richard, Perry's not as distant as you think. She's my firstborn. I love her, and you know what strength the Ashen Pack once had. We can offer. My mind's made up. I cut him off calmly and ended the call. I got up, threw on some clothes, and stared at myself in the mirror, a tall alpha with too much on his mind. Perry, maybe Francis lied. Maybe she's not even with the Ashen Pack anymore. Honestly, I wouldn't blame her. There's just something about her I can't shake. I keep getting pulled toward her, whether I want to or not. Perry's POV. After getting up, I chilled in the hotel room for a while. Honestly, I just didn't want to run into Richard on the way down. Even the slightest chance of that happening made me feel all tense. Last night in the elevator, my legs were literally jelly. That guy's build, solid like a wall, and that calm confidence he carries, it's hard not to stare. I had to look away, or I probably would have just kept ogling like an idiot. I don't even know why I'm so drawn to him. Guess it's just something primal. He's powerful, no doubt about it. I kept replaying the image of his face in my head, handsome, cold, collected. Just thinking about standing there next to him face to face made me blush like crazy. I groaned under my breath. Ugh, what is wrong with me? I'd told myself I wasn't interested. Obviously, I was lying. Right then my phone rang. It was Francis. I picked up, doing my best to keep my voice even. Something wrong? Perry, come have dinner with us tonight. Irene's already got a table booked. He sounded kind of desperate, like he expected me to say no. I'll come get you, okay? Please, Perry, don't say no. Honestly, I wanted to tell him to forget it, but the way he acted made me wonder what he was up to, so I agreed. I stayed holed up in the hotel until evening. When I went downstairs dressed and ready, Francis was already waiting at the door in his car. Sarah was sitting inside, and just seeing her made me frown. I walked up, not bothering to hide it. Let's go, Sarah said through the open window, that smug look on her face putting me instantly on edge. She gave my outfit a once-over with a raised brow, like I should be flattered to even be included. I didn't move. Her whole attitude was off-putting. I wasn't in the mood to play along. She must have caught on because her expression shifted. She opened the door, got out, grabbed my hand, and basically dragged me toward the car. Perry, I know you don't like me, but we're sisters. The Blood Moon Pack agreed to send some deltas, and that's all thanks to you. So we just wanted to say thank you and take you out for dinner. Wait, Blood Moon actually said yes? That shocked me. I didn't think Richard would go for it. She shoved me into the back seat and climbed back into the front. As Francis started driving, Sarah turned around, her tone sharp and a little mocking. Alpha Richard seems to like you. He sent a bunch of deltas to merge with the Ashen Pack. Freaked those rogue scum out pretty fast. Even though she didn't spell it out, I could piece it together. Those rogues were scared of the Blood Moon Pack, too afraid to mess with the deltas and risk retaliation. In the end, Francis never got any real help. I gave myself a mental fist bump. That little fact cheered me up fast, and I didn't even bother reacting to Sarah's snide tone. Clearly, Francis had something else up his sleeve. I wanted to see what new scheme he'd cooked up this time. He soon pulled the car up to the spot he picked for dinner. It was a fancy French place, real exclusive. No one really knew which pack, if any, ran it, but it catered strictly to the upper-class wolves. I'd only heard about it from Gina. She said the food was amazing and the service super attentive. Whatever frustration I had started to fade. I was actually kind of excited to try it out. Francis stepped out first, then led Sarah and me inside. We headed over to our reserved table, where Irene was already seated with her usual grace. Next to her sat Bellin Morgan, along with an unfamiliar wolf I didn't recognize. He immediately started eyeing me up, his gaze sliding from my chest down to my hips, unapologetically. The guy made my skin crawl, so I sat down quickly. He looked away, though not for long. He kept sneaking glances when he thought I wasn't noticing. I had no idea who this creep was or why he was here. Sarah claimed dinner was a thank you for me, but then they brought along this sleazy guy who clearly thought he was entitled to something. I frowned, staring down at the utensils, not in the mood to talk. Irene seemed to catch on that my mood had tanked. She quickly jumped in and introduced the stranger. This is Alpha Tom Pierce, leader of the Stone Peak Pack. He's offered to support the Ashen Pack, so we invited him along tonight. Alpha Tom, this is my daughter, Perry Lake. She pointed at me, giving Tom this overly sweet smile that made me want to roll my eyes. It was pathetic. Tom sat up a bit straighter and gave me a nod. Nice to meet you, Miss Lake. He toned down the creepy eyes after that and turned to Francis to chat about their supposed alliance. Sarah took that moment to stand and fetch some red wine for the table. She set a glass in front of me with practiced grace. She lifted her own glass with a prim little smile. To Alpha Tom and to my sister Perry. I didn't respond. I picked up my glass, swirling it slightly out of habit, and that's when I saw it. Tiny grains of powder clinging to the bottom. I felt a flame of rage burn in my gut. They drugged it. They freaking drugged my wine. I forced myself to stay calm, acting like I hadn't noticed. Then I remembered the way Tom had looked at me when I walked in, and it clicked. Sarah and the others planned to get me to sleep with him, to seal some kind of deal for Ashen support. Nausea hit me hard, and I gripped the fabric of my dress, fingers tense, trying to stop the shaking. I needed to switch the drinks, and fast. Scanning the table, a plan clicked into place. I dropped my head, schooling my face into something that looked freaked out, then reached up to touch my ear. Oh no, my earring's gone. It must have fallen under the table, I said, biting my lip and pulling up the tablecloth like I was in full panic mode. My over-the-top reaction made everyone glance down, just as I'd hoped. That gave me the perfect window to swap my glass with Sarah's. Of course, there was no earring. I'd made it up, and now that the switch was done, it didn't matter. Sarah straightened up, frowning hard. She hadn't seen a thing. Her voice was sharp as she stared at me and asked, "Did you even wear earrings tonight?" "I just found one by my foot. Sorry about the scene. Let's keep going," I said, flashing an embarrassed grin. She narrowed her eyes like she wanted to mock me, but instead gave a cold snort and stayed quiet. Irene didn't seem upset, though. She let out a soft breath, her eyes flicking to my glass with a kind of eager satisfaction. "Good, you found it. Come on, Perry, let's have a drink. I've been waiting." I raised the glass and took a small sip, acting like everything was fine. Sarah drained her glass like she was proving a point and shot me a look. "Perry, we're finishing this. It's a toast to Tom. It's basic manners." Her tone dripped with fake sincerity. I didn't care much, but I still finished my drink. It was clean after all. Sarah clearly wasn't happy. Her gaze lingered on my flushed cheeks, probably wondering why I wasn't passed out yet. She refilled my glass in a heartbeat. "This one's for you, my sister, Perry, come on." I narrowed my eyes, stayed silent. To keep the act going, to keep Sarah confident she'd fooled me, I emptied the second glass too. The dizziness crept in, just barely. I glanced across the table and saw Tom looking at me again, eyes full of sleaze. He didn't even try to hide it, like he thought he already owned me. I turned away, swallowing the bile rising in my throat. "As long as you need support, Stone Peak Pack's got your back," Tom said confidently to Francis. My father turned his eyes to me. I met his gaze, quiet but steady. For a second, doubt flickered across his face. A moment of silence passed, drawn out and heavy. Then he smiled, all cheerful, and said, "All right then, it's a deal." I looked away, heart sinking. What a fool I'd been to think he might not go through with it. He hesitated, sure, but in the end, he still said yes. After a couple of glasses, Perry's head was spinning hard. She frowned, feeling something wasn't adding up. I didn't even drink that much. A few sips of wine shouldn't mess me up like this. I even swapped the glasses, so why? Her gaze, dazed and unfocused, landed on Sarah, who was calmly eating like nothing was wrong. And just like that, it clicked. Both their drinks had been spiked, but Sarah had taken the antidote in advance. That's why only Perry was feeling it. Realizing this, a wave of heat rushed over her. She clenched her teeth, fighting the growing fire creeping through her body. Out of Perry's sight, Irene flashed a sly, satisfied grin. She pretended to show concern, her voice sugary sweet. Poor Perry, you must have had too much. Sarah, help your sister lie down, will you? Of course, Mom, I'll take good care of her, Sarah said brightly. She was practically glowing with excitement. Thinking about what Perry was about to go through made her day. That annoying bumpkin, handing herself over, was the least she could do for the Ashen Pack. Honestly, Perry deserved to be served up to Tom. Sarah signaled a nearby waiter and roughly yanked Perry to her feet. Perry was completely out of it, unable to resist as they led her away toward a room that had been arranged ahead of time. Don't forget this. Irene looked concerned on the outside, but her eyes gleamed with cruel delight as she handed over Perry's handbag. Sarah took it with visible disgust and shoved it at the waiter, telling him to carry it. With the waiter firmly holding on to Perry, they walked her out. Once they reached a sleek, upscale private suite, Sarah ordered the waiter to dump Perry onto the bed. Perry lay there, limp and unresponsive. Sarah looked down at her like she'd already won the game, smiling smugly. Irene had guessed Perry would be extra cautious and might swap the wine, so she dosed both glasses. Sure enough, Perry hadn't thought far enough ahead to expect that. Sarah kicked Perry hard, more out of pleasure than anything. Look at you now, you stupid bitch, she hissed. With a toss of her hair, Sarah left the room, dialing Mara's number. It's done. Just wait, it's our turn now, Mara. Mara Morgan had already known about her brother Bellen's plan. He was worried that if Richard ever found out what they'd done, he'd retaliate. Mara, who'd been crushing on Richard forever, couldn't stand that Perry might end up as his mate. So when Irene came to Bellen for help, and they figured Perry was the key, a twisted plan began to take shape. Stone Peak Alpha Tom, who was infamous for being a creep, had seen a photo of Perry, and he was instantly hooked. With the Stone Peak Pack's backing, Ashen Pack could rebuild its power without relying on the Blood Moon Pack. Working together with the Silver Fang Pack, they'd no longer need to fear any backlash from Blood Moon. Mara and Sarah had everything set. They were both itching to watch Perry get ruined by Tom. Mara especially couldn't wait to snap pictures of Perry in bed with him, just to prove Perry wasn't good enough for Richard. In her mind, she was the only one worthy to be Richard's mate. Mara skipped dinner altogether. She was sitting in her car outside when Sarah called. As soon as her phone rang, she jumped out and rushed toward the building, yelling, "I'm coming right now!" "But are you sure she can't run? Perry's had self-defense training." "No worries. I drugged her pretty heavily, plus she's drunk. Now she's basically a rag doll," Sarah replied, full of herself. "Perfect," Mara sneered. "Did you drug Pierce too?" "Yep, he's got his dose. Pierce is going to be obsessed with Perry's body. But honestly, a horny alpha? I can't guarantee she won't end up dead. Then again, who really cares?" Sarah said mockingly. Mara chuckled darkly, picking up the pace. "Oh, let's make sure she doesn't die. Just let her catch some nasty STI. That'd be fun. We still got time to record a video too, right?" "Ha ha!" "Great idea. No one comes to this lounge. It's huge. We'll hide nearby and film everything." Sarah was thrilled with the plan. After ending the call, she started feeling a bit uneasy, so she went back to the lounge to double-check. Perry was still lying there, motionless. Sarah scoffed. "What a bumpkin. Just wait. It's going to get real fun for you." With a smug flip of her hair, she turned to leave, but then pain shot through her neck, sharp and blinding. She didn't even have time to scream or shift. Everything went black, and she collapsed to the ground. "You can enjoy him instead of me," Perry said coldly, withdrawing her hand as she looked down at Sarah's limp body. Perry had trained under her grandfather back in the countryside. She was tough. The drugs hadn't affected her nearly as much as she pretended. Faking it was part of her plan. She'd just been waiting for Sarah to let her guard down. Grabbing Sarah, she tossed her onto the bed, turned off all the lights, and without hesitation, opened the door and stepped out. Gina was right there waiting in the hallway and quickly pulled her aside. Gina had just gotten back that morning. The moment Perry noticed Tom's creepy stares over dinner, she knew something was off and secretly texted Gina to pick her up. "How'd it go?" Gina leaned in close, concern written all over her face. "Are you hurt?" Perry gave a relaxed shrug, a genuine smile lighting up her face. She quickly filled Gina in on everything that just went down. Her tone was surprisingly calm, while Gina, on the other hand, looked absolutely crushed, one hand covering her mouth. After hearing it all, Gina looked stunned and couldn't hide her concern. She pulled Perry into a tight hug. "I still can't wrap my head around it. How can a father be that cold-blooded? And that Alpha? Seriously, scum of the earth. Thank God you're tougher than Sarah, or who knows what would have happened to you." "I guess I still had a sliver of hope for Francis," Perry said quietly, fear and heartache creeping into her voice. "I way underestimated how cruel they could be." "Let's just wait in the car and watch them deal with the mess they made," Gina said firmly. Perry gave a small nod, and the two slipped out of the room together. They carefully avoided running into any of the werewolves and made it back to Gina's car. They waited a few hours before finally seeing Mara come out, clearly in tears, followed by Sarah and Francis looking completely panicked. All three piled into a car and sped off, looking like a complete mess. "Look at Sarah, all torn up. Bet Pierce's little trap didn't go easy on her," Gina muttered. Perry had no idea Mara had barged in before Sarah came to. She assumed Sarah had been the one taken by Tom. Her mood took a nosedive, and her shoulders dropped as she let out a heavy sigh. It was only her in the room. So yeah, it was Sarah. "She walked straight into her own trap anyway," Gina said, fuming. Perry stayed quiet, lips pressed together. She didn't explain what was really bothering her inside. She may have dodged the bullet this time, but just knowing Francis was part of this left a bitter ache in her chest. The fact that he could be this heartless, it tore her apart. If she hadn't been quick on her feet, this could have easily been the end of her. Gina muttered a few curses aimed at Francis, anger bubbling in her voice. Then she turned, giving Perry a look full of sympathy. "Poor girl, he's done nothing for you your whole life. How can a man be so vicious?" "I honestly thought he still saw me as his daughter," Perry said in a low tone. "Clearly I was wrong. So what now? You know he won't just let this go." He had planned on handing her over to Tom. Instead, it was Sarah who paid the price. But that didn't bring Perry any peace. If anything, it only made her more on edge. Francis had already begged Richard and failed. Now Perry had completely trashed his plan. A man who's willing to betray everything for personal gain? He's not about to just give up. Perry took a deep breath and locked eyes with Gina, fire sparking in her gaze. "He wants to come after me? Let him. I've got plenty of scores to settle with him." Richard was busy dealing with reports, calmly scribbling rejected across a request form. His mood today wasn't terrible, but definitely not great either. At least not until Bellin suddenly barged into the Blood Moon pack. That's when everything went downhill. Byron showed up just in time with a few deltas to block the hot-headed Alpha. They dragged Bellin in front of Richard, who set his pen down and raised a questioning brow. Annoyance flickered in his eyes. "You do know I could kill you right now, don't you?" Richard's voice cooled noticeably. "You're lucky you didn't shift, and that you ran into Byron first, Morgan. Start talking, and this better be good." "Alpha Richard," Bellin dropped into a submissive posture, hiding the fact he was an Alpha too. "There's something I really need to tell you. I'm at my limit. It's about my sister, Mara." Bellin looked wrecked. Clearly hadn't slept all night. He knew Richard was secretly hitting Silverfang Pack, but calling him out would be suicide. That was the price Bellin paid for trying to play games with Richard before. He hated it, but resistance was useless. Still, he had a plan. Maybe he could finally get Richard to back off, and better yet, fix the mess Mara had gotten into. "You've got a minute," Richard said coolly, resting his chin on his hands. "After that, get out." Bellin nervously licked his lips and took the plunge. "Alpha Richard, I'm really sorry, but that night, Mara's the girl you slept with." Keep going, Richard said, expression unreadable, gaze locked on him. His tone was pure ice. Bellin could feel the pressure of dominance coming off him in waves. This alpha was way out of his league. Bellin's teeth chattered slightly. Alpha or not, he was terrified. After a few seconds, he managed to steady his voice. Mara's had a thing for you for a long time, but she's always felt like she wasn't good enough. She was scared. The other night, she knew I'd spiked your drink and was worried about what might happen, so she went to your hotel. She ended up being pulled into your room. You thought she was the cure. Afterward, she was a mess. She confessed everything to me and swore she'd try to forget about you. She doesn't want to bother you, but her feelings haven't gone anywhere. She's been so out of it lately, not eating, not sleeping. Last night, she fell down the stairs and hit her head. I took her to the hospital, and that's when I found out about what happened between her and you. His voice cracked like he actually believed the story himself. Richard didn't say a word, just kept staring at him. Belin started to doubt himself, voice trailing off as he rushed through the ending. Alpha Richard, I'm only asking you to go see her, that's all. Go home, Richard finally said, tone distant. As for your sister, I'll pay her a visit. Belin's eyes went wide with surprise, thrilled he got a yes. Richard always kept his word. He bowed with exaggerated respect before quietly slipping away. Byron narrowed his eyes, watching him leave. Byron, Richard said, frowning. Look into the hospital he mentioned. I don't buy his story completely. Byron gave a nod and quickly placed a call. However, thanks to Belin's warnings to the hospital, they kept the truth under wraps. The info Byron got pretty much matched what Belin had just said. Richard still wasn't fully convinced. He didn't trust Belin, not really. But he shoved the doubts aside and headed for the hospital anyway. He had to know for sure. What if Belin was telling the truth, and it really was Mara he'd slept with? When Richard got there, he saw Mara sitting up in bed, looking out the window with a moody expression. It all lined up with what Belin said. Richard took a breath, straightened his expression, and walked over, trying to sound civil. Hi, Miss Morgan. Mara was wrapped in bandages, and when she heard the familiar voice, she turned her head quickly, eyes lighting up. Seeing that handsome face of his, she froze for a second, greeting him with a flirty little grin. Alpha Richard? Wow, I didn't think you'd actually come. Yeah, Richard answered calmly, moving to sit beside her bed. You really came to see me. Mara was practically dizzy with excitement. Any guilt about her little lie was long gone. He caught the sharp scent of disinfectant in the air and something bitter from her meds. Nothing he could put his finger on. Looking at her bandaged head, he asked, sounding thoughtful, How are you feeling now? Mara was thrilled, but she made sure to keep up the act, gazing at him with wide, fragile eyes like some poor, helpless girl. Thank you for checking on me, Alpha Richard. I'm doing much better. Just knowing you're here makes me feel a whole lot better. I didn't want my brother to tell you, but he did anyway. It's fine. I wasn't that busy today, Richard replied. That's good. Just, please don't get the wrong idea about that night. I shouldn't have gone to the hotel. She was just about to nudge him into saying those magic words, make her his mate. She thought she saw him hesitate, like she almost had him. Then his phone rang. She stared at it, annoyed like someone had stolen her spotlight. Richard didn't notice the look she gave. He walked toward the door and answered the call. It was from his father. Richard, where are you? Benjamin's getting worse. Richard's face tightened. His voice dropped. I'll be there immediately. Benjamin was his brother. Everyone knew Richard wore the Alpha title now, but not many realized how capable Benjamin was too. He'd been attacked by rogues while traveling abroad, took them down easily, but a virus got into his system. The healers in the Blood Moon pack were out of answers. Nothing worked. Benjamin was wasting away, bleeding out slowly. Richard could only tell the healers to make him as comfortable as possible. He left the hospital in a rush, didn't even say goodbye. Mara stared after him, fist slamming into the mattress, yelling in pure frustration. Seriously? Now of all times? She was sure that if she'd just had one more minute, Richard would have said yes. She could have become his mate. It was that close. Meanwhile, Richard had already made it back to the Blood Moon pack. His father and Byron were there waiting, and Miles, the healer treating Benjamin, came rushing out of the medical room. Miles looked stressed. Benjamin's stable for now, but the virus he caught, it's not something we've seen before. We've asked everyone we can. No one knows how to fight it. Alpha Richard, there's only one shot. Find that healer I mentioned. Vinny Ritchie. But he's vanished. No one has a clue where he is. Richard had known Miles for years and trusted him completely. If even he was saying this was the only option, there really was no other way. He turned to Byron. How bad is it? Richard had already told Byron to find Vinny as soon as possible. Byron gave a helpless shake of his head. He'd made tons of calls today, but no luck. I've been trying everything, but Richie vanished 2 decades ago. No one knows where the guy went, but I do have a lead on one of his students, some mysterious she-wolf. Rumor has it she's been spotted somewhere around our territory. The werewolves she treated only saw her with a veil on, Byron added quickly, like he was afraid of missing an important detail. She made everyone sign some kind of confidentiality pact. No one's allowed to share anything about her. Richard's face went sharp, like a storm was brewing just under the surface. His eyes turned icy, and his voice lost all warmth. Whatever it takes, I need her. Find her. The entire Blood Moon pack received his orders. Everyone moved out, all for one goal: track down the healer. Meanwhile, Perry was still lying in bed. She slowly opened her eyes and lazily got dressed. Sitting in front of the mirror, she carefully put on her makeup. But her mind wandered. Everything that had happened recently just wouldn't leave her alone. She sighed. Maybe it's time to ditch this place and head back to the countryside. Just live peacefully with Grandpa again, she thought, her fingers halfway through brushing her hair. She was completely over how Francis constantly messed with her head. The quiet life started to feel more appealing than ever. Just then, her phone buzzed. The noise snapped her out of it. She frowned and checked the screen. It was a call from Dylan. Dylan Kent had grown up with her in the countryside. Always looked out for her, always listened. He was one of the few people she trusted completely. He became a talented healer, but when he invited her to join the hospital with him, she turned him down. "Hey," Dylan greeted her, then paused, sounding a little hesitant. "Perry, it's about Benjamin Scott, the Blood Moon Pack Alpha's younger brother. He's caught some kind of weird virus. They're trying to find Vinny Ritchie's student. That's you." Perry's brows furrowed. She bit her lip, thinking hard. She'd heard about Richard's brother before, but didn't know it had gotten this bad. "How bad is he right now?" "It's pretty serious. The pack's losing it," Dylan replied, clearly worried. "They've asked a bunch of folks for help, even me, but I'm not strong enough to cure him. Honestly, I don't think he has much time left, Perry. What are you thinking?" Perry stared at her reflection. Her blue eyes searched for an answer in the glass. Finally, she made up her mind. One life was still a life. "Dylan, send me all his test results. I need to check everything first." "That's all I've got," Dylan said, sending over an email not long after. Perry opened the data and started going through it. Page after page of reports made her frown deeply. Even when noon came and went, she stayed focused, reviewing the material while nibbling on her dinner in her room. She only realized it was nighttime when she stood up to stretch and glanced out the window, pitch black outside. Rubbing her temples, she headed to the door, planning to get some fresh air. But before she could even step out, 2 strange deltas grabbed her at the threshold. A black car waited just outside. One of them shot her with a tranquilizer. Before she passed out, she managed to whisper, "Who are you?" "We're taking you where you need to be," one of the deltas responded coldly, tossing her into the car. Perry bit down, still fuming but unable to fight back. As everything went dark, only one thought ran through her mind. Who the hell sent them? Francis? Tom? Some desperate patient? Either way, I'm not helping anyone. The black vehicle sped off into the night. Dylan had been slammed with work all day. His pack had just dealt with a rogue attack, so there were more healing duties than usual. He didn't get a break until nightfall, when he finally left the hospital, planning to talk to Perry about Benjamin's condition. But when he got to the hotel, he couldn't get through to her. That set off alarm bells. Dylan headed inside and spotted Gina, already looking flustered. "She's not in her room either," she said, clearly shaken. "What if something's happened to Perry?" She pulled out her phone and noticed a missed call from Perry. It must have been right before Perry passed out. Gina had been too wrapped up in work to notice it ringing. Guilt hit her hard. Dylan frowned, confused by her panic. "What are you talking about?" "It's her father," Gina said urgently and launched into the whole story, everything that had gone down with Francis setting Perry up. Now Dylan looked just as worried. He crossed his arms tightly, the anxiety written all over his face. "So, what do we do now?" Gina asked nervously. "Poor Perry, she's been through so much ever since she got here. What if this time it's even worse?" Dylan let out a frustrated breath. "We need to figure out where she went." As he glanced toward the hotel entrance, a familiar sports car parked out front caught his eye. He recognized it immediately, belonged to Richard Scott. Eyes going wide, Dylan suddenly had an idea. He rushed outside and hurried over to the car, knocking on the window. The car stayed still for a moment, then the window rolled down. Dylan finally exhaled, relieved Richard hadn't ignored him. "Alpha Richard, I'm Perry Lake's friend. She's in trouble, serious trouble. I'm asking you to help us get her back," Dylan said carefully, trying not to sound pushy. Richard gave him a cold glance. He had enough on his plate with Benjamin and didn't even know who Dylan was. And why would Perry suddenly be in danger anyway? "Not my problem. She almost became your mate, didn't she?" Dylan pushed, getting desperate. "Can you really turn your back on her like this?" "She's not one of my wolves," Richard replied, his voice clipped. Dylan could tell his patience was wearing thin. Biting his lip, he leaned in closer before the window closed. "She's the only one who can save your brother. The only one." Richard froze. For a second, he just stared. Shock flickered in his eyes, then turned into irritation, as if Dylan had just tried to feed him some ridiculous lie. Perry? A healer? That sounded insane. She was just a young she-wolf, maybe an alpha's daughter at most. There was no way she was capable of something like that. At that thought, his gaze turned icy as he gave Dylan a sharp warning. "I hate being lied to. Tell me how you know about Benjamin. You'd better have a damn good explanation, otherwise I'll tear you apart right here." Dylan took a shaky breath. Even under Richard's overwhelming aura, he held his ground for Perry's sake. "I was one of the healers Byron contacted. Perry and I grew up together. She got interested in healing werewolves because of her mom. She's insanely talented, and she studied under Vinnie Ritchie. No one else knows, just me." He rushed through the explanation and quickly pulled out his phone, tapping on a photo. "Look, this is Perry. You've seen her in this outfit, right? She's the mysterious healer everyone's been talking about." Richard stared in disbelief at the picture. Perry had a veil on, tending to a dying werewolf. He'd been chasing after any traces of this healer, and now it made sense. Doubts started to melt away. Whatever the truth, he needed to check it out, especially considering she nearly became his mate once. Richard locked eyes with Dylan and asked seriously, "That's Perry?" "Yeah," Dylan said with a resigned nod, rubbing his hands before slipping the phone back in his pocket. "She's been hiding her identity. Richard, you've got to promise to keep this to yourself. Not even Gina knows." "Then how did she get into trouble?" Richard thought for a moment before asking. "I'm not sure, but Gina mentioned two names, Francis or Tom, and if someone found out who Perry really is, they might have grabbed her because of that." Dylan's voice was full of worry. Richard's expression hardened instantly, and fury sparked in his eyes. Did they take her just to stop her from saving Benjamin? The thought shot through Richard's head like lightning. He leaned back in his seat, his tone ice cold. "No matter what, we're finding her. Byron, get those trackers over here. I want to know exactly where she was taken from." "Got it," Byron answered from the driver's seat, focused and ready. While they were frantically tracking Perry down, she had already woken from the anesthesia. Perry blinked her eyes open and realized she was in some sort of villa. She scanned the room, cautious. The curtains were drawn tight, no way to see outside. A couple of deltas had dumped her in one of the rooms. The lights were on. No patient in sight. That meant this wasn't about healing. Someone had kidnapped her for another reason. Her mind raced. Maybe she could shift and smash the window to escape, but she couldn't be sure if there were guards outside. The anxiety crept in, until a moment later, a werewolf came strolling out from the bathroom. Perry snapped her head to face him. Tom Pierce stood there, all smug, reaching toward her. His eyes trailed over her in a way that made her want to gag. She rolled her eyes hard. He only had a bathrobe on. That creepy grin smeared across his face as he slunk closer. Well, well, darling, took you long enough to get here. Perry tensed up, knowing full well she couldn't take on an alpha head-on. If Tom tried anything, she'd fight tooth and nail to get away, even if the odds weren't in her favor. Back off. What exactly do you want from me? Francis is useless. Couldn't even catch you, so I had to step in myself, Tom sneered, clearly enjoying the fear in her eyes. But don't worry, as long as you play nice, I promise you'll enjoy it way more than you think. She stepped back, determined to keep him at a distance, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Her eyes landed on several nasty ulcers on his torso, and she instantly felt the bile rise in her throat. You look like you're falling apart, and you still have the nerve to act like this? She'd heard the rumors. Tom was notorious for sleeping around with different females. Finding out he had syphilis didn't surprise her in the slightest. Tom flinched. He'd been hiding his condition, and having Perry call him out like that hit a nerve. He yanked his robe tighter around his body as those sores started itching again, despite all the meds he'd been taking. I don't have anything. Right, Perry scoffed. How about we make a deal? Tom Pierce, I treat you, and in return, you let me go. She wasn't keen on healing someone like him, not at all. But right now it was her only shot at buying time and maybe getting out. She knew how bad his condition had to be. It would be eating him alive. Sure enough, he froze in place. Then he burst out laughing, completely dismissing her. You? Fix me? You really think I'm that gullible? I'm guessing your healer already told you. Doesn't matter what you try, you've got 2 years max, and that's being generous, she said calmly, watching his face closely. His eyes widened in shock. Her words hit a little too close to home. He stared at her for a long second, suspicion creeping in. You actually know how to cure this? Are you serious? Believe what you want, Perry said coolly, watching the gears turning in his head. She knew he was starting to believe her. Honestly, if I wasn't trying to figure out who drugged and kidnapped me, that sedative of yours wouldn't have done a damn thing. Tom stood frozen, eyes darting to the sores on his body, his ugly little secret. This might be his only shot to get better. You really can do it? Perry didn't hesitate. She carried herself with confidence, chin lifted high. She'd trained for this since she was a kid. Tom's illness was tough, but not beyond her. Absolutely, but only if you listen to everything I say. If you pull it off, I swear I'll owe you everything. I'll do anything you... Tom didn't get to finish. The heavy door suddenly flew open with a loud bang. One of his deltas, unconscious, was tossed inside like trash. Tom reeled back as Richard strode in, eyes dark and full of barely contained fury. Byron followed closely behind, giving Tom a cold, assessing look. Found it, Byron said flatly. Perry's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. She had no idea how Richard had tracked her here, but she instinctively edged back a little, anxiety bubbling inside her. Then Richard's gaze caught hers, just a quick glance, but it sent her heart into a wild, erratic rhythm. Tom stared at them, completely stunned, clearly having no clue how Richard had tracked them down. He forced a stiff smile. Alpha Richard, what are you doing here? Ah! Richard grabbed his collar and slammed him against the wall, then drove a hard kick into his gut. Tom shrieked and crumpled to the ground, moaning in pain. Still, he didn't dare show even a trace of hostility toward Richard. He knew he'd be flattened in seconds. What are you going to do? Tom's eyes flickered into wolf form, but Richard's overwhelming presence crushed any thought of a fight. Tom shakily pushed himself upright, glaring at Richard, frustrated but too scared to lash out. Richard ignored his outburst, turning to Perry with an icy calm. His voice was low, steady. If you want to make him pay, now's your shot. You could even cut his nuts off. I'll back you up, no questions asked. The words rolled off his tongue like a devil's whisper, dangerous yet strangely alluring. Perry blinked, dazed by the raw power and breathtaking looks of the alpha before her. As her eyes lingered on his face, she found herself fascinated. This wasn't what she expected to feel, and it rattled her more than she liked. But as her thoughts refocused on Benjamin's condition, urgency surged back. She gasped and shouted, "There's no time! Forget him. We need to get to the hospital. Benjamin's symptoms could be flaring up again right now. What? Richard looked genuinely thrown off. How in the world did she know about Benjamin's situation? Did Dylan already fill her in? If you still want to save your brother, we have to go now, Perry said, trying to keep her voice calm. Tell Dylan to meet us there. I'm going to need his help. We need to move fast. Richard set aside the questions and rushed to leave with her. Byron didn't hesitate. He floored the gas, and the engine roared as the car sped toward the hospital. On the way, Richard's phone suddenly rang. It was the hospital calling. Alpha, Mr. Scott just started throwing up blood, way worse than before. We're doing everything we can, but it's not enough. The healer on the other end sounded frantic. Richard ended the call, a dark expression clouding his face, worry tightening his features. He glanced at Perry, who wore a serious look. You know what's going on with Benjamin? I do, she confirmed with a nod. Dylan already sent me all of his medical info. You think you can cure him? Richard asked, his gaze fixed on her. For a split second, he was caught off guard by how beautiful she looked, drawn to her without even fully realizing it. The thought confused him. Then Perry answered softly, I'll do everything I can. After that, she turned her eyes to the window, distracted, already planning her next steps. She didn't notice Richard studying her, as if trying to memorize every little detail. He didn't even realize how possessive his expression had become. At that moment, something clicked in him. Maybe I want her as my mate, the thought came out of nowhere. The Blood Moon Pack's hospital was a total mess. Healers kept shuffling in and out of Benjamin's room, doing everything they could just to stabilize him for a bit longer. Benjamin lay unconscious, blood all over the sheets and floor. Joel paced back and forth, anxiety written all over his face. He didn't stop until he spotted Richard hurrying over. Only then did he finally let out a breath of relief. Grabbing his son's shoulders, he asked urgently, Richard, did you find that mysterious healer? Before Richard could answer, Perry suddenly stepped forward. She scanned Benjamin quickly and seriously, then turned and barked out, Everyone out, except Alpha Richard and Healer Miles. Nobody in the room recognized her. She'd walked in behind the Alpha, didn't look like a healer, and now she was giving orders like she owned the place. Everyone froze, stunned. Richard's face darkened. You heard her. Everyone else, leave. Alpha's command overruled all doubts. The others lowered their heads respectfully and left in a hurry. Joel glanced at Perry with concern. Richard, is she Perry Lake? He knew of Perry, but she wasn't Richard's mate, at least not officially. He had no idea why Richard brought her. Yeah, that's her. Richard hesitated for a breath as her name almost crossed his lips. There was warmth there, but he quickly steadied his tone. She's also the mystery healer we've been looking for. What? Joel looked completely shocked. I know it's hard to believe, Richard said quickly, already stepping into the room. But trust me, it's her. Inside, Perry had already placed her hand gently on Benjamin's head, eyes closed, sensing something. Richard stared at her, momentarily dazed. Her lashes trembled as she focused, lips pressed tightly together like she was under serious pressure. How is he? Richard asked softly. Perry didn't look up. I'll give him my blood. It's the only way. Richard froze. That was the last thing he expected. He hesitated, clearly uneasy. He didn't want her to get hurt, or worse, overdo it. Is that really necessary? There's no other way? This is my gift, she said gently, but she meant every word. My mentor figured it out. My blood's unique. It can neutralize certain poisons, including whatever's in Benjamin. Richard frowned, clearly not happy with how casually she said it. He knew it couldn't be just a few drops. There was definitely going to be a price, and he hated that she was willing to pay it. Perry didn't back down. She met his eyes, steady and stubborn. His stare burned with frustration, but she held firm. Miss Lake, maybe you should think this through, Miles spoke up from the side, clearly uncomfortable. These two hadn't even looked at him once. This isn't exactly a safe call. Of course, Perry understood that. But saving Benjamin meant more to her than playing it safe. She gave a small nod. I get it, I know my limits. If it's just Benjamin, I'll be okay. She looked over at Richard, her expression firm as she made her decision clear. Richard let out a long breath, but gave in, choosing to go with what she wanted. Turning away, he tried to swallow the ache in his chest and let Perry do what she came for. Miles came back quickly with the blood-drawing equipment. Richard waited outside, restless, watching Perry work on Benjamin. His eyes couldn't help but linger on the way she focused completely, her face calm and precise. She's really something else. He couldn't lie to himself. He wanted her. Details that slipped past him before suddenly made more sense. Her figure reminded him of the she-wolf from that night, and her long, soft hair. He could almost feel its touch against his skin. Richard narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Belen had told him that night it was Mara, but after actually meeting Mara, something hadn't quite clicked. Still, he'd told himself he'd mate with her, if he had to. Caught up in these thoughts, he didn't even notice when Perry stepped out. She looked pale, enough to make his chest tighten with concern, but he held back, keeping his tone neutral as he asked, "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," Perry replied with a tired smile. "Just need a little rest." She swayed slightly, and before either of them realized, he was holding her up by the waist. She froze for a second, then slowly relaxed in his arms. Her eyes fluttered shut, and she leaned into him, clearly running out of energy. Looking down at her face as she drifted off, Richard made a quiet decision and carried her to his place. The wolves who saw him walk by with an unknown female in his arms stared, jaws damn near dropping. Their alpha being soft with a female, that was new. "I can't help worrying about her," he muttered once he'd laid her down on his bed, heart pounding a little too hard. "She looks so fragile, like she actually needs someone." He sat by her side, watching her, soaking in every little expression. That strange pull toward her only grew stronger. An urge to kiss her welled up inside him, so he did. A quick, almost sneaky kiss on her cheek. It felt right. For a second, he thought he caught that sweetness in the air again. He blinked, shook his head, and quickly left the room, stepping out into the cold to cool off. He took in a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Perry stirred something in him, strong, consuming desire. It wasn't normal. He didn't react to others like this. He was a powerful alpha, unmated by choice, never willing to let feelings cloud his judgment. But with Perry, Rich had to admit it, he'd fallen for her. Hard. The feeling mirrored that intense rush they'd always said came with finding your true mate. Maybe he really needed to figure out what was going on with Mara Morgan. He didn't go back inside until Perry woke up. When he did, she was sitting on the bed, a bit shy but smiling up at him. "Sorry about earlier. I feel way better now." "It's okay," Richard said softly. "You scared the hell out of me passing out like that." He even threw in a wink, something totally out of character for him. If Byron had seen it, he'd probably choke on his drink. Perry, though, cracked up laughing. Her impression of Richard shifted. She'd thought he was this cold, serious alpha, but there was more to him, a charming side she hadn't expected, and it made her heart skip a beat. "By the way, where am I?" she finally asked, noticing just how soft the bed was. And that scent, definitely an alpha's place. Her smile faltered a bit, the realization creeping in. "Ahem," Richard tugged at his collar and cleared his throat, his voice laced with teasing. "You're in my house, you know." "What?" Perry blinked, half convinced she'd misheard him or he was joking, but Richard looked dead serious. "Exactly what you're thinking. I brought you back to my place. Perry, can I call you that? Or should I stick with Miss Lake?" "No, I mean, yes, Perry's fine," she stammered, clearly flustered. "Sorry, I didn't realize this was your home." "Right. You thought only a Luna could sleep in my bed or something?" He leaned forward, resting both hands on the mattress. His fingers were so close to hers that he could have held her hand with just the slightest move. Perry's face turned a faint shade of pink. She bit her lip and didn't reply. Sliding off the bed quickly, she avoided his hand, which he suddenly reached out and caught. Her cheeks flushed even deeper as she struggled to pull away. "Thanks for looking after me," she said, trying hard to stay calm. "But I really have to go. Benjamin still needs treatment." That was true, yes, but more than that, it was the only excuse she could think of right now. She had no idea how to deal with Richard. She had feelings for him, no doubt about that, but they scared her. And honestly, she still had to figure out who that alpha from that night was. Richard got to his feet and pulled her into his arms. Perry froze. She didn't fight back. He cupped her face, locking his eyes with hers. "Tell me how you feel. I can't hide it anymore. I want you." "No." She tried to protest, but before the word fully left her lips, Richard kissed her hard, his cool lips pressed firmly against hers, tongue slipping past as he deepened the kiss. Her eyes softened, hazy with emotion, and she made no move to resist. The passion in his kiss was overwhelming. Her body melted under his touch, instinctively leaning into it. A part of her had been waiting for this, so for once she let herself go. Just for a moment. His hands circled her waist, trailing slowly up her back, feeling her tremble under his fingers. When she whimpered softly, eyes pleading and glassy, it made something primal stir in him. Mark her. Claim her. A voice in Richard's head whispered fiercely. Make Perry Lake yours. Once you do, she won't leave. She's your mate. He held back, barely. Instead, he kissed her more deeply, tongues tangled, pressing in harder. Tears welled up in Perry's eyes as her face flushed redder. Richard, caught in the moment, slid his hand toward her waist, seeking more. But just as his fingers brushed her skin, she snapped out of it. The heat in her cheeks faded, and she shoved him away suddenly. Richard hadn't expected it, didn't resist. He stared at her, surprise flickering in his eyes. Why? I can't. I really have to go, she said, voice shaking. This isn't right. She dropped her gaze and wiped at the tears in her eyes. Her lips were still tingling from his kiss, her heart racing so fast it felt like it might burst. Richard just stood there, eyes full of emotion. Then finally, he let out a long breath and gave a small nod. Okay. Go. They stepped out of the Alpha's home together, walking in silence back to the hospital. Perry could feel his gaze on her the whole way, and it stirred a storm in her chest. One thought kept echoing in her mind. He's changed his mind. He actually loves me now. They got back to the hospital pretty quick. Facing what she had to do, Perry finally managed to calm herself. She walked straight into the room, leaving Richard behind. Benjamin was still passed out, but looking way better. His face had some color now. Perry took his hand and started treating the organs the virus had wrecked over the past month. Richard told the other healers helping her that no one was allowed to question her decisions or spill anything about who she really was. If anyone crossed the line, they were out of the pack. The treatment went on until evening, and by the time it ended, Benjamin was waking up. He struggled to open his eyes and saw the girl sitting by his bed. Perry let go of his hand, pushed her hair back, and her pretty face was completely visible. Benjamin had never seen a female wolf that stunning. He was momentarily stunned. With a soft smile, Perry asked, "Feeling any better, Mr. Scott?" "It doesn't hurt that much anymore," Benjamin replied without thinking. He couldn't help staring at her, his heart racing a bit. His eyes were clear, just a bit shaky, and his voice weak. "You saved me, didn't you?" Perry nodded. She pulled the blanket up for him and tucked his hand underneath, totally missing the way his face had just turned pink. "You need to rest. Give it some time, and you'll be back on your feet." "Thank you," Benjamin murmured with a gentle smile. He kept his gaze locked on her big, bright eyes. He had no clue who she was, but he knew one thing. When he was hanging by a thread, she pulled him back. He suddenly felt like saying more. Right then, Richard walked in. He'd been standing at the door, watching since Benjamin woke up. His expression was hard to read. Not quite angry, but definitely off. He looked at Benjamin and said, "I'll send someone in to take care of you." Richard saw the way Perry smiled at his brother, saw that look in Benjamin's eyes, so full of wonder and something else. Jealousy hit Richard hard for a second, and he didn't like it one bit. Perry didn't notice his mood at all. Her mind was still focused on Benjamin as she gave him one last check. Satisfied he was stable, she stood up and left without even glancing at Richard. He was about to follow her when Benjamin called out, "Richard, can we talk for a sec?" Richard hesitated, looked back at his brother lying weakly in bed, and decided to stay. Meanwhile, Perry was already out of the hospital. Richard stood there distracted, feeling her presence fade. She left the Blood Moon pack without even telling him where she was going, and that hit him harder than he expected. Right now, Perry was on her way to treat Tom Pierce for his syphilis. It was something they'd agreed on earlier. She didn't have a steady job, and healing werewolves was both her hobby and a way to make money. Tom had managed to message her, and they'd arranged to meet at a restaurant. As Perry stepped out of the car, she spotted him right away, sitting in a quiet corner, trying hard not to draw attention to himself. She walked over calmly and took a seat across from him without so much as a hello. "Give me your hand. I need to check it." Tom handed it over, and she placed her fingers on his wrist. After a brief moment, she let go, pulled out a folded note and a pen from her bag, and scribbled a formula down on it. "You need to take this consistently. Find a healer to make it up for you." "Got it," Tom said quickly, snatching the note like it was a winning lottery ticket. "Miss Lake, if this cures me, I'll owe you big time. Anything you need, just say the word. I mean it." He looked up at her with gratitude shining in his eyes, but then suddenly ducked his head and turned his face toward the wall. Perry raised an eyebrow, thrown off by his odd move. She glanced around instinctively. "What's going on with you?" "Nothing," Tom answered, his tone rough. "Just thinking of a way to thank you." Perry frowned, puzzled, until she spotted them. Richard Scott and Mara Morgan, not far off. Mara had her arm looped intimately through Richard's, walking close beside him, smiling soft and sweet like they were the perfect mated pair. Perry's jaw tensed, lips pressing together before she looked away. Her thoughts went in a million directions. Flashes of Richard's kiss earlier, now replaced by the sight of him with Mara. Her chest tightened. Once Tom saw they were gone, he finally turned back to her and lowered his voice. "Miss Lake, you're Alpha Richard's mate, aren't you? If I'd known, I swear I wouldn't have made that stupid deal with Francis." He had clearly assumed Richard saved her because she was his mate. Perry felt her mood nosedive even more. "No, I'm not, and Alpha Richard already has one. You saw her just now, that she-wolf next to him." "What?" Tom looked like he'd seen a ghost. Sweat popped out on his forehead, and panic flickered in his eyes. The woman with Richard, Mara Morgan, was someone he'd slept with not long ago. Shit. If Richard ever found out, it wouldn't just be him that paid the price. His whole pack could be dragged down with him. Perry caught the fear radiating off Tom and found it weirdly amusing. She had no clue what he was really panicking about, though. She just assumed he misunderstood something. "You thought I was his mate? Seriously? No way. And don't worry, I'm not going to castrate you." "Even if you keep quiet, Mara's going to get Richard to kill me." Tom freaked out in his head. He forced a shaky smile, clearly scrambling for words. "I mean, how could Alpha Richard even go for someone like her? She's got nothing on you. You're way more his type." Perry didn't take the compliment well. Her heart sank, and she really didn't want to keep digging into this topic. So she moved on. "Well, as long as Alpha Richard's happy with her, that's all that matters, right? Why do you care so much about who his mate is?" "You're right. Yeah," Tom replied, voice low and full of dread. He got up too fast, clearly itching to bail, clutching the prescription tightly. He left in a hurry, muttering to himself about Mara the whole way out. He remembered when Bellin showed up with his guys. Only then did he realize he'd messed up. He thought he'd slept with Perry, but nope, it was Mara. Balin's decision to keep it under wraps meant Silverfang Pack didn't want word getting out. As long as Tom stayed quiet, Richard wouldn't find out, so no revenge. That calmed him down a little. But then his mind turned dark again. What if he'd given Mara his disease, and then she passed it to Richard? That would be a total disaster. Tom shook off the thought, panicking. Whatever, not his problem. He just needed to lay low. Meanwhile, Perry watched him leave in such a fluster, frowning. Something about that whole conversation felt off, but she couldn't put her finger on what was missing. Letting out a sigh, she decided to just let it go for now. Back at the hotel, Gina greeted her at the door, practically bouncing. She threw her arms around Perry in a big, excited hug. "I still can't believe you actually managed to treat Alpha's brother. That's insane," she beamed. Perry chuckled, flashing a smug smile. "You know healing's my thing." "Bet Pierce was scared out of his mind, huh? Dylan told me Richard beat the crap out of him. Oh, and what about that jerk Francis? After what he did to you, you're not just going to let that slide, right?" "Of course not," Perry said, voice sharp. "I've already got a plan. You'll see soon enough." Getting Tom Pierce on her side was part of why she helped him at all. Francis would never guess she'd turn things around this way. Now, with him in her corner, she could finally go after Francis with no worries. That morning, Irene and Sarah headed to the hospital to check on Mara. They walked in, expecting to offer her some comfort, but instead were met with Mara excitedly talking about her and Richard's romance like she was floating on clouds. "You guys just don't get it," Mara said dreamily. "Alpha Richard is so incredibly accepting of me." Irene blinked at her, clearly confused. Sarah looked like she'd just been slapped, then snapped. "Wait, when did this start? You and Alpha Richard? Why haven't we heard a single thing?" Mara missed the bitter edge in Sarah's voice, her own face lighting up with this shy little smile. She almost let slip what happened last night, but Bellin had warned her to keep their plan under wraps, so instead she improvised. "Not too long ago. It was kind of love at first sight, you know? He never chose Perry as his mate because, get this, he's been into me all along. He even said last night, I'm his destined mate. It was a total lie, of course. What really happened was Mara found out Richard's schedule and accidentally ran into him. She claimed she had dinner plans with Bellin, so she and Richard ended up walking in together. She moved in close, grabbed his hand, and to her delight, he didn't pull away. Maybe he actually felt something too? What made her even giddier was the idea that people who saw them would think they were together. If enough folks believed she was Richard's true mate, maybe she'd really become the Blood Moon Pack's Luna one day. Sure, Richard left her on the second floor and didn't invite her to stay for dinner, which irked Mara a little. His face looked like he was still figuring things out, but her excitement drowned out any doubts. After hearing Mara talk, Irene clapped her hands. "That's amazing, Mara. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Mara hesitated, then threw out a quick excuse. "Richard told me to keep it quiet for now. We're still not official, just kind of flirting, I guess." Sarah glared at her like she'd just bitten into a lemon. The idea of Mara being loved by Richard while Sarah got completely ignored twisted her up inside. It just didn't sit right. So she blurted out, "Yeah? Then does Richard know about you and Pierce?" Mara instantly turned pale. Her eyes widened and she hissed, "What are you even saying? There's nothing going on between me and Alpha Tom." "Sarah, how could you just throw that out there like that?" Irene jumped in, startled. "Exactly, Sarah, why would you say that? Mara doesn't even know Alpha Tom that well. The one who slept with him was Perry. That was totally her, Perry Lake. You've got it all wrong." Yeah, Sarah muttered, trying to hide her guilty conscience. She straightened up. "It was Pierce and Perry. I heard he kidnapped her again not long ago, took her to his villa. They might even end up being mates." Irene gasped, putting on a fake cheerful front. "Really? Wow, good for her. That'd mean we'd have Stone Peak Pack support. If Perry becomes their Luna, honestly, it's a win-win for all of us." They both burst into laughter, but Mara suddenly felt uneasy. Her skin started to itch, especially her legs. She glanced down and saw red blotches popping up. She figured she must have eaten something she shouldn't have. "What's going on with you?" Irene, sitting next to her, gave her a look. Panic started bubbling inside Mara. She shook her head quickly. "I probably had something I'm allergic to. Just get the healer to look at you later," Irene said offhandedly. "You need to stay in top shape for Richard, got it?" "Got it. And Irene, are you sure Pierce and Perry are going to end up together?" "Pfft, that lowlife isn't going anywhere. Give it time, and we'll see them stuck together as mates," Irene sneered. Mara let out a quiet breath, reassured by Irene's smug confidence. Her thoughts drifted back to the run-in with Richard the night before. Sweet and thrilling. Perry Lake was a threat to that, annoying as hell. There was no way Mara was letting that woman mess with her shot at love. After Irene and Sarah left, things only got worse. The itching intensified by the afternoon. She kept scratching at her legs and couldn't take it anymore, finally called in the healer. He lifted her shirt slightly, frowning as he examined the rash. "This doesn't look like a typical allergic reaction. You might want a more thorough checkup." Yeah, of course," Mara stammered, face draining of color. A sudden wave of dread hit her. Her mind flashed to Tom Pierce. He'd been with a lot of female wolves. What if he passed something to her? Perry let go and looked closely at Benjamin's face. He looked a lot better today, and even his loose hospital gown couldn't hide his charisma. Benjamin watched her, his voice calm and smooth. "Miss Lake, I really appreciate everything you've done." "Just doing my job," Perry grinned, visibly in a good mood. "I'm glad to see you recovering." He locked eyes with her a little too long, and Perry, feeling nervous, quickly looked away. missing the flicker of disappointment across his face. Benjamin hoped for something more, but Perry always kept some distance. And then, of course, Richard showed up. Again, right on cue, his brother walked in and immediately stepped between Perry and Benjamin. Perry had no choice but to stand. What now? Over the past few days, the second it was just her and Benjamin, Richard would show up with any excuse. Today was no different. Nothing really, Richard said, avoiding her gaze. His jaw was tight, clearly irritated, and Perry didn't even know why. He shoved a box into her hands. I wanted to give you something to thank you for helping Benjamin. I'd like to thank you too, Benjamin said out of nowhere. He was still lying there but sat up a bit, flashing her a playful smile. You've taken such good care of me, I owe you. Just as Perry was about to turn them both down, Richard yanked her by the arm, pulling her back. She stumbled a step and glared at him. What the hell are you doing? I'll handle it, Richard said with a tight smile. It's my responsibility. He didn't even give Benjamin a chance to reply. Dragging a fuming Perry down the hallway, he stopped just outside the room. She shoved him off, tense with irritation. I don't need you paying me off. You saved Benjamin, Richard said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The least I can do is pay you properly. Before Perry could snap, he pulled a check out of his pocket. Her eyes widened at the amount, shock quickly replacing the irritation on her face. This is way too much, Alpha Richard. I have my own rates. The extra's just a tip for everything else, he said firmly. Perry let out a quiet sigh and crossed her arms. There's no way that qualifies as a tip. Once Benjamin is fully recovered, I'll send you a proper invoice. She didn't move a muscle to take the check, just stared at him with that stubborn look. Richard hesitated, then finally tucked the check back into his pocket. All right then, I'll find another way to make sure you get it. Relax, I don't overcharge, Perry joked casually. Just then, her phone buzzed. She glanced down. It was Tom Pierce. She gave Richard a quick apologetic wave and rushed off. Richard tried to follow, but she shot him a warning glare that stopped him in his tracks. In the end, she left the hospital by herself. Once she was out of Blood Moon territory, she called Tom back. He answered instantly, his voice upbeat and impressed. Oh, Miss Lake, that formula of yours worked wonders. I'm seriously feeling a lot better. It's just the beginning, Perry said, her tone serious. You need to keep taking it every day. I will, Tom promised, then switched gears. Also, Francis came to me. Apparently he's desperate to borrow some deltas, asked for my help. You're his daughter, and yeah, you're helping me out medically, but with the kind of crap he's pulled on you, I'm not sure I can bring myself to help him. I'm kinda stuck. Me treating you has nothing to do with him. It's your call, Perry said softly, voice calm but distant. Good. I was gonna turn him down anyway and let him stew in his own mess, Tom said with a snort. Honestly, what kind of man uses his own daughter as some bargaining chip? Even I think he's scum. Perry didn't respond. Her expression twisted into one of disgust, but Tom couldn't see that. She knew exactly what kind of man Tom was. Slick, opportunistic, another manipulative alpha, no better than Francis. After hanging up, she took a ride back to the Crown Regent Hotel. Perry sat in the lobby, waiting on Gina to finish getting ready. They had dinner plans tonight. Gina wanted to celebrate the fact that Perry was out of danger, and Perry had agreed. Just then, some new arrivals stepped through the doors. Francis walked in with Sarah by his side. He had a dinner meeting at the hotel's fancy restaurant, and Sarah had asked, no, begged, to come along. Francis started making calls right after stepping inside, while Sarah zeroed in on Perry the second she spotted her. With her chin held high and voice shrill, she strutted over. Well, look who it is, Perry Pierce. Perry slowly looked up, her gaze sharpening to a deadly edge. Sarah had come to humiliate her, tossing out snide remarks about her being Tom's supposed mate, and that hit a nerve deep. Perry glared at Sarah, fists clenched tight on her thighs. What did you just call me? I said Mrs. Pierce, Sarah repeated smugly, leaning in like a snake ready to strike. She studied Perry's face with exaggerated interest. You look terrible. Was Alpha Tom a little too rough with you last night? I mean, sure, you guys just mated, but even so, he totally wrecked you, didn't he? Perry's jaw tensed. She shot to her feet and in one swift motion, grabbed Sarah's throat with both hands before slapping her hard across the face with her right hand. A loud crack echoed as Sarah let out a shriek, red marks quickly blooming on her cheek. "Watch your mouth," Perry snapped, eyes flaming. "And don't ever call me that again." Sarah froze for a second, then slapped Perry's hands away while covering her stinging face. Her gaze turned poisonous. "You bitch! You backward freak! How dare you hit me?" "I damn well did," Perry sneered. "How's it feel? You're dead!" Sarah exploded, lifting her hand to strike back. But Perry twisted, grabbed her wrist tightly, and flung her aside. Sarah stumbled awkwardly, yelping from the sharp pain. Fury rolled off Sarah like a wave. Her rage was boiling over. For a second, it looked like she was about to shift into her wolf form and go straight for Perry's throat. Perry stood rigid, ready to go head-to-head with her. "What the hell is going on? Stop this right now!" Francis's voice cut through the tension as he strode in, snapping his phone shut. The raw alpha pressure coming from him made Sarah flinch and retreat behind him. Perry rolled her eyes in disgust. Francis's glare locked onto her. "Perry, you're her big sister. How could you hit Sarah like that? She just said a few words and you come at her like this. You're all seriously sick." Perry let out a cold laugh and turned to leave before she lost it even more. But Francis wasn't letting her go that easy. He followed close behind. "Perry, look, fine, I'll drop what happened with Sarah, but you need to tell me, what did you say to Alpha Tom? He doesn't want to work with me anymore." "Not my problem," Perry said sharply. "I don't even know him like that." "I heard he came to speak with you," Francis growled. "You mean when he kidnapped me? That?" Perry's face twisted in disgust. "Francis, the Ashen Pack has nothing to do with me. Whatever mess you're in, deal with it yourself. The stupid alliance thing is between you and Pierce, not me." Francis opened his mouth to argue again, but Sarah stormed up and planted herself by his side, shooting daggers at Perry. "You should be grateful you're even alive. That's my dad's mercy. He gave you to Tom Pierce, and if Tom wanted you dead, Dad could have let that happen." Perry met her stare with burning hatred, and then turned that same look on Francis. "You sold me to him for a handful of deltas. That's all it took for you to give me away. I owe you nothing, Francis. As of today, we're done. I'm not your daughter. Don't ever pretend you're my father again." "You?" Sarah screamed, nearly losing it. "You don't get to say that. You belong to the Ashen Pack. You owe us. If you still know your place, you better get Tom Pierce to agree, or I'll tell everyone he slept with you." Tom Pierce had such a trash reputation when it came to relationships that even the most reckless she-wolves avoided him like the plague. Hearing that, Perry boiled with anger, but then it hit her. Sarah had actually slept with him that night. She shot a disgusted look at her sister, eyeing her up and down for any signs of illness, but oddly enough, nothing seemed off. Was it possible Sarah hadn't shown symptoms yet? Clueless about Perry's gaze, Sarah kept taunting with a smug look. "Scared now, huh?" "Oh my God, Perry. Why didn't you run when you saw a nutcase coming your way?" Gina suddenly rushed over, throwing an arm around Perry's shoulders as she stood firm by her side. "Come on, don't waste time on idiots." The rage boiling inside Perry cooled instantly. She looked over gratefully and Gina gave her a cheeky wink. Sarah, caught off guard, instantly turned sour. "Who are you calling an idiot?" "If the shoe fits." Gina shot back without hesitation, rolling her eyes hard. "You." "Ugh!" Sarah nearly shrieked. "Gina Layton, we're honorable guests at the Crown Regent Hotel. No wolf here has ever disrespected us like you. Do you really want to start beef with the Ashen Pack?" Gina scoffed. "Like I'm supposed to be scared of you? Spoiler alert, rude wolves aren't welcome here." Her pack's businesses didn't need a handful of guests like Sarah and her crew, so Gina couldn't care less about the threats. With that, she grabbed Perry and walked straight to the elevator. As the doors slid shut, Sarah's yelling was cut off mid-curse. Once they were alone, Gina turned to Perry, looking relaxed but curious. "She still looks annoyingly energetic. Don't tell me Pierce's infection missed her? Ugh, I was so ready to roast her for that." "I don't know either." Perry shook her head, confused. "Maybe it's just taking time to show." Gina shrugged it off. Either way, Sarah's downfall was coming sooner or later. She grinned. "We don't need to stress about her. When that disease hits, she's gonna wish she kept her mouth shut. Karma's a beast, right?" Perry thought about Sarah's arrogant attitude and about her and Francis's disgusting schemes. All she felt was satisfaction, no pity. But neither of them knew Mara was the one who actually got infected. A few days later, Perry made one last trip to the Blood Moon Pack for Benjamin's final treatment. Holding Benjamin's hand gently, she smiled warmly at him. "Mr. Scott, your body's almost fully recovered now, but you still need to stick with the meds, okay?" Benjamin looked up at her, that lovely pale face. He never got tired of looking at her. In his eyes, she was the most breathtaking she-wolf he'd ever seen. Those clear, soft eyes of hers felt like spring water, pure and calming. She made his heart race. Whenever she busied herself with his treatment, he felt both grateful and guilty. "Thank you, Miss Lake. Please, just call me Benjamin." Perry blinked in surprise, then gave him a playful smile. Her voice was soft and teasing. It made his heartbeat go wild. "All right, Benjamin. You can call me Perry too. Now get some rest." She straightened her clothes, stood up, and turned to leave. Benjamin watched her back disappear with a sudden sadness in his chest. Before he could stop himself, he called out, "Perry, will you come back tomorrow?" She turned, surprised. The handsome wolf sat on the bed, those moody eyes filled with reluctant longing. Meeting his gaze, she gave a gentle, soothing smile. "Of course." "Great," Benjamin said, lighting up with a smile. His cheeks flushed slightly. "I'll be looking forward to it." Perry felt a sudden tightness in her chest. She nodded quickly and walked off without looking back. After handing the new formula to the healer inside, she stepped out of the hospital. The midday sun was a bit too intense, and Perry lifted her hand to block the light as she squinted against it. Out of nowhere, her lower abdomen clenched with a sharp ache. Sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. She gasped for air, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her vision blurred, and she sank to the ground, clutching at her chest. The world went black as she lost consciousness. "Miss Lake!" That was the last thing she heard, Miles's panicked voice ringing in her ears. Miles had just reached the entrance when he saw her collapse. He rushed over and scooped her up into his arms, carrying her swiftly into an empty ward. When Perry finally woke up, a few healers were standing nearby. "Glad you're awake, Miss Lake," said Miles, his voice sounding a little off. Holding her head, Perry slowly pushed herself up into a sitting position. She had no clue what had just happened, and guessed her exhaustion was just from overworking herself on Benjamin's case. "Did I just faint? Sorry. I must have scared you." "It's all right, but there's something important you need to hear." Miles exhaled deeply, the weight of his words obvious. Perry stared at him, confused. "What is it?" He gestured for the others to leave before turning to meet her gaze seriously. "Miss Lake, did you know you're pregnant?" It felt like the ground vanished underneath her. A cold dread squeezed her stomach. For what felt like forever, she couldn't speak. Then a raspy, barely there voice escaped her lips. "What did you just say?" Miles shot her a sympathetic look. He could tell she hadn't had a clue. She didn't even have a mate, and now she was pregnant. For a single female werewolf, that was complicated, to say the least. "You're pregnant. It's still early, which is probably why you hadn't noticed," he explained gently. Perry felt off, completely off. She'd been pouring all her energy into Benjamin's treatment and hadn't paid attention to her own health. She just thought the fatigue came from the blood transfusions. After a pause, she looked up sharply, nervous. "Does anyone else know?" "Relax, just me," Miles assured her. "Do you want me to find your boyfriend?" "I don't have one." Perry shook her head, biting her lip as she placed a hand on her belly. A tiny life was growing inside her, and she didn't even know who the alpha was that night. How was she supposed to find him? Miles looked taken aback. He stared at her, clearly shocked. "Oh, then is there anything I can do?" "Just, please don't tell anyone else," she whispered. Her voice was faint, her face pale. "No one can know." Miles frowned, clearly uneasy with the idea, but finally nodded. "All right, but you need to take it easy now. No more treating Mr. Scott." "I get it, but I can't stop now." Perry sighed heavily. "If I quit, everything I did before is wasted. There might be other ways. You're pregnant. You shouldn't be exhausting yourself. Benjamin isn't just your patient. He's mine too," Perry said firmly. "I have to see this through." Miles raised his hands in surrender. He knew better than to argue with her when she made up her mind. She closed her eyes and lay back down, but her thoughts were a chaotic mess. That night kept replaying in her head. This sudden pregnancy had hit her hard. What was she supposed to do now? After spending the whole afternoon resting at the hospital, Perry dragged her tired body back to the hotel just before dusk. Every step felt heavy. She looked completely drained. The truth was, she wasn't ready for any of this. A baby? She hadn't even figured out her own life yet. Clutching her mouth, she suddenly doubled over as another wave of nausea hit her. She dry heaved right there in the lobby. Gina, just off work, happened to catch sight of her and rushed over in alarm. She wrapped her arms around Perry's trembling frame. "Babe, what's going on? Talk to me, are you okay?" Perry gritted her teeth and let out a faint whisper. Her voice was barely audible. "I'm just starving. Can we grab something to eat first?" Worried sick, Gina guided her to the hotel restaurant and poured her a glass of water. "Now spill, what's really up?" Perry's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression sinking into sadness. "Gina, I'm pregnant. What am I supposed to do?"
What?
Gina nearly dropped her glass. Her hand flew to her mouth, overwhelmed. "Wait, no way. This has to be from that night, right? But we still don't know who that asshole even is. What are we gonna do?" Perry's face showed raw panic. She said nothing at first, then barely managed. "I honestly have no clue." Gina shot her a look, worried, furious. "Perry, we need to track him down. He deserves to know." She banged her fist on the table, eyes fierce with frustration. Perry, meanwhile, gave a helpless shake of her head, exhausted and bitter. That hollow pressure in her chest made every breath feel like a chore. "And then what?" she muttered. "Force him to admit it's his? Act like we're meant to be mates and play house together?" Gina didn't budge, locking eyes with her. "You at least need to know who he is, Perry. Leave the rest to me. I'm going to figure this out." Perry didn't have the heart to argue. She gave a tiny nod, distracted, and flipped open the menu. "Let's just eat something first, Gina. I'm really hungry." The meal was quick and tense. Afterward, Gina brought her down to the hotel's security room. Perry's chest tightened as the door clicked shut. Her breathing turned shallow. Part of her needed the truth, but another part wanted to run from it. What if the answer broke her? Her mind rewound back to that night. It was all shadows and heat and him. His hands, his body, it all felt so painfully real. She hadn't really seen his face, but now that she thought about it, the build, the feel, he reminded her of Richard. Could it really be him? That thought sent little jolts through her, nerves firing everywhere. Gina was all business as she told Riley, the guy in charge, to pull up the hallway footage from that night. But after combing through countless files, that day's videos were mysteriously gone. Gina narrowed her eyes and frowned. Why is this the only day that's missing? Riley looked super awkward. Maybe there was a system glitch. I can't recover it. What the hell are you guys even doing? You can't even get this right? Gina snapped, clearly pissed off. She took a deep breath, then turned to Perry with a concerned look. Sweetie, do you think you can recover it? Perry sat quietly in front of the computer, not saying a word. A few years back, she'd picked up some hacking skills from a guy she knew. She was a fast learner, and recovering a video file like this wasn't really tough for her. Still, she hesitated. What if, once that video was played, she saw an alpha who already had a mate? Gina, more desperate than Perry to find out the truth about that night, had kicked Riley out so they'd have the room to themselves. She sat next to Perry, her voice gentle. I know it's hard, but you can't keep running from this. Perry rubbed her nose, clearly flustered. Then she nodded, her tone firm. You're right. No matter what it is, I need to face it. It didn't take her long to recover the footage. Gina leaned in, eyes locked on the screen. I knew it. Byron totally lied back then, Gina said, trying to stay calm. Look, Richard went in and never came back out. See? And right after that, it was you who went in. Then there was that female wolf. She walked out after like a minute. Maybe Richard called her, but by then you were already inside. The tension on Perry's face slowly melted into shock. Her stomach twisted and her thoughts scrambled. So it really was him, Richard Scott. But why didn't he say anything? What a jerk alpha, Gina fumed, anger bubbling up. He slept with you and said nothing, not even a word after. Then he asks you to help his little brother like it's no big deal. What kind of person does that? Perry felt like she'd been stabbed right in the heart. Her mind spun in circles. He acts like that night never happened. Like I don't matter at all. He chased me, kissed me, then kept getting close to Mara like nothing was wrong. Tears welled up in Perry's eyes. Her sorrow hit like a wave and just kept crashing down. Her heart felt like it was collapsing in on itself. She clutched her chest and didn't say a word, drowning in despair. "I can't stand that bastard anymore," Gina exploded, shooting up from her seat. She grabbed Perry's hand and pulled her toward the door. "Come on, we're gonna find him. He's got some serious explaining to do. Just 'cause he's an alpha doesn't mean he gets to treat people like this." Hidden in the corner, Riley had seen everything. As the girls left, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Bellin's number. "Alpha Bellin, they got the footage back. They know." "Damn it!" Bellin's voice roared through the speaker. "How the hell did they recover it?" His face twisted with fury. He kicked the wall hard enough to shake it. After a few harsh breaths, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Keep your eyes on them. I want to know every move they make next." Yeah, got it," Riley replied with a flattering laugh, but in his head, he was already scheming how to squeeze more out of the deal. Bellin had paid him off to erase the security footage from the Crown Regent Hotel, and the money was way too tempting to say no. Chuck, Gina's alpha dad, had asked about it once, and Riley had thrown Richard under the bus, claiming it was his request. Chuck hadn't thought much of it. Now he was spinning a new tale, said the system had glitched. No one would suspect a thing. Gina dragged Perry straight to the top floor. They stopped in front of Richard's room and Gina knocked hard, but nothing. She glanced over at a cleaner nearby. The woman's answer only made her more annoyed. "Alpha Richard hasn't been staying here these past few days. Might not be in today either. Ms. Layton, I can unlock the door for you. There's no one inside." Gina waved her hand, frustrated, and let out a sigh. "What now? That jerk isn't even here anymore. Wait, he must be at Blood Moon Pack. Let's go find him." She turned to pull Perry along, but Perry shook her off. Gina looked over, surprised, only to see the crushed look on Perry's face. Perry covered her face with her hands. "I don't want to go. What's the point? Just to get humiliated again?" Her voice cracked, raw and full of pain, and Gina couldn't bring herself to keep pushing. Perry stood there, lost in thought, thinking, how can I stop him from being with Mara? I can't be some pathetic side chick raising his kid. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Gina finally reached out and hugged her. "Did you just change your mind? Weren't we set on making him pay?" Gina said softly. "Don't worry, I've got your back. He's not going to hurt you." "That's not it," Perry said weakly. I don't know how to face him." "And the baby?" Gina asked, helpless now. Perry looked down and gently rested her hand on her still flat stomach. She let out a long sigh. "I don't know. You're still so young, Perry. You don't even have a mate yet." "I know, but I've made up my mind. I won't hurt my child," Perry said, her voice steady now. Her eyes held firm resolve, but Gina could still see the pain behind them. "Whatever you decide, I'm with you. If you want to have this baby, I'll help you raise it. We're a team. No one's messing with you, I swear." Gina looked her right in the eyes, her tone serious and full of certainty, and that made Perry tear up again. Gina's unwavering support made things just a little less unbearable. "Thanks, Gina." Now Perry had to start figuring out how to keep her pregnancy under wraps. The thought itself felt like a brick on her chest. After parting with Gina, she dragged herself back to her room. It was late before she finally managed to fall asleep. One thing she knew for sure, Richard could never find out. That morning, Perry still showed up at the Blood Moon Pack. She needed to continue Benjamin's treatment. She didn't plan on staying long. Normally, she'd look forward to Richard's arrival, but today, the moment the session ended, she intended to leave. Just as she stood up, Richard's deep voice came from the doorway. "How's Benjamin doing?" His sudden appearance made her tense up. Perry paused for a second, her gaze instantly turning cold. She didn't respond. "I'm feeling much better, Richard," Benjamin spoke up, propping himself up against the pillow with a gentle tone. "All thanks to Perry's incredible care. She's been showing up every day." He looked at Perry with soft admiration in his eyes. "She's gone above and beyond for me." Perry clenched her fists but didn't turn around. A sudden cramp in her stomach made her gag. She covered her mouth as her shoulders shook slightly. Richard frowned, watching her with concern. "Are you okay?" His voice had that usual calm, low ring to it. She could hear that he was genuinely worried, but instead of comforting, it only made her more unsettled. Suddenly turning to face him, Perry stared with a mix of anger and sadness in her eyes. Those familiar, deep-set eyes. All she wanted was to ask him if he even realized that the she-wolf from that night was her. But the words stayed in her throat. What would he say if he actually knew? She thought bitterly. Her nerves were on edge since last night, and just seeing his face stirred up a wave of bitterness. He loves Mara, not her. And even if Richard wanted her to be his mate, she wouldn't accept. She was Perry Lake, daughter of an alpha, a fierce she-wolf who never forgave those who wronged her. And Richard Scott, he'd get what he deserved for hurting her. The sudden hostility in Perry's eyes confused Richard. As an alpha, he was used to giving warnings with that kind of glare, not receiving them. Still, he didn't get angry. A dull ache settled in his chest. Staring at Perry's stubborn expression, he didn't know what was going on, but her pale, fragile face made his heart squeeze. Maybe you should let Miles check on you, he suggested gently. No need. Perry looked away, trying to tamp down her irritation. Her tone was clipped. I know my body well enough, Richard. I don't need your concern. Richard's brows knitted together. But you clearly don't look well. Perry didn't say anything. She grabbed her bag from the side and walked right past him with a chill in her voice. I've got other things to handle. She pushed the door open and left without a glance. Instinctively, Richard raised his hand as if to stop her, but all he brushed against was the ends of her hair. A faint scent lingered, familiar and distracting. He froze for a moment, trying to place it. Everything about her tugged at him, but Perry was gone. He still had no idea why she was so upset. Perry seems pretty mad at you, Benjamin suddenly remarked. Did you do something recently that annoyed her? Richard glanced at him, confused. I didn't, Benjamin. You're overthinking it. Benjamin stared at him seriously. If you've upset her, then you should go make it right, Richard. Perry's done so much for me, and I really don't know how to repay her. Seeing Perry so heartbroken over Richard tore Benjamin up inside. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment toward the guy, even if it was just a little. He just hoped Richard would do the decent thing, apologize and cheer her up. Richard picked up on the care Benjamin had for Perry, and though it rubbed him the wrong way, he kept it to himself. He gave Benjamin a pat on the shoulder and said, Don't overthink it. Everything's fine. You just need to rest up. Then he walked out of the room, his chest tight and his thoughts heavy. He hadn't seen Perry in days, and had no clue what he'd done to make her so upset. After a bit of thinking, he made up his mind to find Miles, who'd been helping Perry with the treatments. Perry's been acting kinda off, he said as he stepped into the room. Any idea what's going on? Miles nearly jumped at the sudden entrance. The moment Richard spoke, Miles instantly pieced things together. But he played it cool, steering the conversation elsewhere. Miss Lake probably has her own stuff going on. Alpha Richard, do you really care that much about her? Richard narrowed his eyes, his tone dropping. It's Benjamin. He's worried something's wrong. She's still young, Miles replied vaguely. Girls can be hard to read sometimes. He had promised Perry to keep her pregnancy a secret, and no way was he going to spill, even with Richard eyeing him suspiciously. Luckily, Richard didn't push further. His gut was telling him to just go talk to Perry directly, instead of standing around, clueless and helpless. Back at the hotel, Perry felt like her legs could give out any second. She couldn't believe how calm Richard had been when they met, like nothing had happened. He'd been flirting, kissing her, making her believe he really cared. And then she saw him show up at the restaurant, all cozy with Mara, like that night meant nothing. He didn't even have the decency to tell her they hooked up. Did he seriously think she was some pushover he could just toy with? Richard's acting like it was all no big deal, she screamed internally, clenching her fists. Just wanted my body, didn't he? Joke's on him if he thinks I don't know my worth. But a wave of doubt crept in before she could catch it. Perry sank into the couch in the hotel lobby, covering her face as the tears came pouring out. What if Richard really didn't know? They'd both been in the dark that night about who the other was. But maybe for Richard, sleeping with a stranger didn't mean anything. Meanwhile, here she was, hooked on his sweet talk and that alpha charm. She was a mess of emotions, torn apart inside, completely lost on what the next step should be. Sniffling, she wiped the tears off her cheeks. When she looked up, Gina was there, looking worried and holding out a few tissues. "Girl, you're crying so hard. Did you run into Richard today?" "I did," Perry nodded quietly. "Yeah, I saw him." "Did you tell him about that night?" "No, I've made my choice. I'm raising this baby on my own. I can handle it." "Honey," Gina sighed, "I'm with you no matter what, but are you really sure you want your kid to grow up like you did? Just with a mom? No dad around? And let's be real, your dad was a total jerk." Perry froze, her fingers trembling lightly from the sadness bubbling up. "What, am I not doing okay?" In her mind, she could still see her mother, Helena, quietly crying late at night. But Helena had never let her go through it alone. She raised her with love and strength, even when she herself was falling apart. "I had my mom, my badass grandpa, and my mentor," Perry said after taking a breath. "Honestly, I never felt like I was missing anything." "You're really not going to tell Richard?" Gina's tone held a trace of worry. Perry nodded firmly. The hesitation that once lingered in her eyes was gone. "Yeah, I'm done caring, but that doesn't mean I'm letting him off the hook. He should pay for what he did," she added in a bitter whisper. "He broke my heart." Gina pulled her into a hug, her voice low and tight with emotion. "You've got this, Perry. No matter what happens, I'll be here. We'll raise this baby right, safe and happy." They leaned on each other like the ride-or-die friends they were. But out of their sight, Belen Morgan stood there, face unreadable and cold. He leaned against the wall, keeping out of view. When Riley told him the news yesterday, he hadn't believed it. But now he'd overheard something that made his blood run cold. "Perry's actually pregnant." Belen was reeling. "I've got to figure something out, fast." Perry already knew it was Richard that night. If that got to Richard, everything Belen had built would collapse in seconds. All his lies, exposed. And Mara? She'd be history. Richard would lose his mind over that drugging incident. Out of all things, Richard's biggest trigger was betrayal. Belen's gut turned as he realized, if Richard found out the truth, found out they'd tried to manipulate him. The Silverfang pack was finished. A cold sweat broke out. But then one thought stuck with him. Why hadn't Perry told Richard about the baby? Regardless, he saw an opening. He couldn't just sit back. As he watched Perry and Gina disappear down the path, his phone buzzed. Irene was calling. "Belen," she sounded anxious. "Get Mara to pressure Alpha Richard about Pierce already. He still hasn't handed over that damn Delta like he promised. We're out of moves. That's why I'm calling you." Yeah, I'll talk to him," Belen muttered half-heartedly, "but I'm not making any promises." Mara was still stuck in the hospital, recovering. Turns out she'd caught syphilis from Tom. Fantastic. Richard said he'd think about getting involved with her, but he's been radio silent since. Belen was spinning. Nothing was working. But Irene wasn't buying his stalling. She pushed harder. "You're an alpha. You and Mara together. No way Richard ignores that. We don't have time to wait anymore. And that betch Perry, she won't even look at us now." Hearing her rant about Perry's cold shoulder gave Belen a flash of inspiration. He grinned, wicked and sure. "Actually, I might have just the plan." Richard stood with his arms folded, face expressionless. In front of him was Belen Morgan. Belen had rushed over to the Blood Moon pack and waited a long time before Richard finally showed up. Clearing his throat, Belen spoke carefully. "Alpha Richard, I think we need to have a serious conversation about Mara." "Go ahead," Richard said flatly, clearly uninterested. That indifference sank like a stone in Belen's gut. "What do you want to say?" Straightening his posture, Belen narrowed his eyes and used a firmer tone. "The Silverfang pack's ready to have Mara become Luna. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the whole being her mate thing." There wasn't even a flicker of emotion on Richard's face. Gritting his teeth, Belen went on. "I'm sure you've picked up on how Mara feels about you, and I bet you're into her too. So why not work together?" "Are you ordering me around now?" Richard's voice dropped dangerously. He stared at Belen with cold, sharp eyes filled with pressure. "Maybe show a bit more respect, rather than coming at me like you're issuing threats. If it weren't for that night, the one where his fated mate had shown up, he wouldn't have bothered sparing Belen." Even though Belen was an alpha, the intensity coming off Richard made him sweat. The urge to fight burned in his veins. tangled up with a gnawing fear. Of course not, Bellin said dryly. The air seemed to get a little lighter as Richard's tension eased just slightly. He let out a breath. It's just, Mara's been missing you badly. She keeps asking why you haven't gone to see her. Have you forgotten about her already? I'm just worried, okay? Before he could finish, Richard scoffed and started walking off toward his car, clearly done with the conversation. Frustrated, Bellin shouted at his back, "Alpha, Richard!" But Richard didn't even flinch. He got into the car and slammed the door behind him, leaving Bellin standing there with his anger boiling. With that clear brush off, Bellin had no choice but to leave the Blood Moon territory. Byron started the car, glancing at Richard with uncertainty. "Alpha, are you really going to make Mara Morgan our Luna?" Richard leaned back in his seat, rubbing his temples. His voice was low and tired. "I need to think." He didn't dislike Mara. She was his fated mate, after all. He remembered her body from that night, soft, tempting, leaving him hooked. He still dreamt about her, her voice, her skin, the way her body moved under him. But it was Perry Lake who kept creeping into his thoughts lately. That strong, stubborn girl pulled at something deeper in him. She felt more like the woman from that night, more than Mara ever did. Maybe that's why he kept distancing himself from Mara. He didn't feel that same pull. Whenever he saw Perry, he had this urge to kiss her, hold her close, take everything she had to give. The fire in her eyes stabbed right into his chest, making him want to see her, feel her, be with her. "Frankly, the Morgans and Silverfang Pack don't do anything for us," Byron said coolly. "But if you decide to make Miss Morgan Luna, I just hope she's fully ready to take on the role." Richard stayed silent for a long time, Perry's face flashing through his mind over and over. It was driving him insane, but the thought of her, her voice, her strength, he just couldn't shake it. His heart thudded slow and heavy in his chest. He clenched his fists just as his phone started buzzing. Mara was calling. Richard let out a breath and softened his shoulders, but the look on his face stayed cold. He lazily swiped to answer. Voice flat, "Mara, what's going on?" "Richard," Mara's tone was sweet but laced with nervous energy. "Where are you? I'm really sorry. My brother Bellin came looking for you. If he said anything out of line, please don't take it to heart." Her voice was all soft and careful, trying to come off as endearing. "What happened that night wasn't your fault. It was Bellin's mess, and I didn't mean to walk in. I love you, even if you don't love me back. I just—" "How are you feeling now?" Richard cut in smoothly, his voice effortlessly charming. "I mean, physically, are you recovering?" Mara's heart almost leapt out of her chest. She could practically picture that smoldering look of his, and it sent a jolt through her, making her fumble to keep hold of her phone. I'm okay, but Richard, I want to see you." Her ears were already burning red, but instead of a reply, all she got was silence. Panic flickered across her face. Did she say too much? Did she ruin it by being too forward? Her stomach dropped as the seconds dragged on like hours. Finally, Richard answered, calm and cool, "I'll let you know if I get some free time." Mara clutched the front of her shirt, trying to stifle her excitement. "Okay, Richard, I'll be waiting anytime." Richard didn't say another word, just hung up. But to Mara, that was everything. She turned to Bellin, her face flushed with hope. "Did you hear that? He still cares." "That's enough," Bellin said, voice tight as his brows pulled together. He let out a long breath. "How's your condition now?" Mara's expression faltered. She rubbed her arm nervously, the color draining from her cheeks. "It's worse. The rash, it's spreading fast and it itches like crazy." She burst into tears again. Bellin pinched the bridge of his nose, swiping the air in frustration. All right. I'll figure something out. Just stay put in the hospital and don't go wandering around. Don't let Scott see you like this." Now, not only did he have to deal with her weird illness, he also had to find a way to handle the baby Perry was carrying. Another treatment, done. Perry stepped out of the Blood Moon Pack's hospital, one hand over her mouth. The pregnancy symptoms were getting worse. Her stomach kept twisting in waves of nausea that left her drained and low-key starving. She fished a fruit candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it in. The sweet, sour orange flavor eased her a bit. Outside the hospital, a few wolves were out strolling with their pregnant mates, all smiles and laughter. Perry watched them, a little stunned. That kind of joy, she could feel it in the air, and it hit her straight in the chest. She hugged her own belly. There wasn't a visible bump yet, but she could sense the life growing inside. And it was a life she couldn't tell anyone about. That crushed her. Only then did she realize maybe she wasn't as strong as she'd thought. Her chest tightened, her thoughts bitter. Why me? Why do I have to go through this alone? Just then, a masked wolf brushed past. In the blink of an eye, he snatched her purse and bolted. Perry's jaw dropped. She shifted form on impulse and leapt after him. Stop! Her notebook was inside, full of notes on Benjamin's condition. She couldn't let it fall into the wrong hands. Fury pushed past the nausea and aches as she darted through the busy area outside the hospital, weaving between people like her life depended on it. One of the werewolves suddenly stepped right in front of her. She didn't have time to stop and tripped, falling forward. Perry tried to steady herself, but it was no use. Just as she braced for impact, a wolf caught her mid-fall. The others tensed up instantly, carefully backing away. The one who had tripped her looked completely freaked out, scrambling backwards while stammering, "I'm sorry! I'm sorry!" Perry didn't even have time to process. In the wolf's arms, she shifted back slowly, breathing hard. When she finally looked up, she saw it was a massive, powerful wolf, and her instincts screamed at her to be cautious. Then the wolf shifted too, his arms wrapping around her protectively. "Are you all right?" His voice was low, full of concern. The warmth of his embrace was unmistakable, and so was the faint smell of alcohol. It hit her in an instant. That scent, that face, it was Richard. Her voice shook as she said his name. "Richard!" She jerked away from him, didn't say another word, and turned to keep chasing the thief. Richard was stunned for a beat, but quickly closed the distance. "Perry, where are you going?" His voice was rough, serious. "That wolf took my bag," she snapped, irritated. "It's got Benjamin's files in it. He's right up there." She pointed ahead. Richard spotted him right away, just as he ducked toward a side alley. Without thinking, Richard shifted and charged forward, slamming him to the ground. The thief cried out, turning into his wolf form and snapping at Richard, but Richard easily pinned him with a heavy paw, his presence radiating alpha dominance. The other wolf trembled, pinned and frozen, whining as he finally dropped Perry's bag. But the moment Richard checked the contents, the thief bolted, disappearing into the alley in a flash. Perry caught up just in time to see Richard standing there, holding her bag with a stormy expression on his face. "Check it. See if anything's missing," he said, handing it to her with a steady tone. She took it, opened it quickly. "No, everything's still here." Richard's shoulders relaxed a bit. He moved to stand beside her, eyes sharp as he asked, "Do you need to go back to the hospital? Get checked?" She had her hand resting on her stomach, face tight with discomfort. That alone set off alarm bells in his head. But Perry wasn't about to tell him the truth. She just shook her head, brushing off his concern. "I'm fine, just haven't felt great lately. That guy who tried to rob you, he's not one of ours, and the one who tripped you, not ours either." Richard's eyes narrowed. "I think they're connected. Maybe someone's figured out who you really are. Maybe they're after Benjamin's data." Perry let out a frustrated sigh. "I thought the same thing. I handwrote all that stuff. If someone gets their hands on it, my whole treatment plan could be at risk. And Benjamin too." She paused, something shifting in her expression. Some part of her wanted to say thank you. He had helped, after all. But every little thing about Richard, the way he smelled, the weight of what he'd done, kept reminding her this was the alpha who got her pregnant and wanted nothing to do with it. Thank you just wouldn't come out. It felt too cheap. So instead, she stayed quiet, lips pressed tight, looking like she was sulking. Richard glanced at her, confused, but his worry overpowered everything else. He reached for her, grip firm. "You need to let Miles take a look." "I said I'm fine," Perry muttered, staring straight back at him, stubborn as ever. A heavy, restless frustration stirred in Richard's chest. "Whatever," Perry finally looked away. "Let's just go." She turned her head, silently following Richard, but keeping a few steps between them. He tried to reach for her hand multiple times, yet she always sidestepped without a word. It was obvious her mood was in the dumps. "I'll look into what just happened," Richard said steadily, despite the gloom briefly flashing in his eyes. "Whoever dared lay a hand on you will pay. No one gets to hurt you." Perry didn't say a word. Inside, she was screaming, "And what about you, Richard, after everything you've done?" But she didn't voice it. They arrived at the hospital soon after. Perry went straight to Miles and turned down Richard's offer to accompany her. "You really don't look good," Miles frowned, guiding her toward a treatment room. "I'm not," Perry replied, clearly worn out. "I had to chase down a werewolf earlier." His expression turned serious. "You're insane. You can't be running around right now." He grabbed a bottle of meds from a cabinet. "You're pregnant, Perry. That's risky as hell." "I get that. Seriously, I'm not being reckless," she muttered, taking the meds and sitting down. "Just let me rest for a bit." "Sure. Want me to ask Alpha Richard to leave?" "Please. I need a break." Miles gave her shoulder a light pat before quietly heading out. Whatever he had done, it worked. No one else came in. Perry was finally alone. She took the medicine, lay down pressing a hand against her belly, and shut her eyes, drifting into a restless sleep. She didn't know how long she was out. Could have been minutes or hours, but she felt the door open and heard footsteps. When she opened her eyes, Richard was standing by her bed, his red eyes locked on her. "How are you feeling, Perry?" Her face darkened the moment she saw him. "I'm fine, just tired. Let me rest by myself, Alpha Richard," she said dryly. "It's getting late. I'll have someone bring dinner," he offered, stepping closer. The concern in his eyes was real, which only made it harder for her to push him away. Her throat felt tight, and nausea rose again. She shook her head. "No need. Gina's picking me up later. You should get back to work, Alpha Richard. I've got this." "But," Richard hesitated. His worry was plastered all over his face. Just then his phone buzzed, cutting him off mid-sentence. He glanced down, clearly frustrated, pulling his phone out. Perry caught a glimpse of the screen, Mara Morgan. A bitter smile tugged at her lips before she looked away. Richard answered quickly and walked out into the hallway. She watched his back disappear through the door, overwhelmed by a swirl of sorrow and panic. It'll be Mara for him eventually, not me. Richard closed the door behind him and answered the call. "What's up?" he asked. "I was just wondering." Mara's voice came through sweet as ever. "Would you like to grab dinner later? It's been a while since I had French food." Richard didn't want to go anywhere. His tone was neutral. "I've got things to handle tonight, maybe some other time." "All right," Mara said, disappointment obvious. "I'll be waiting. I've always been waiting for you." She was fishing for info, trying to confirm if Richard knew about Perry's pregnancy, but Richard had zero intention of taking the bait. "Okay," he said calmly and hung up. Richard ended the call pretty fast. He turned to head back into the room, then stopped at the doorway. He could tell Perry had been pushing him away lately. That much was obvious. What he couldn't figure out was, why? If she doesn't want to see me, he thought with a twinge of frustration, then fine, I'll stay out of it. He stiffened his jaw and walked off without looking back. About an hour later, Gina showed up at the hospital and took Perry out with her. It was already dark outside. As they walked through the hospital's front doors, Gina suddenly noticed how Perry hadn't said a single word. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her eyes looked somewhere else. Out of nowhere, a figure stepped in front of them. Gina's brows pulled together. "What are you doing here?" "Why shouldn't I be?" Sarah snapped, all smug like she was waiting for a fight. Her sharp voice caught Perry's attention. "Wow, Perry, you're here too? What happened? Ran into something so bad you had to beg a blood moon healer for help?" Perry stared at her with zero amusement. "That's none of your business." Oddly enough, she wasn't really angry. More curious, actually. Sarah didn't look sick, no sores, no signs of infection. But after all this time, shouldn't she be showing symptoms? Unless someone had managed to cure her, but Perry didn't buy that. Not with someone like Sarah. "If I were you, I wouldn't be out here acting like a clown," Gina said, stepping up and blatantly looking Sarah up and down. "What's up with your makeup? You look like you ran here from a costume party." "Mind your own business." Sarah flushed, instinctively touching her face. She shot Gina a death glare and snapped, "Perry owes the Ashen Pack big time. I'm just here to make sure she pays. That's not your concern." Perry let out a laugh, cold and dry. She opened her mouth to reply, but suddenly doubled over with a dry heave. She clutched her stomach, face gone pale, coughing hard. Gina rushed to support her while Sarah's eyes went wide. You're pregnant? Of course she thought that. Perry's heart sank, but she forced herself upright. Don't be ridiculous. I just haven't eaten all day. My stomach's off. What about you, though? Why are you at a Blood Moon hospital? Everyone knew Blood Moon had the best healers around. Sarah folded her arms and tilted her chin. I'm picking up meds for my dad. The Ashen Pack doesn't carry that stuff. He's been sick ever since you riled him up. She squirmed a bit under Perry's gaze, then glared back. Stop looking at me like that. It's your fault he's like this. He brought it on himself. Gina cut in, stepping between them again, blocking Sarah's glare. You. Sarah looked like she was ready to explode, but swallowed it down. She wasn't reckless enough to stir up trouble on Blood Moon territory. I'm not here to waste time arguing. Unlike you lot, some of us actually have responsibilities. She turned around and stormed off. Back in the car, Sarah immediately blurted out to Francis, Dad, I'm pretty sure Perry's pregnant. She probably got knocked up sleeping around, no telling by who. Could be Pierce. Francis sat there in disbelief. Perry's pregnant? Yup, Sarah said, venom in every word. No wonder she didn't want to marry Scott or Pierce. Francis didn't wait another second. He jumped out of the car, Sarah right behind him. Perry hadn't gotten far when they caught up. Whose baby is that, Perry? Francis demanded, his eyes locked on her stomach, which, at least for now, looked flat as ever. I'm not judging you, I just need to know. That's none of your business, Perry snapped, her voice sharp as ice. Exactly where did you get the idea that I'm pregnant? Francis's face twisted with fury. His eyes bore into her, sharp and unforgiving. Perry had trashed the deal they made with the Blood Moon Pack, leaving them scrambling for alternatives. And now she's pregnant, with some random werewolf's baby? It was too much. Her rejection had turned his world into a mess. The Ashen Pack was practically in ruins, disrespected and desperate. He'd been begging other packs for support, even humbling himself in front of Tom Pierce. Just to get treatment, he had to crawl back to the Blood Moon Pack's doorstep, and all of that boiled inside him. Clenching his jaw, he growled low, Do you actually think I can't control you? Let me remind you, I'm your father. If I say you're going to mate with Pierce, then that's what you're going to do. End of story. Oh, really? Perry's reply came fast and sharp. She wasn't even flinching under his weak alpha aura. In fact, her tone turned colder. Well, let me make something clear. I couldn't care less about you or your precious pack. I live with Grandpa out in the country, and honestly, I'm doing just fine on my own. Maybe you should figure out how you're going to pay back all those favors you've been begging for. Her words hit him like a truck. His chest suddenly tightened, breaths coming short and ragged. His heart pounded with rage, threatening to tear through his body. He stared at her, eyes clouded with betrayal. You've let me down so much. You nasty little slut, Sarah screamed, eyes wild, disbelief etched across her face. Damn it, Perry, go to hell. She snarled, eyes flashing like she was about to shift, sharp teeth ready to attack. But before she could move, something darker swept over them, stopping her cold. Sarah froze mid-step as the atmosphere turned heavy, crushing. Her body started to shake. Slowly, she turned around, and there he was. Richard Scott stood there, his face expressionless but utterly chilling. The sight alone made Sarah nearly pass out. Her whole body quivered, teeth chattering as she stumbled back. Alpha Richard, what are you doing here? The light casting on his face seemed to draw a line between warmth and ice. He didn't have to say a word, just standing there made everyone shut up. His voice came out calm, low, but laced with warning. Leave, now. Sarah turned pale as paper and instinctively ducked behind Francis. Francis looked pissed and sick all at once, coughing hard but holding his ground. This is between me and my daughter. Alpha Richard, I think it's best you stay out of this. But Richard didn't even blink. He walked straight to Perry, his gaze locked on her tired, pale face. After stepping away earlier, something had drawn him back, and it had led him to this disaster. The moment he saw what Sarah and Francis were spewing at Perry, every protective instinct went into overdrive. He wanted them out, as far from Perry as possible. You're tough, I know that, Richard said softly, but that doesn't mean you don't need someone in your corner. Perry blinked at him, stunned by his gentleness. For a second, it felt like his warmth wrapped around her like a blanket. Her heart clutched at the comfort. It was too familiar. Too much. She blinked again, keeping her tears in check. "Let's just go," Gina muttered, pouting as she grabbed Perry's hand and tugged gently. She shot Richard a look, clearly not a fan, but decided to let it slide. She hasn't had a proper meal all day. "Sounds like dinner's in order then," Richard said, the tension fading from his voice. The intense aura vanished, and even Gina relaxed a bit. Perry gave a small nod, her lips curving into a faint smile. "Yeah, I could eat." "Come on, Gina," she added as she turned around, not sparing Richard another glance. She walked off, leading Gina with her, straight and sure. Richard stayed rooted in place, staring as her back disappeared down the hall. That quiet rejection cracked something inside him. She was keeping him out, and he could feel it deep in his bones. Still, he had no right to force his way in. Perry picked a spot in the corner of the restaurant. She pulled out her phone and called Dylan. "Hey, I'm having dinner with Gina. Want to join us? I just sent you the location." "Absolutely." Dylan's voice lit up. He hung up in a hurry. "Be right there." Gina covered her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. She raised an eyebrow and whispered to Perry, "Still got a crush on you, that Dylan." "Don't start." Perry shot her a sharp look, cheeks turning a little pink. "We're just friends. That's it." "Sure, whatever you say." Gina giggled but didn't push it. Not long after, Dylan showed up wearing a slick leather jacket. His messy brown hair screamed carefree, and he flashed them an eager grin as he walked over. "Tonight's on me." He sat down with a big smile and didn't hide the way he looked at Perry. "Order whatever you want." Seeing how excited he was, Perry chuckled. "You? Please. You just started your job. Let me treat you guys. Eat what you want. I've got it covered." "You don't even have a job right now." Gina raised a skeptical brow and crossed her arms. "At least Dylan and I are earning paychecks. Has Richard paid you for the treatments yet?" Perry gave a cheeky wink, tapping the menu lightly with her fingers. "Relax. It's just dinner. I can handle it." "So what you're telling me," Gina narrowed her eyes, "is that you've been secretly making money healing people?" Perry cracked a huge grin but dodged the question. Her other identity was kind of legendary and very hush-hush. Most wolves couldn't even reach her. When she did take a case, her fees were no joke. Anyway, there's something I wanted to say." Dylan jumped in quickly, clearly wanting to change the subject. He managed to grab Gina's attention too. "Perry, I want to ask again. Please consider joining our pack as a healer. You'd be great at it, and plus, I'll be there." He looked at her with hopeful eyes, but she shook her head without missing a beat. "No thanks. I like doing my own thing." Even though the Ashen Pack wasn't a bad option, being just a healer in a fixed spot wasn't her vibe. Dylan could ask her 100 times, she'd still say no, even if it left him disappointed. "Looks like your Dylan's gonna be all mopey now," Gina teased with a mischievous grin. "You should see his face." Dylan's ears flushed red. He shot Gina a glare. "I'm not moping. Can we just order already?" A few days later, Perry was wrapping up Benjamin's final treatment. Miles stood by the doorway, worry written all over his face as he looked at her increasingly pale expression. "Ms. Lake, you're pregnant. This kind of healing, it might be too much. You've got to think about the baby." "I can handle it." Perry had made up her mind. She knew the risks, but she wasn't going to throw everything away now. Her hand gently rested on her belly, and her gaze turned firm. "I'm finishing this." Miles sighed and gave her hand a brief squeeze before opening the door for her. Benjamin lay in bed. Perry walked over and took his hand, a gentle warmth flowing through her touch as she sent healing energy into him. His tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed, his breathing steadied. But as he mended, Perry's strength clearly started to fade. She let go of the doorframe and slowly stepped out of the room. The moment she opened the door and saw Miles, a wave of dizziness hit her, and she stumbled forward. Miles caught her just in time, holding her steady with clear worry in his eyes. "Come on, lie down for a bit. Let me help you recover." Perry gave a small nod. Miles carefully led her to the room next door. Benjamin didn't wake up until a while later. Instinctively, the first thing he did was glance to his side, hoping to find Perry there. But all he saw was a healer he didn't recognize who had just walked in. "Where's Miss Lake?" "She's in the room next door, getting some rest," the healer replied. "She was completely wiped out. She said she'd come by after she's had some sleep." A relieved smile spread over Benjamin's face. He couldn't wait to get up. I'm going to see her now. I'm already walking fine. Relax, really. I'm recovering well. He took a few steps, and the healer stopped looking quite so panicked. Once Benjamin's condition seemed stable enough, the healer led him to Perry's room. Benjamin quickly fixed his expression, trying to look more put together. But as soon as he opened the door and saw Perry lying in bed, trying to rest, guilt washed over him. His eyes softened with unfiltered concern. He walked quietly over to her side and spoke in a low voice full of emotion. I'm sorry. You've gone through so much because of me. I don't even know how to begin to repay you. Seeing the handsome man standing there with that wounded look on his face, clearly worried about her, made Perry's mood lift just a little. She blinked, giving him a playful look. No need to be dramatic. I'm charging you for this anyway. I just hope I can afford your rates. Benjamin finally cracked a smile, trying to lighten the mood. How are you feeling? He took a seat by her bedside, his gaze locked on her face. His heartbeat thudded slowly but deeply, just for her. Whenever she was around, Benjamin felt like everything was okay. He couldn't help falling for her. I'm all right. I'm tougher than I look, Perry said with a smile. That was your last session. Soon you'll be free to leave and get on with your life. Her words caught him off guard. A pang of sadness crept into his chest, sharp and sudden, like something important had just slipped through his fingers. It ached so badly he felt breathless. You're leaving? He asked, voice barely above a whisper, hands pressed over his chest where it hurt the most. But I'm not fully healed. You can't just leave me now. I don't want to be apart from you. He leaned in closer to her, their faces just inches apart. His hand brushed over hers, feeling her warmth, admiring her delicate features. But she slowly pulled her hand away. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're truly all right, she said, her voice calm, eyes gentle. That wasn't what Benjamin was hoping to hear. The way she avoided his gaze made his chest squeeze even tighter. I said I would help you, and I will, Perry said quietly, looking away. Benjamin's heart sank to rock bottom. He let out a soft, almost mocking laugh, trying to ease the tension. But no matter how hard he tried to pretend it didn't hurt, he couldn't shake off how deeply he cared about her, or how much this stung. You should go outside, stretch your legs. Get some sun, Perry said, turning to meet his eyes. There was no extra emotion in her look, just the calm concern of a healer doing her job. Come on, I'll walk you out myself. Benjamin drew a deep breath, his jaw tight, fingers trembling despite his effort to look composed. He offered a thin, forced smile and followed her out of the clinic. He stayed close to her the whole time, but no matter how near he stood, he couldn't close the distance between their hearts. Perry, I didn't expect someone so young to be this powerful, Benjamin said, switching the subject. When I first saw you, I thought Richard must have made a mistake. Clearly, I was wrong. Perry gave him a gentle smile. Healing werewolves has been my dream since I was a kid. I've worked really hard for it. Benjamin, a cold voice suddenly cut in, breaking the calm vibe. Richard walked over casually, and the moment she saw him, Perry felt her stomach drop. His eyes locked on how close she and Benjamin were standing. Didn't think you'd be out and about already, Richard said coolly, staring at him. Thanks to Perry, Benjamin replied, his hands tightening. She more or less brought me back to life. Took care of me the whole time. He didn't hide the affection in his eyes as he looked at her, which made Richard's face darken for a sec before he masked it again. His tone sank, low and firm. Still, you just recovered. Head back up. Benjamin stiffened at the clear dismissal and looked up with a twinge of resistance. But one glance at Richard's expression made him falter. He shot Perry one last look, equal parts reluctant and bitter, before mumbling, I'll go then. She nodded slightly. Watching him walk off with that heavy stare stung a little, but she held herself steady. There was a flicker of satisfaction in Richard's gaze as he turned to Perry, his tone relaxing a notch. You doing anything tonight? I was thinking, maybe dinner together? Perry instinctively stepped back, her eyes clearly uncomfortable. She waved her hand lazily. I caught the wolf who mugged you yesterday. Richard cut in fast, flashing a quick smirk. He caught the pause in her reaction, the way she froze for a second before sighing and reluctantly giving in. Fine. Richard took her to a nearby Italian spot he clearly favored. said it had the best chef in town, and Perry had to admit she liked the place. She scanned the menu and casually picked a few things. "Thanks for everything you did for Benjamin," Richard said, tugging at his tie and lifting his glass. His eyes didn't leave her face the entire time. There was this glow about her tonight that made him stare longer than he should have. Perry looked down to avoid his gaze, her fingers fiddling with the hem of her shirt. Her voice was soft, almost too quiet. "It's my job. You'll need to cover the fees. No need to thank me." Inside, she was bitterly amused. After all this, Richard still wanted things to seem normal between them. He must think I'm an idiot who can't see through him, she thought coldly. Her tone dropped, hard as stone, clearly showing she was over it. Richard frowned, confused and frustrated. He couldn't quite figure out why she suddenly felt so distant. "I mean it. I really appreciate it," he said, staring at her distracted expression. Perry didn't respond. She didn't want to hear any more. His attempt at flirting made her chest tighten. That same old familiar look in his eyes, full of emotion, as if none of it had ever gone wrong, made the air around her feel heavy. She remembered how badly she'd fallen for that very gaze. Now it just hurt, even more. "I wanted to ask about that werewolf you caught." Perry shifted the topic smoothly. "Did he say anything useful?" Richard let out a soft sigh, like he was still stuck in his own thoughts, then focused. "The one who robbed you and the one who tripped you up, same group. They're a small-time gang that sneaks into different packs to steal stuff. Thought your bag was full of cash." Perry let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. For a moment, she'd been afraid her cover was blown. It turned out to be just random thieves. If she had known it was that simple, she wouldn't have accepted Richard's offer. She sipped her water and glanced at him with a slight pout. His striking eyes were locked on her, unblinking, and that made her cheeks warm. "You've been mad at me lately," Richard said suddenly, narrowing his eyes. "I can't help but wonder why." Perry froze. Her lips pressed together, breath catching slightly. Her heartbeat pounded in her ears, fast and loud, making it hard to respond right away. Of course he noticed. Part of her wanted him to, but the other part was terrified he might actually understand why. Then she remembered everything he'd done, and her anger rushed back to the surface. Perry clenched her fists, her breath shaky. Finally, she bit out in a low voice. "Must be your imagination, Alpha Richard. What, you think every female wolf in the world is supposed to be into you? Always nice and sweet?" She had no intention of telling him about the baby, not while he was still playing dumb. He already had Mara, and her pride wouldn't let her beg for more. Even if she loved him, even if it hurt like hell. "I get that you don't like me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have turned me down," Richard murmured, eyes filled with confusion. "But you're so different now. I don't get it. You've changed, and I want to know why." He leaned in closer, tension radiating from him. "I want to know everything about you." Perry swallowed hard. Her heart was racing fast again, but this time she managed to steady herself. "If it weren't for your brother's condition, we wouldn't even have had a second conversation. Once Benjamin's okay, I'll be gone. So whether I like you or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?" She looked at him, pain flickering across her face, though she tried to hide it. What hurt the most was his insistence on acting clueless. He had Mara wrapped around his arm, yet wouldn't admit that night was between him and her. That lie cut deep. Richard had always been the icy, dominant type. Ever since he became alpha, people just bowed to him. But Perry, she never gave in, and that threw him off completely. He could have used force, but he didn't want her to despise him. He loved the way her smile lit up her face, and those soft lips. He wanted more, in ways he didn't fully understand. After Perry said her piece, she went quiet. Richard realized he'd hit a wall and backed off, sighing in defeat. "Let's eat, yeah?" he said gently. "Food hasn't done anything wrong after all. Just enjoy it." She gave a polite smile, the kind that said, "Finally." The rest of the meal passed in silence. Pregnant she-wolves always needed extra food, and she wasn't shy, stuffing her face, absolutely savoring every bite. When they finished, Richard stood up first and held out his hand. "Let me drive you back." Perry reflexively started to refuse. But Richard cut her off, calm and firm. "I brought you here. It's only right I take you back." His gaze was steady, patient. Perry bit her lip, annoyed again by just how good he was at this. He knew exactly what to say, exactly when to say it. She wasn't mad about it, really. Just, ugh. I'd rather go alone, she muttered. No offense, Alpha Richard, but I'm not in the mood to share a car ride. Her cool tone clearly stung, but Richard just shrugged. All right then. Right then, a group of people walked into the restaurant. Bellin led the way, bringing in his guests. As soon as he looked up and saw Richard and Perry standing close, he froze for a second, then quickly headed their way. Alpha Richard, fancy running into you. He glanced sideways at Perry, eyes scanning her up and down with feigned curiosity. And this is... Richard didn't bother hiding his cold look. Clearly he had no interest in introducing Perry. She caught the odd nervous tension on Bellin's face, frowned slightly back, not recognizing him as an alpha from Irene's old pack. She picked up her pace, not even giving him a chance, and exited the restaurant. Bellin was left there, awkward and stiff, red alerts going off in his mind. He couldn't allow Richard to get this close to Perry again. If Richard developed real feelings for her and found out the truth, he hurried to block Richard's view of her, stepping directly into his line of sight. Richard's stare only grew icier. He looked at Bellin with a blank expression. Why do you care who she is? Bellin's fingers twitched. He clenched his teeth hard for the sake of their plan. No reason. Just, Mara's been waiting for you every day. She's heartbroken, you won't even go see her, and here you are having dinner with... What I do isn't your business, Richard interrupted coolly, brows knitting. Done explaining. He walked off, completely ignoring Bellin's twisted expression. Bellin's look turned dark. Richard was clearly way too invested in Perry, and this wasn't part of the plan. They shouldn't be this close. What the hell happened between them? Last night, Irene had told him that Sarah saw Perry and Richard at the hospital, seriously close, and Richard standing up for her. And now they were having dinner together? Maybe Perry already spilled the whole truth. That thought gave him a real knot in his gut. Even if Mara had Richard's attention, it wasn't enough. Their plan to scare Perry with that staged robbery had gone unnoticed. He needed something riskier. He needed to find a way to end the pregnancy. That baby could not be born. Balin's eyes chilled at the thought. Back at the hotel, Perry sat in the lobby, her usual spot. She waved down a passing wolf to get her some coffee. Not long after, a delicate-looking she-wolf appeared in the distance. Mara Morgan made a subtle scan of the lobby, spotted Perry, and walked straight over with that sweet, sugar-coated smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Hey, you're Perry Lake, right?" "Yeah, that's right," Perry frowned, keeping a wary eye on her. "Is there something you need?" Mara's smile stretched wider. Her gaze flicked over Perry's simple outfit, and in her mind she sneered. A she-wolf like her isn't fit to stand next to Richard. Only someone like me deserves to be his Luna. "I wanted to chat with you about Richard," she said in this fake sweet tone. "I'm guessing you don't know the full story yet." Perry's chest tightened for a second. She had a bad feeling creeping in, and the next sentence confirmed it. "Richard Scott is my boyfriend. My future mate," Mara said, her voice sugary sweet and full of smugness. Perry clenched her fist subtly, forcing herself to stay calm. She wasn't about to let Mara see her flinch. She lifted her chin, her voice cold. So what exactly do you want to tell me?" Her beautiful face carried a cool indifference that made Mara's self-confidence falter, her voice slipping into awkwardness. "I noticed he's been busy lately, no time to see me, but somehow he managed to grab a meal with you." There was a bit of a sharp edge to her tone at the end, definitely not happy. "Were you following us?" Perry asked, tone steady, eyes locked on Mara. That caught Mara off guard. She hadn't expected that. She faked a gasp and dramatically put a hand to her face. "No, I didn't follow you. My brother, he saw you two today and told me. I didn't want to upset Richard by doubting him, so I came to ask you instead. Just because you're pretty doesn't mean you get to flirt with him. Oh gosh, sorry, maybe that was rude. I just think it'd be better if you stayed away." Despite the fake apology, there wasn't an ounce of remorse on Mara's face. The disgust in her eyes was obvious. Perry narrowed her eyes, taking in the performative way Mara spoke. She had thought Mara was just a delicate girl. Now she realized she was just a two-faced brat. Perry couldn't help the flash of contempt rising inside her. Then she spotted a red mark on Mara's shoulder. an odd-looking one. It seemed familiar, and before she could stop herself, she blurted out, "What's with your shoulder? Some kind of infection?" Mara went pale in an instant, letting out a sharp squeal and yanking her clothes over to hide it. "That's none of your business. I just got hurt and didn't go to a healer. Anyway, don't try to dodge the main point here. You heard me." "And," Perry tilted her head slightly, tone amused, signaling her to keep going. "Richard is a strong alpha," Mara hissed, eyes blazing. "Not just anyone can try to get close to him, especially not you." But Perry just picked up her coffee and took a slow sip, voice gentle but firm. "Then why are you so on edge? If I'm no threat, what are you so worked up about?" Mara's whole act cracked right there. Every little thing about her screamed insecurity. Perry, surprisingly, was more amused than angry now. This was who Richard chose. She just couldn't wrap her head around it. He actually picked Mara, not her, but Perry's words hit Mara right where it hurt most. Mara shot her a panicked look. "What? I'm not nervous. I just came to warn you. Stop chasing after something that's never gonna happen." "Yeah, sure." Perry shrugged, her tone dry as toast. She held out her hands. "By the way, about that sore you've got, might want to get checked out. Could be serious. Ignoring it might blow up in your face." Mara's face twisted in rage, her whole body trembling like she was about to explode. Her voice cracked as she shouted, "You're the one who needs a doctor. There's nothing wrong with me. What the hell's wrong with you saying that?" Perry rolled her eyes, her patience wearing thin. She hadn't meant to start anything, just gave a heads up on instinct. "Too bad," Mara flipped. Internally, Perry muttered, "Well, I did my part. Not my fault she lost it." She leaned back in her seat and pulled out her phone to scroll through the news. Meanwhile, Mara, practically shaking with rage, pointed a trembling finger at Perry and started cursing, but no one paid her any mind. Finally, she stormed off in a huff. Perry caught a glimpse of her retreating figure and murmured thoughtfully, "So weird. It was Sarah who slept with Pierce, not Mara. Yet Mara's the one acting like she caught an STD. What's going on?" "What are you mumbling about?" Gina appeared beside her and sat down, frowning. "I heard you talking to yourself. What did that crazy chick say to you?" She looked 2 seconds away from biting someone. "She was here to throw threats my way," Perry said casually. "Wants me to back off from Scott. Alpha Richard already said no to mating with her." "Geez, what more does she want?" Gina scoffed, handing her an invite. "Anyway, forget her. Take a look at this." Perry noticed it was an invite to a pack gathering. All the big shot wolves would be there. "My dad gave it to me and basically forced me to go," Gina said with an annoyed sigh. "I know exactly what he's up to." "He's hoping you find a decent mate," Perry replied, catching on instantly. Gina flailed her arms dramatically. "Exactly. He thinks I'm doomed to be alone forever. You want to make a name for yourself and take over the pack someday. Isn't this your shot? You'll meet tons of wolves like you, even alphas, who could have your back in the future." "You got a point," Gina paused, expression softening. Then her eyes narrowed. "There's no way I'm letting Kevin's little scheme work out." Gina and Perry had surprisingly similar pasts. Gina's dad, Kevin, had broken his mate link with her mom and gotten together with Molly, a pregnant she-wolf. To make sure her own son could take over as the next alpha, Molly sweet-talked Kevin into sending Gina away to the countryside. That's where she met Perry, and they became close. From that point on, Gina had made up her mind. She'd become the next alpha and kick Molly and her brat out of the pack. Holding on to the invitation card, Gina tightened her jaw. "I'm not messing around at this party." Not long after, they decided to hit the mall to pick up some new dresses. Standing in the boutique, Gina scanned the racks with a picky eye. "Pick a dress too, Perry. I'm buying." "I'm good," Perry replied, tugging at her loose-fit top. Tight, fancy dresses really weren't her vibe. "I'm just going to the party with you. If I keep it low-key, you'll stand out more. You're way too pretty for that. No matter what I wear, I can't outshine you." Gina gave her a look. "So go grab one already. I want to see how stunning you can get." "I'm just not used to it." Perry gave a helpless shrug and was about to offer another excuse. Suddenly, a snarky voice cut in. "Is it just 'cause you can't afford it?" Perry frowned and turned around. Sarah and Mara had found their way over without them noticing. Sarah circled Perry slowly, then leaned in with a smirk. Stuff you can't even dream of owning? I can buy without blinking. But hey, if you promise to settle down with Alpha Tom Pierce, I might even gift you a dress. Not your business, Perry shot back coldly, giving Sarah a firm push. Sarah let out a shriek, eyes wide in disbelief. You bitch! Let's just go pay, Perry told Gina, unfazed. I've had enough of watching clowns scream for attention. Hold it, Mara snapped. Her gaze locked on the dress in Perry's hand, and she pointed it out arrogantly. I've decided. I want that one. Hand it over. Are you serious? Gina's brows furrowed, anger bubbling behind her stare. We picked that out. It's ours. Standing close to Mara, Sarah let out a mocking laugh. Because she's going to be Blood Moon Pack's Luna. You really think you can go against her? Alpha Richard will back her up. You out-of-towners don't stand a chance. At the sound of his name, Perry's face darkened. And so what if she is? I'm still not giving up the dress. You don't respect Alpha Richard? Sarah challenged. We could call him right now and your little pack would vanish like dust. You've got nothing on him. Then go ahead and call, Perry snapped, fists clenched. But unless he shows up himself, I suggest you both back off. Sarah turned red with rage, glaring at her like she couldn't believe how defiant Perry was being. She spun around and hissed at Mara. Mara, hurry up. Get Alpha Richard on the phone. It's time someone taught her a lesson. But Mara's face was full of panic as she slowly pulled out her phone, her teeth clenched tight in tension. Only she knew she barely knew Richard. They'd met just a couple of times, tops. Still, she couldn't let Perry see through her, so she put on an act and pretended to call him. Babe, I got bullied at the mall. Oh, you're busy right now? Okay, I'll wait till you're done. She quickly put her phone away, making sure no one saw she never even dialed. Then she glared at Perry and Gina, her tone harsh. You two better hand over the dress, or I won't let this go. Perry shot her a cold smirk and tugged Gina toward the counter. Ignore them. Mara stared at Perry's calm back, her expression twisted by jealousy, eyes going red with frustration. Damn it, she spat through gritted teeth. You really should have let Alpha Richard come teach her a lesson, Sarah said with a grim face. Mara stiffened, but quickly lowered her voice. I'll talk to him once I get home. I'll have him buy me something even better. Sarah muttered under her breath, still clearly wound up about not getting back at Perry. Meanwhile, a scheming glint sparked in Mara's eyes. She quietly texted Billin, Perry's with me now. The reply came fast. Got it. All set. With loads of shopping bags in hand, Perry and Gina headed for the escalator, arms full and laughing. As they stepped off at the ground floor, Perry moved a step ahead, right as a rough-looking werewolf lurched at her, bumping into her on purpose. She flinched to the side just in time, avoiding a fall, but hit her shoulder against the side rail. Holding her stomach, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Perry, are you okay? Gina screamed, rushing over. Perry stood up, still shaking, eyes locked angrily on the werewolf. I'm fine, she muttered. You! Her fists clenched tight, brows furrowed. Her voice dropped dangerously. You did that on purpose, didn't you? The werewolf just stood there, mouth hanging open, looking confused. After a beat, he lowered his head, panic written all over his face. I swear, I didn't mean to. If you need compensation, I'll pay, he said, waving a credit card with trembling hands. Really, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Perry's tone turned colder. I don't want your money. That won't fix anything. If he had actually knocked her down, her baby could have been in serious danger. She couldn't prove it was an attack, but deep down, she knew these recent accidents weren't just bad luck. Only Gina and Miles know about the pregnancy. Who else? Her mind raced with unease. The werewolf cast one more fearful glance at her before bolting away. Gina looked ready to chase, but Perry stopped her with a hand. Wait. I need to calm down, she sighed. Let's go sit for a bit. Mara, I've given you everything, my heart, my body, all of me. If you push me away, I'd rather die. Are you threatening me now? Richard shot her a dead-cold stare. Mara clamped her mouth shut instantly, fear flashing across her eyes. The alpha vibe he gave off suddenly filled the space. It hit her like a truck, her face losing all color. Her breathing grew shaky. The look in his eyes was terrifying. Her whole body tensed up as she dropped her gaze, mind going completely blank. Get out. Now. Richard's patience had clearly run dry. He stood and walked upstairs. Mara stood frozen for a second before stumbling out like a ghost. Saturday night, Perry arrived at the venue trailing close behind Gina. While everyone else was glammed up, Perry kept it simple. A plain white shirt, gray pants, and comfy flats. She rubbed her belly, let out a soft sigh, and casually scanned the place. Next to her, Gina wore an elegant pale yellow velvet gown, her makeup on point. "God, Perry, I'm seriously freaking out." "Yeah, no kidding," Perry muttered, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "You've been shaking like crazy." Gina took a deep breath, eyes darting around the scene. Luxury sports cars parked outside, powerful alphas stepping out of them, and other high-ranking wolves mingling. Word is Alicia Arnold from Loon Blue Pack is supposed to show up. "Who's that?" Perry raised a brow, intrigued. Gina hesitated briefly. "Alpha's daughter from Loon Blue. Rumor has it she almost got matched with Benjamin Scott." That made Perry frown. When Benjamin was in a coma, as far as she knew, only Blood Moon Pack had stood by him. Maybe Alicia didn't even know about it. "So, what exactly are you wearing?" Sarah's snide voice cut in from the side. "Country bumpkin much?" Sarah stood with a smug look, hands on hips, rocking a tight red mini dress. Her glaring eyes ran up and down Perry's outfit, full of disdain. Perry frowned, eyeing Sarah's nearly bare skin for a second. Meanwhile, Mara, standing next to her, was wrapped up like a mummy, barely showing any flesh. That alone put the puzzle pieces together in Perry's head. She recalled knocking Sarah out that night, but Mara, not Sarah, had been the one Tom ended up sleeping with. That meant Mara was the one who got infected. Suddenly everything, especially Tom's panicked reaction to seeing Richard with Mara, clicked into place. Perry's face shifted to a mix of realization and pity. She let out a dry chuckle, not even bothering to respond to Sarah's provocation. Why waste energy on a clown trying to stay relevant? Besides, she hadn't come here to turn heads anyway. "Miss Arnold's here," someone called out with clear envy. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Perry glanced over curiously as Gina leaned in beside her to get a better look. A she-wolf in a gold mermaid gown stepped in, flanked by two deltas. Her golden curls flowed down her back, and a sparkling sapphire necklace rested at her throat. Her refined beauty made it feel like the entire party had been thrown in her honor. "She's like every male wolf's fantasy," Gina whispered in Perry's ear. Perry gave a nod in agreement. Mara wasted no time hurrying over and raised her right hand, her voice syrupy as she tried to cozy up to Alicia. "Miss Arnold, didn't expect to see you here. It's been too long." Alicia looked her over with thinly veiled disdain. "Have we met before?" she asked, full of disinterest. Mara's smile faltered as she awkwardly lowered her hand. She'd heard Alicia was Benjamin's ex, so she'd hoped to use that connection to learn more about the Blood Moon Pack. But clearly, Alicia had zero interest in her. "We were at the same party once," Mara muttered, looking annoyed. To Alicia, she was just another clingy lesser wolf trying to make conversation. She barely spared her another glance, until she spotted Perry. There was something about Perry's naturally graceful and fresh look that made her pause for a second. "What the hell?" Sarah mumbled next to Mara, totally unbothered by who could hear. "You're Alpha Richard's girl. You're gonna be the Blood Moon Pack's Luna, and that chick's just some Alpha's daughter. How dare she act like that?" Alicia turned sharply to them, surprised. She eyed the two awkward-looking she-wolves. So this was supposed to be Richard's childhood fiancé? She couldn't help but wonder if Richard needed to get his eyes or his brain checked. Her look turned even more condescending. Mara felt that scorn like a slap to the face, and it stung. Beside Alicia's effortless elegance, she just didn't measure up. Face, figure, none of it. Putting on a shaky smile, Mara glanced at Sarah and said in a soft voice, "Come on, let's get in there. Richard said he's coming later." "He's actually showing up?" Alicia thought, skeptical. "For her?" She peeked at Mara again, trying to see what Richard saw, but still came up empty. Meanwhile, Perry stood with her arms crossed, watching Mara walk away. A flicker of worry crept into her chest. Mara had syphilis, and Richard was at serious risk. Maybe she should warn him. But then again, after all the crap Richard's put me through, Perry thought bitterly, why the hell should I care what happens to him? She couldn't stop thinking about Richard. A wave of sadness crashed over her, making her chest ache and her mind a mess. Perry forced herself to stay cool on the outside, but inside she was barely hanging on. She clenched her teeth and shoved his name into the darkest corner of her mind. Gina noticed the shift in her mood and quickly tugged her into the hall. The place was packed with elegantly dressed she-wolves, all dressed to impress. When they spotted Perry in her simple outfit, their smirks were anything but subtle. Perry tugged at her clothes without much care about their sneers. "Look," Gina said, tossing her a sly smile. Perry raised an eyebrow, curious. "That guy over there, that's Henry Carlisle, the new alpha of the Thornborn pack. I'm thinking of going over to chat. What do you think?" Perry winked playfully. "I think you two could totally hit it off." "Stop it," Gina rolled her eyes, though her cheeks turned noticeably pink. "I'm not here looking for a mate or anything." Perry just shrugged. She remembered seeing Gina poring over the guest list the day before, pausing a little too long on Henry's photo. Clearly, the interest was there. Perry hoped she'd take the chance to talk to him. Gina didn't stick around much longer. Left alone, Perry grabbed a cookie from the table, but quickly lost interest. The buzz of the party only made her feel more out of place. She ended up settling in a corner sofa, just watching the crowd. That's when she spotted Mara not far away. Mara looked miserable, picking at her skin nervously, avoiding anyone's gaze. Perry noticed her slipping quietly toward the restroom. Curiosity piqued. Perry followed behind. Inside, she saw Mara hiding in a stall. The faint sound of rustling and wipes floated out. Then came the smell. A distinct ointment scent Perry recognized instantly. No fancy perfume could cover it up. Her hunch was spot on. Mara had caught Tom's syphilis. Mara opened the stall door and froze when she saw Perry standing there by the mirror, cold eyes fixed on her. "What the hell are you doing here?" Mara shrieked, panic flickering all over her face. Perry raised her chin slightly. "Last I checked, this is a bathroom. Pretty sure I don't need a permission slip to be here." Mara's eyes darted nervously, her face drained of color, but Perry's unfazed attitude seemed to throw her off. She snapped back with her usual fake confidence. "Figures. With that outfit, the bathroom's probably the only place you fit in." Perry didn't say a word, just flicked her hair back, eyes sharp and icy. The look alone made Mara lower her voice, though her words stayed bitter. "Why don't you just stay in here, you little nobody?" And with that, she stormed out, clearly afraid of what Perry might say next. When she saw Perry didn't give chase, Mara finally let out a shaky breath. Hiding in a corner, she pulled out her phone and quickly fired off a message to Belen. "Perry showed up at the party. I think she's on to me. She needs to disappear tonight." Her eyes were filled with spite and jealousy, but underneath it all was a flicker of fear, scared the truth was about to blow wide open. When Perry walked back into the hall, she spotted Gina storming over, face like thunder. Just one look and Perry knew things clearly hadn't gone well between her and Henry. "So how'd it go with him?" she asked, trying to keep it light. "That jerk!" Gina shot a glare at Henry before huffing. "He's into you, Perry." That caught Perry off guard. She covered her mouth in surprise, then quickly tugged Gina toward a quiet corner and handed her a cocktail. "Tell me everything." Gina knocked back the drink in one go, clearly fuming. "He wouldn't stop asking about you. Wanted to know your name, your pack, like I wasn't even there. I tried talking business, but he didn't give a damn. And the way he looked at you, like he'd already decided you're his mate or something. Gross. I had to walk away before I lost it." "Don't stress about him," Perry said gently, passing her another drink. "I'd never go for a guy like that. Swear on it." She meant it. Her mate had shown up long ago, and now she was carrying his child. Even if Richard didn't love her. That thought weighed heavy on her chest, but she forced a smile anyway, like everything was fine. Gina slumped onto the couch, not even pretending to hide her disappointment anymore. She'd been hoping to find a strong partner at this gathering, ideally someone like Henry, and now even he had eyes only for Perry. Henry, meanwhile, kept sneaking glances their way, trying way too hard to look cool, even sending Perry a not-so-subtle wink. Perry, in no mood to play along, quickly lowered her gaze, faking disinterest. That small rejection seemed to lift Gina's spirits, just a bit. "See? Totally into you," Gina muttered, still sounding bummed. "You always get all the attention." Perry shifted her gaze, half-heartedly scanning the room. Alphas, betas, even the alphas' kids, every one of them seemed ridiculously stuck up. In her eyes, they might as well have shared the same smug face. Just then, Richard walked in. Tall, commanding, and impossible to ignore, he turned every head the moment he stepped into the room. His suit fit like a glove, and his chiseled looks had the she-wolves blushing in seconds. He wasn't just an alpha. He was the kind others envied, the kind who appeared in every girl's dreams and every guy's nightmares. Even a glance from him, icy and unreadable, could send a chill down your spine, like staring into the eyes of something wild and dangerous. Perry's eyes met his for a fleeting second. No fear, just a deep ache and an emptiness that made her chest tighten. But people swarmed around him before she could linger on it, cutting her off from that familiar sharp stare. Richard rarely showed up to parties. Their beta, Byron, usually stood in for him. So naturally, everyone was dying to know what brought him here tonight. Mara darted across the crowd like an overeager pup, calling out "Richard" in the most sugary voice imaginable. He glanced at her calmly, didn't correct her friendly tone, but still his eyes drifted toward the corner. To the quiet girl sitting there with a faraway look in her eyes. "Perry." She just sat there watching blankly, and something about that hollow stare of hers shook him to the core. She wasn't all dressed up like everyone else, and maybe that's exactly what made her stand out. She wasn't trying to impress anyone, just being herself. There was something so clean and natural about her, like fresh snow, and it drove him crazy. Richard couldn't take his eyes off her. Only when Mara suddenly latched onto his arm did he snap out of it. "Richard, I just knew you'd show up," Mara said shyly, pressing her body close to his. She wanted the whole room to see that she and Richard were a perfectly matched pair. Alicia stood nearby, arms crossed, giving Mara a once-over full of judgment and disdain. Her heart was racing, full of doubt and annoyance. But when Richard reacted, she relaxed a little. He shoved Mara away, hard. His face twisted in disgust, and his red eyes flared with a sharp, dangerous light that cut right through her. "Get lost," he growled lowly. The force of his tone made those around them visibly tremble. Mara's legs turned to jelly, but she forced herself to look up at him with teary eyes, clutching onto her last bit of pride. "I just wanted to." Richard's look shut her up completely. Without another word, he turned and put distance between them. Now everyone knew Mara was just another wannabe throwing herself at the alpha and getting rejected in front of everyone. Alicia let out a small, satisfied smile and walked over gracefully. "Alpha Richard, been a while," she said smoothly. Richard looked like he was in no mood. He barely glanced at Alicia before heading straight for where Perry was. A few werewolves followed behind him quietly, including Henry, who looked like he had something urgent to say. Perry's expression hardened as she spotted them coming. She looked like she was ready to snap, but Gina quickly grabbed her shoulder and whispered near her ear, "Don't start anything, Perry. Please." Perry clenched her fists, clearly struggling, but she gave in for Gina's sake. Richard noticed her attitude right away, and his voice turned colder. "What's wrong? I come over and you're already planning your exit?" "Well, if it isn't Alpha Richard," Perry said calmly, a touch too neutral, "of course we'd move to make room for you." "There's space here," Richard said flatly. "Then make yourself at home," Perry replied, her gaze dropping. She really didn't want to say anything more. Every word between them just reminded her of all the things Richard had done. Richard tightened his fists. It looked like he might just pull her into his arms right there, then stopped himself. Instead, he just stood there, keeping close, like he wasn't going anywhere. Perry shifted over a bit, her face still icy. Alicia hovered around, stealing glances at them now and then. Perry noticed and frowned inwardly. Wasn't she Benjamin's ex? Why does she keep looking at Richard like they've got some dramatic past? And what's up with him blowing off Mara like that? They don't seem like future mates at all. But soon Alicia's face twisted in disappointment. Clearly bored, she turned and walked over to Mara instead. "Can't believe someone actually had the guts to touch Richard," she sneered, a smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. "You're the first to try it, I gotta say. Courage points for that." Mara's face flushed a deep red. She clenched her jaw tight. "You don't know anything. You have no idea what I had with Richard. Not that you'd understand, but apparently he's not too fond of you lately." "That so?" Alicia's voice was low and chilly. "Everyone sees it. Mara shot back with venom. "He can't stand you because of that little she-wolf." Alicia narrowed her eyes, tone laced with curiosity. "And who exactly is this little she-wolf?" "Perry Lake, daughter of the Ashen Pack Alpha, total tramp." Mara's expression twisted with fury. "She loves throwing herself at any wolf who'll give her a second look. Richard's just another name on her list." Alicia hummed, sounding amused as something flickered behind her eyes. Mara didn't catch the look. She was too busy fuming, itching to storm across the room and claw Perry's face off. Richard didn't hang around long either. He watched Perry silently from across the hall, frustration creeping in. Her face was unreadable, cold, distant like a stone statue. Nothing he said seemed to reach her. Giving up, he stopped mid-conversation and motioned to Byron before heading out of the room. Upstairs, in one of the rooms reserved for VIPs, Richard yanked off his jacket with a grunt of irritation. She didn't even bother with a dress. "So," Byron said right away, easily picking up on who he meant, "you were hoping to see Miss Lake in something more formal?" He poured a glass of wine without missing a beat, his voice light and even. Richard glared briefly. "I didn't say that. Even in regular clothes, she's stunning," Richard muttered. "That's just who Perry is." Byron let out a breath of relief, realizing he hadn't accidentally stepped on a landmine. Richard's attachment to Perry ran way too deep. Feeling safe, he added, "You're right. She looked amazing tonight. But Alpha, Alicia Arnold's back. I get the feeling she's up to something. The way she looked at you tonight, not exactly innocent." "She broke Benjamin's heart," Richard said darkly, his jaw tight. "And now what? Planning round two?" Byron set the wine bottle down with practiced grace. "She's always been after you. When you turned her down, she latched onto Benjamin just to spite you. He just didn't see through her." "Keep her away from him," Richard snapped. Byron gave a respectful nod. "I'll make sure of it." After she'd toyed with Benjamin and left him shattered, he'd fled the country, disappearing into some jungle where he got lost for days. When they finally found him, he was already infected. With what? No one ever told. He would have died if not for Perry. That part of the story? Not even Alicia knew it. As soon as Richard left, the other wolves who'd been clustered nearby scattered fast. Perry exhaled, the tension in her shoulders easing a little. Gina was across the room, chatting up a group of wolves. Perry sank back on the sofa, pulled out her phone, and started skimming through messages. Just then, an unknown number popped up. She picked up without thinking. "Hello? Is this Perry Lake? I'm really sorry. Your grandfather's been attacked by rogues. He's in the hospital now." "What?" Perry shot up from her seat, panic written all over her face. "How is he now?" "It's bad. His leg's broken, and he took a hit to the head. Still unconscious." "I'm heading there now." Her hands trembled as she spoke. She didn't even say goodbye to Gina before rushing out. In the car, she kept calling her grandfather, but no one answered. So she called Dylan's dad instead. "Don't panic, Perry. The healer's doing all he can." "Okay, got it, thank you." She let out a shaky breath, her nerves settling just a little. But it was still hours away. Slumped back in the seat, exhaustion crept in, and somewhere along the way, she dozed off. When her eyes opened again, she wasn't at the hospital. The car hadn't even stopped. The dusty landscape outside the windows hit her first. Panic flooded her chest. She shot upright, realizing immediately this wasn't the car she'd gotten into. A quick glance down confirmed it. Her hands and feet were bound tight. Perry struggled, trying to shift into her wolf form, but nothing happened. Her limbs felt heavy, almost numb. That's when it hit her. They'd injected her with something to suppress her wolf. Besides the driver, there was another man in front, a burly one with a scarred forehead and zero emotion on his partially hidden face. "Who the hell are you?" Perry yelled, voice sharp with fury. "Let me go!" The scarred guy turned to her, his stare cold and ugly. "Relax, princess. We've got a lovely place in mind for you." The stench coming off him made her gag. It was laced with a cruel kind of thrill. He wasn't from any pack, that smell. He was a rogue. Her pulse spiked, hands shaking harder now. Still, Perry forced herself to stay calm. "Why me? Who sent you? I can give you whatever you want. Just let me go." Her voice echoed around the car, but got nothing in return. The rogues sat in menacing silence. She caught a glimpse of their reflections in the rear view, their eyes full of something dark and twisted. I know it's about money. I can pay. Tell me what you need." Her tone was desperate now, but still trying to reason. The two exchanged a look, then chuckled, mean and mocking, like they didn't believe a word from someone dressed as plainly as she was. The car slowed down, the scenery outside turning harsher and more barren by the second. Perry's heart thudded louder, her chest tightening with each breath. There was nothing out here, nowhere to run, no help in sight. She was drugged, tied up, completely helpless. Even if she screamed, no one would come. And once they tossed her out, they could kill her right on the spot. But that wasn't the plan. She realized what they wanted. They were going to leave her for dead, in the middle of nowhere. Her head dropped slowly as she stared at her still flat belly. What would happen to her baby? To Richard's child? If she didn't make it out, neither of them would. Wait, hold on! Perry struggled to stand with her hands and feet tied, wobbling a bit before she could balance herself. "You guys are just doing this for money, right? Name your price, just get me out of here and I swear I'll pay you." The scar-faced werewolf glanced back at her, his eyes meeting hers, those clear, desperate eyes, and he paused for a second. The driver yelled, "Hurry the hell up! What's the holdup?" Snapping out of it, the scar-faced Paul quickly turned away and jumped back into the truck without another word. Perry panicked. She'd spent years following her grandpa and teachers into the mountains to gather herbs, so being in the wild wasn't new or scary. But now her hands and feet were bound, she couldn't move, and worse, she was pregnant. She wasn't ready to die, not like this, abandoned and forgotten. "Hey, don't leave me! Come back!" she screamed. But the truck engine roared to life, drowning her out. They didn't even look back. Those two had thrown her into a living nightmare. Staring at the dark forest swallowing her up, a chill ran down her spine. For the first time, she tasted real despair. But no way she was giving up, not with a baby on the way. She had to survive, for them both. Lowering herself slowly to the ground, Perry studied the ropes wrapped around her limbs. She'd taken a good look in the truck, tough cowhide tied tight. And now, she had nothing on her, not even a phone. Those bastards had taken everything. Billin stepped back into the pack house and opened a picture on his phone. "It's done." Still, Billin looked uneasy. "That girl's smart, and she's got skills. I'm worried." "Don't worry, Alpha Billin," Riley jumped in. "Her hands and feet are tied up tight. Those guys never kill directly. That place is deep in the mountains. She won't make it far. If the wild animals don't get her, hunger will. And if some backwoods hunter finds her, she's even more screwed. Packs out there are broken, full of unmated wolves." Beelan let out a heavy breath. "This better not come back to me." "Relax. Those guys are pros, discreet. They never snitch. Why do you think they charge so much?" Just then, Bellin's phone rang. It was Mara. "Bro, I'm not okay. The rashes got worse. They're everywhere. Overnight it spread and it's oozing now. Get to the hospital. I'm on my way." Beelan rushed over. The healer had just finished checking her over. "Miss Morgan drank a lot last night, and combined with the wrong meds before, it's made things worse. At this rate, her life's in serious danger." "What?" Bellin's heart sank. "There's got to be something we can do." The healer stayed calm. "Unless you find that mysterious student of Vinnie Ritchie, there may not be." Bellin was pacing now, a bundle of nerves. How am I supposed to track down one person in a world this big? Mara was burning up with fever and talking nonsense. "Brother, I want to see Richard. I had a dream we were at a banquet together. He's my mate. I need to see him." Bellin let out an exasperated sigh. "Seriously? You know your health's a mess and you still went on a bender? Look at you now. How are you supposed to see him like this?" The healer cut in gently. "Now's not the time for blame, Alpha Bellin. You need to act fast. Wait any longer and it could be too late." "But I have no idea where to start looking," the healer said. "Maybe. There's someone who might know, but I'm not sure. Let me check around first." Gina didn't wake up till almost 10, still on a high from last night. After freshening up, she went straight back to the Crown Regent Hotel to see Perry. She had so much to tell her. She rang the doorbell for ages. No answer. Called her phone, powered off. That's when panic crept in. She asked a staff member to open the door, only to find the room empty. Perry hadn't returned. Her heart sank. Not knowing who else to turn to, she called Dylan. Dylan picked up. "I was just about to call you. My dad said Perry's grandpa took a bad fall and she rushed back last night, but she never made it to the hospital and no one can reach her. Perry and her grandpa were really close. If she went back, she'd never miss going to the hospital. What could have happened? People don't just vanish like that. Yeah, something's off, Dylan agreed. Let's go to Richard. He might be able to help track her down. Okay. Gina quickly got dressed and headed to the Blood Moon Pack. Dylan arrived soon after. Richard looked stunned. He'd literally seen Perry at the party last night. How was she suddenly missing? For some reason, an uneasy feeling hit him hard, like a sharp jab to the chest mixed with an unexpected wave of dread. He called Byron in. You know what to do. Yes, Byron replied, pulling out his phone to make a few calls. Soon, airport surveillance showed a taxi they could track. Richard started packing. Byron, get us flight tickets now. Byron hesitated. This was all happening so fast. On it, he snapped out of it and started booking on his phone. I'm coming with you, Gina blurted out. What for? Richard asked as he walked out. Gina paused. He had a point. She probably couldn't help much. Then promise me you'll bring her back. Dylan was left staring. Richard's going himself? To find Perry? Gina was just as surprised. Don't tell me it's because he found out she's pregnant with his kid and grew a conscience. Dylan tried to reason it out, probably doing it for Benjamin. Even though he's not needing transfusions now, only Perry being around keeps him stable. Gina muttered, does everything have to be transactional? What if he's just trying to repay her for saving his brother's life? It wasn't until they were on the plane that Byron finally put away his phone. Alpha, you got any idea who might have taken Perry? Richard stared out at the clouds. Hard to say. That girl's got a complicated background. Always so secretive. Could have pissed someone off, or maybe someone's targeting her. Byron switched his phone to airplane mode. Benjamin doesn't need any treatment this week, right? Richard glanced his way, eyes darkening. You think I'm only doing this because of Benjamin? Byron raised his eyebrows. This wasn't like Richard at all. He cared, but never this much. Not for a she-wolf. Maybe. She just got held up with something. But Richard didn't buy it. The sinking feeling in his chest said otherwise. Something was seriously wrong. Right after getting off the plane, Byron's phone buzzed. We've checked the cab. It had fake plates. The whole car was modified. It vanished right after it left. We just found it at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. He ended the call and turned to Richard. So Perry really was taken by someone with bad intentions. But why? By the way, Alpha, should we swing by the hospital to see Perry's grandfather? Maybe he knows something. Richard watched the cars driving by, his brows furrowed. In a world so big, where the hell was Perry? Let's go. At the hospital, Perry's grandfather was still asleep. Byron quietly placed the fruit basket on the cabinet. Dean Kent, Dylan's father, motioned them out of the room. He doesn't know Perry's missing yet. I didn't have the heart to tell him. That girl's always been smart and kind. Everyone likes her. She's a good healer, all about helping others. I don't think she'd make enemies. But ever since she left the countryside, I haven't heard much. Byron shook his head. It's not likely Tom had anything to do with this. Could it be Francis? Richard's eyes narrowed. Francis had tried to sell Perry to Tom before. Could he be pulling the same stunt again? Get some deltas on it. I want Francis arrested now. He turned to Dean. Since her granddad's still in the dark, let's keep it that way for now. Let him focus on recovering. Thanks for everything. Dean took one look and could tell they weren't average guys. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Just promise me you'll bring Perry back safe. Perry shuffled herself under a big tree to block out the sun. It was afternoon already. Her stomach was growling nonstop, and the pregnancy nausea was hitting her hard. She'd tried for ages to loosen the ropes, scraping them with sharp rocks over and over, but they were stubborn, like they were made of steel. The thought of nightfall made her uneasy. Rogues could show up any time out here in the middle of nowhere. The fear started to creep in. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the nearby grass getting closer. The meter-high brush swayed. If she had her hands and feet free, she wouldn't be scared. She could handle herself. But tied up like this, she had no clue where to hide or what to do. Then came footsteps. A werewolf hunter emerged, rifle in hand. A loud bang rang out, followed by the thud of a large rabbit dropping to the ground. Perry stared at him like he was her only hope. When the guy picked up the rabbit, he finally noticed her lying under the tree. A girl. And not just any girl, she was stunning. He froze, totally thrown off, then instinctively raised his rifle at her, backing up in panic. "Wait, please don't panic," Perry cried out. "I was kidnapped and dumped here by some bad guys." He edged a little closer, eyes scanning her. Once he realized she was really just a helpless woman, he lowered his gun, the tension melting a little. "Kidnapped?" She nodded quickly. "Yes, thank God I ran into you. Can you please help untie me?" The man looked about 30, tall with tanned skin and solidly built. His pants were rolled up, legs caked with mud. He slowly set down his kill and the rifle, then cautiously walked over. Being out in the wilderness and stumbling across a tied-up beauty, it was surreal. "How'd you end up tied up in a place like this?" Perry was starving and parched. "I'd really love to know why they dragged me here. Could you untie me? I swear I'll make it up to you." "Make it up to me?" The werewolf's interest peaked, a slow grin creeping onto his face. "How? Gonna offer yourself up?" Her head throbbed at the implication. Definitely not the time to tick him off. Getting out came first. "There are plenty of ways. I could pay you. A lot." "What am I gonna do with all that cash?" he scoffed, eyeing her more closely now. The longer he looked, the more he liked what he saw. Their pack lived over the mountain, tucked away so remotely that hardly any female wolves showed up, and the village girls were more interested in running off than settling down. Finding a mate here was near impossible. They usually had to snatch someone from outside. He wondered if this girl had been trafficked here, still waiting for the deal to close when he'd happened to stumble upon her. One of the guys in their village found his mate just like that. Pure luck, and he'd been jealous ever since. Never thought he'd get a stroke of luck like that himself. "I'll cut you loose," he said casually, "but you gotta stay with me. Be my mate." Perry just wanted out. "Start with these ropes and we'll talk." Grinning, he pulled out a blade and sliced the ropes off. "There, let's go home. I'll cook you some rabbit stew." Staring into the dense forest, Perry knew she wouldn't find her way out alone. No food, no clue where she was. At least she had freedom now, and she figured handling a few rural villagers wasn't impossible. "Play along for now." "Fine. Is your place far?" "Not really, just over that mountain." Jair Cruz slung an arm around her to steady her as they walked. "My sister's married off, so it's just me and my folks back home. They're pretty chill. What's your name?" "Perry," she replied weakly, her eyes on the endless mountain ahead. Jair's not far turned out to be a 2-hour hike. The sky was already dimming when they finally reached a worn-down house perched mid-mountain, built from packed earth. "See?" he said cheerfully, pointing. "Told you it wasn't far." Perry forced a smile. "Right, not far at all." She was dead tired and starving, but weirdly thankful she'd run into Jair. Otherwise, she had no idea what would have happened to her. His parents were both surprised and delighted to see he'd brought home such a pretty girl. Jair filled them in on the situation. Dora Cruz gave Perry a long once-over. "You really want to be with our Jair?" The smell of cooked wild herbs made her stomach growl, and honestly, she had no other option. "We just met. Still need some time to get to know each other." Dora wasn't totally convinced, but figured she had nowhere to run in these mountains anyway. "Get to know each other then. What can you do?" Perry answered honestly, "I just graduated college. I don't really know how to do anything yet." "A college girl?" Dora lit up. "Then you don't need to know much, just how to have babies." Perry sucked in a sharp breath. The simplicity here was kind of terrifying, but staying alive meant staying agreeable. So, she kept quiet. Dora carried a wild hare into the kitchen, muttering, "Can't believe our Jair picked up a mate just like that. Now I can finally show off in front of Jonah's wife. Hopefully this girl isn't just here freeloading." Bruce Cruz eyed Perry cautiously. "We need to keep her under close watch. Make sure everyone's got their eyes on her. Now that she's here in the Iron Hoof Pack, she's not leaving." Up in the mountains, wild game was their pride. Perry, stomach rumbling, devoured her food. Having grown up in the hills, this place didn't throw her off. Surviving was all that mattered now. Dora kept staring at her. "You know, if it weren't for Jair finding you today, you probably wouldn't have made it through the night. He saved your life. Tonight, you should consummate the bond with him and start living a proper life together. Perry nearly choked mid-bite, coughing hard. She'd heard of stories about mountain folk buying mates and how they'd go to extremes to keep them from running. She couldn't confront them head-on. We just met. Jair and I still need time to get to know each other. Like, you don't rush a meal, right? Feelings take time too. Jair blushed. Years without a partner, and he suddenly brought home a stunner. Of course, he wanted a real relationship, not just some arrangement. I'll go with what you say. Dora rolled her eyes. Spineless. Bruce added, let's get the ceremony going then. I'll make the announcement tomorrow. In a few days, you'll officially be one of us. And don't even think of running. You won't make it out of these mountains anyway. Perry knew he was right. She'd scoped the place out on the way in. No way out on her own. Best she could do now was buy time and look for an opening. Dora's words turned colder. We've brought in plenty of female wolves from outside. None ever made it out. Anyone tries to run, they get dragged back, beaten till their skin splits, then locked up in the livestock shed without food or water. So don't bring that on yourself, got it? Perry had heard whispers of this. She didn't need convincing. Got it. Jair saved me. I won't treat him badly. But her good behavior didn't loosen their guard one bit. Dora's sharp gaze followed her every move, like she could read minds through her eyes. Perry sighed inwardly. One danger escaped, another embraced. At least she wasn't shackled and had meals. If they relaxed even a little, maybe Jair could help sneak her out someday. Richard and Byron still came up empty. It was already dark, and there was still no word on Perry. Byron eventually convinced Richard to go back to the hotel for the night. Pacing back and forth in his room, Richard just couldn't shake off the feeling. Perry had vanished into thin air, not a single trace left behind. Byron was still making calls, scrambling for anything useful. Anything. Richard asked when Byron finally put down the phone, worry written all over his face. Byron sighed. Nothing yet. Alpha, Miss Lake is sharp and resourceful. If something did happen, I'm sure she can handle herself. Try not to worry too much. Richard stopped pacing. If she's okay, then why's her phone off? I've got a bad feeling this attack on her grandfather Bryce wasn't random. Byron, I want every detail about what happened to him last night. Leave nothing out. Byron nodded. Makes sense. They hit Bryce just to draw Perry in. Got the timing perfect, even had a taxi waiting right at the airport. But we're still in the dark about everything else, not a clue who's behind it or what they're after. Byron dialed Dean's number and explained his thoughts. A while later, Dean called back. I asked Bryce. Last night, he got called in for an emergency. Dean went on. After he finished up, he ran into a rogue on his way back. Got it, thanks. Byron ended the call. Richard rested his chin on his hand, eyes dark with thought. Everything looks like a coincidence, but it all lines up too well. It's like someone staged the whole thing to get Perry into that cab. Byron nodded. They clearly knew Perry wasn't easy to deal with and didn't dare make a move here. So they lured her out, which means she's probably been taken somewhere else. But what for? The more they thought about it, the more confusing it got. Neither of them had any answers. Mara lay on the bed, the red welts on her skin turning into sores. After soaking in the herbal bath and taking her meds, the pain and itch seemed to ease a little. Belen dragged Tom over. Tom hadn't expected Mara's condition to get this bad so fast. I told you to go find Perry, but you wouldn't listen. I made the remedy using Perry's formula. That's why she's doing better now. Belen didn't buy it. If something happens to my sister, I swear I'll make you pay. Tom backed off a bit, nervous. I didn't expect things to go south either. Besides, you guys were the ones who drugged me. I didn't even get the chance to fix things. It had been a total mess back then. They were trying to trap Perry, but Mara had barged in at the worst possible time. Honestly, it kind of served them right. The healer checked Tom and confirmed he was indeed recovering. Maybe we should give Miss Lake's formula a shot? Balin shook his head. Perry had already been sent deep into the mountains. She was probably wolf food by now. He doubted she had what it took anyway. He grabbed Tom by the collar. Tell me the truth. Did you track down Vinny's student? Tom's face was blank. I seriously don't know anything about Vinny's student. I'm telling you, the recipe came from Perry. Whether you believe it or not, there's nothing else I can say. The healer took the formula Tom had and handed it to the old healer for review. The old man frowned as he read it, noting that it carried serious risks, especially 2 of the herbs, which could backfire if not used properly. Even so, he admitted whoever wrote it had guts. The old healer came to examine Mara, made some adjustments based on Tom's version, and chose a more conservative treatment. It might not help much, but at least it wouldn't hurt her, and he wouldn't be blamed if things went wrong. He still warned, her condition's really severe. You should prepare yourselves. Without a real cure, she may not make it past 2 years. The words left Bellin shaken. Now his only hope was that student of Vinny's. Tom was scared too. After all, he was the one who'd passed the illness to Mara. Mara said weakly, "Bro, I want to see Richard." Balin got a call from Riley. Richard and Byron had left, probably headed out to find Perry. Outside the ward, Balin slammed his fist into the wall. "Tell the Shadowborn, double the reward. This time I want to see Perry dead with my own eyes." Perry opened her eyes to a ray of sunlight falling on her face. She'd slept better than expected. Outside, dogs barked, and chickens and ducks made their usual noisy racket. Smoke curled up into the morning air, bringing with it the mouth-watering smell of food. She pushed back the quilt and sat up. Still wearing the clothes she had on yesterday, she checked the glass bottle propped against the door. It hadn't moved, which meant no one had come in during the night. That thought gave her a bit of peace. She got up and stepped outside. She wore the floral cotton blouse Dora had given her the night before. Her own clothes were far too filthy. The outfit was simple, but it couldn't hide her elegance and natural beauty. Dora was already up and had breakfast ready. Life in the mountains demanded strength, and here people ate early. She handed Perry a bowl of steaming food and said, "After you eat, go cut some grass on the mountain with Jair and don't go wandering around. I'm not trying to scare you, but there are poison bugs and beasts up there. You won't get far before something drags you off." Bruce had just come back. He'd been out spreading the word around the village to keep an eye on Jair's new little she-wolf, so she didn't try to bolt. Up here, folks stuck together. If a bought she-wolf ran, the whole village would go after her, and if she got caught, a beating and a night locked in the cattle shed awaited her. That's how they made sure the women stayed put. Perry was thinking about checking out some escape routes and gave a quick nod. Sure. Everywhere she went with Jair, people stared. Some even whispered to him to watch out and not let her slip away. She saw a trail up ahead, wide enough and looking like it stretched over the hills, probably the way villagers went out. Jair seemed to read her mind. "That path doesn't lead out of here. The routes around here are tricky, full of forks. It's easy to get lost. And hey, don't let my parents see any funny ideas on your face, or they'll tie you up and toss you in the shed." Perry studied his face. He didn't look dumb. Those sharp eyes of his even carried a bit of danger. This guy wasn't soft. "I was just asking." "I get what you're thinking," he said, tossing a handful of grass into the basket. "But I brought you back here, and that means you're mine. I won't force you for now, but don't think you've got a chance. You're not getting away. Just be glad we didn't tie you up." A few werewolves nearby laughed. "Look at Jair, acting all alpha when schooling his mate, huh?" Perry caught sight of something in a patch of grass not far off, some herbs. She walked over and picked a few. She couldn't waste more time. The longer she stayed here, the more trouble she'd be in. She had to find a way out. Phoenix Grand Hotel. Byron finally had something to report. "Alpha, just got word. Shadowborn Pack recently got hired to drop a girl deep into the mountains. Sounds like it could be Perry." "The Shadowborn Pack, huh? Whatever's behind this must be pretty powerful," Richard said, eyes sharp as blades. "See if you can get them to help find Perry. We'll pay whatever they ask." "Alpha, you know their rules. They don't rat out their clients. Since they already took the job to kidnap Perry, they're not going to accept a request to go looking for her." Richard lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled smoke through clenched teeth. His tone was ice cold. "Then tell them this. If Perry isn't handed over by tomorrow, I'll burn that damn pack to the ground, even if it costs every last resource Blood Moon has." Byron froze. Richard was ready to throw everything away for Perry? Just how much did she mean to him? "Alpha, I mean, is that a bit much?" I mean, if you're just trying to scare them. Richard stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Just do as I said. I'm not bluffing. If they don't believe me, let them try. Byron didn't need to ask twice. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't quite read the alpha's mind. Was Richard doing this to thank Perry for saving Benjamin, or was he into her? Either way, Byron wasn't about to wait around. He dialed a number and got straight through to Terry from the Shadowborn pack. Terry made it clear their pack had rules. They didn't break contracts and someone else had paid first. They weren't about to double dip and take money from both ends. Richard grabbed the phone. This is Richard Scott. Listen carefully. Tomorrow morning, I want Perry standing in front of me. If she's unharmed, all's good. If not, I will burn your whole Shadowborn pack to the ground, no matter what it takes. Terry was stunned. All this drama over one girl. Why would Richard go all out like this? Besides, she'd been out there for 2 days already. Who knew if she was even still alive? This was getting messy. Fine, he said reluctantly. I'll send someone now. But you're already late. Whether that girl is still breathing, that's up to fate. Richard's voice dropped, icy and sharp. Even through the phone, the threat chilled. Then prepare to go down with her. Riley picked up a call and rushed to Billin. Richard made a move. He found out Perry was taken by the Shadowborn pack and gave a serious warning. If they don't give her back, he'll wipe them out. What? Bellin slammed his fist on the desk. What the hell did that she-wolf do to Richard? Has he lost his damn mind over her? Maybe Richard figured out the girl he slept with that night was Perry, Riley suggested. And maybe he knows she's pregnant. Bellin froze. No way. How would he know? He narrowed his eyes at Riley. Riley quickly added, Alpha Bellin, you don't think I'd betray you, do you? Balin sighed heavily. Out of everyone, you're the last person I'd doubt, so what now? Riley said, Richard's already taking action, and it's intense. I say we pull back for now. Deal with that girl later. It's already been 2 days. Who knows if she's even still alive? Let her be dead, Belin spat. But Riley pressed on. If she's alive, the Shadowborn can return her to Richard with no issues. Their pack's strict. They won't screw us over. But if she's dead, then Richard will go nuclear and will be caught in the fallout. Belin groaned, rubbing his temples, torn between fury and frustration. Fine. Let her live a little longer. But tell them we're canceling the job. They can keep the money, but make sure they don't sell us out. Just then, his phone rang. It was Mr. Reed, and excitement barely contained his voice. Alpha Bellin, there's news on Vinny's student. Her name's Perry. Took a lot of effort to get this lead. Bellin blinked in disbelief. Perry? That Perry? You've got to be kidding me, he muttered. Where'd you even hear that? I don't have time for jokes right now. Mr. Reed sounded deadly serious. No joke. I pulled every string possible to get this info. Alpha Bellin, Miss Morgan's condition can't wait. You need to find Vinny's student ASAP. Any more delay could be fatal. Cold sweat pooled down Bellin's back. It had to be a coincidence. There's no way that Perry, the one he hated with a passion, was also Vinny's student, right? Riley got a call too, confirming what the healer said. Alpha Bellin, the Vinny's student you've been looking for might actually be Perry. No wonder she managed to cure Tom. Bellin felt like the air was sucked out of his lungs. What the hell, Riley? How could this happen? Riley was just as shocked. We need to find that she-wolf ASAP. If we don't, your sister. Bellin slumped into his chair, completely stunned. This girl, just a kid, turned out to be Vinny's student, the one he'd been searching for all this time. And he was the one who had tossed her into the mountains to let her die. Riley, do it now. Call everyone on that side. We need her back, alive. He couldn't watch his little sister waste away, not when there was a chance to save her. Richard couldn't settle down, so he came with Byron and Terry, following Paul to the backwoods at the base of the mountain, but Perry was nowhere to be seen. Grabbing Paul by the collar, Richard kicked him hard in the gut. Where the hell is she? Paul hit the ground, groaning and holding his stomach. We really did leave her here. Byron circled around, picking up 2 cut ropes. These were sliced clean, must have been with a knife. There's blood here too. Looks like someone took her. Terry knelt to get a better look. Yeah, I see what you mean. Footprints too, and blood on the grass. But who's the one who took her? They all started tossing around guesses. In Richard's mind, he pictured Perry tied up, dumped here all alone in the middle of nowhere with no one to call for help. A dull ache tugged at his chest. Could she handle this? Was she hurt right now? So someone really hurt her? Terry checked the dried blood again. This doesn't seem like it's hers, more like an animal's. He pulled out some tufts of rabbit fur from the grass and let out a small smile. Relax, I think she's okay. Looks like a hunter saved her, probably some mountain folks. Paul, still bitter from Richard's earlier kick, muttered, Could be. People in these hills sometimes buy stray she-wolves. Someone might have taken her in. Before he could finish, Richard gave him another swift kick. You better pray she's fine, or what I did to you is nothing compared to what's coming. Paul realized this guy was far more dangerous than he'd guessed. He pointed ahead nervously. Over there, some tracks. Maybe they came from that way. Terry pulled out his phone. I'll get more people in the mountain to help search. Just as he was about to make the call, Paul added quickly, Better keep it low-key. If they hide her after getting spooked, we'll never find her in this massive forest, and we don't even know who took her for sure. Byron looked out at the endless trees, then pulled out his phone. It still had signal. Good. He searched the local terrain online. One valley over is where the Iron Hoof Pack lives. The terrain's tricky though, lots of space between homes. If we have to search house by house. Richard cut him off, impatient. Is there another route to get there? Byron studied the map. There's a road that leads into the mountain. Car can make it, but we'd have to take a long detour. Then let's go, Richard said as he headed for the car. Even a long drive was better than hiking blindly through these unfamiliar woods. No signal, dense trees. If they got lost, it'd only waste more time. Dora specially cooked a chicken for dinner, placing it on the table. She ladled a bowl of soup for Perry and gave her a drumstick. Eat up. You're great in every way, just a bit too skinny. You gotta put on some weight, makes it easier to have babies. Jair, you eat too. Perry had been starving, so she dug in without hesitation. Though the food was good, the way Dora and Bruce kept eyeing her made her uncomfortable. While chewing, Bruce said, I've already told the others in the village. The ceremony is happening the day after tomorrow. Dora chimed in, Sooner or later, you're one of us. Might as well sleep with Jair tonight. You've stayed here long enough to start getting used to things. Jair, have more soup. You'll need energy later. Who knows, maybe next year we'll be holding our first grandchild. Jair looked both excited and nervous. This had been on his mind non-stop, especially after a chat with some of the wolves in the village that afternoon. It only stoked his curiosity. He handed Perry another drumstick. Eat more so you'll have strength to carry a baby. Dora and Bruce laughed loudly. They knew Perry wasn't going to accept Jair willingly. Only way was to make it a done deal. Perry had seen it coming. All this kindness had strings attached. Aren't we doing the ceremony soon? We could wait till then. It's not like I'm running off. Bruce scowled. Girl, we've been feeding and treating you like royalty, not worshiping you. Jair saved your life. You owe him. From now on, your job is to take care of him and give him kids. Don't go thinking otherwise. Perry kept eating. She'd need her strength later to deal with whatever came next. Dora frowned. You're eating a bit too much, don't you think? You've already killed half the chicken and picked all the best pieces. Leave something for Jair, will you? Perry reached for another helping of soup. You told me to eat more, didn't you? Dora rolled her eyes. Fine, eat all you want. Just make sure you take good care of our Jair tonight. Eat it all. After dinner, Dora made a point of changing the bedding in Jair's room. She gave Perry a fixed look. You're sleeping here tonight. Go in. Bruce and Jair flanked Perry, steering her toward Jair's room. Perry could have easily taken them down. She had the skills. Problem was, doing so would alert the whole village. She'd get swarmed before making it out, so she played along. Oh, looks like Jair's shirt is ripped. Ma'am, let me sew it for him real quick. Dora's eyes flickered. No worries, I'll take care of the sewing. Tonight, you just need to focus on making him happy. That's all anyone expects. Voices rose outside. Then a few werewolves stepped into the house. What a good little mate, walking straight into the bridal room. Someone chuckled. Big night for Jair, huh? Good luck, man. One coughed lightly. All right, knock it off. Jair, do your thing. We're guarding the place. She's not going anywhere. He gave Perry a hard look. You've come this far. Don't get any funny ideas. You're his mate now. That's when it all clicked for Perry. They'd even rounded up the village's strongest guys just to make sure Jair could get it done tonight. All right, Jair, go ahead and spend the night with your mate. Dora shut the door behind them, raising her voice on purpose. That girl's not really into it yet, so keep an eye on her. If she acts up, beat the crap out of her. And if she even thinks about running, I'll call out the whole village. Let's see where she thinks she can go. A werewolf outside added, Don't worry, ma'am, we're all set. If she tries to bolt, we'll catch her in no time, no matter how fast she is. Perry's heart raced. Clearly, they were hell-bent on getting her to sleep with Jair tonight. What kind of messed-up tradition was this? Who gets a whole pack of wolves to stand guard just so a couple can do the deed? Jair, visibly nervous, looked at her. After tonight, you'll be mine. Let's get to bed early, yeah? Perry took a few steps back. I'm not used to people standing outside while I sleep. Make them leave first, or I swear I won't go through with any of this, even if you kill me. She looked around quickly, hoping to spot something sharp, but of course, Dora had already cleaned the room out. There wasn't a single thing she could use, not even to hurt herself. It went quiet outside. Jair opened the door and peeked out. They've left. They're in the yard. Let's just go to sleep now, okay? Perry nodded obediently. All right, can you turn off the light? I'm freaked out with it on. Jair, more jittery than her, quickly flipped the switch, then fumbled his way over in the dark. Can we sleep now? He reached out, arms open, trying to hug her. But Perry slipped behind him in a flash and slammed her palm against his shoulder with all her strength. The guy was huge, not exactly easy to take down, so she wasn't sure it would even work. Jair turned to her, surprised. You. Then he slumped sideways, crashing into a cabinet before collapsing to the floor. Perry exhaled in relief. Thank God she was strong enough for that. Outside, Dora had her ear pressed to the door, trying to catch any sounds. Jair, are you okay? Perry froze for a second, then quickly started knocking on the bed frame, making it creak deliberately. Dora gave a satisfied grunt. Looks like it worked. That brat finally gave in. Perry kept tapping the bed for a few minutes before stopping. After a while, Dora called out again. Jair, all done? Your dad made soup. Come out with Perry and have some. Perry silently cursed. What kind of sick place celebrated this stuff with a midnight snack? In reality, it was just an excuse to feed the guys who had been keeping watch. Dora also wanted to fish for info on how things had gone inside. Jair, babe, we're too tired to eat. Let's just sleep instead, Perry shouted toward the door. Dora chuckled loudly. It's done! They did it! The werewolves eating noodles outside laughed. Jair really hit the jackpot, huh? Brought back such a pretty mate. Yep, now they can look forward to grandkids. No worries there. Around 10 minutes later, the guys finished up and left one by one. Perry knew Jair would wake up soon, and when he did, this whole act would fall apart. If they realized she'd faked it, she might end up tied up in a barn, or worse. No way she could stay here. She cracked the door open slightly. Dora and Bruce were still outside, laughing and chatting away. They looked over the moon, like they'd won the lottery or something. A gorgeous mate just handed to their son? Yeah, they'd be riding that high for days. Perry waited until the two finally went back inside. Then, quietly, she slipped out of the room. Moving carefully, she reached the front door, but as soon as she pushed, the old wood groaned loudly. Perry froze, pressing her hand against it, waiting until the creaking stopped. Then she eased the door open just wide enough to squeeze through. Mountain folks tend to turn in early. Thick clouds blanketed the sky, hiding the moon, and everything was eerily quiet, save for the occasional chirp of insects and rustle of birds. The mountains loomed around the village like some huge beast, silent and threatening. But Perry had never felt more free. With the wind whipping her hair, she sprinted along the ridge outside the door, heading toward the road. She had no clue where it might lead, but she knew staying meant certain death. Luckily, she was only a few months pregnant, still able to run. The moon peeked through the clouds now and then. Her memory served her well. She'd studied the village layout when she went out with Jair earlier. Panting hard, Perry made it onto a wider road. The way was smoother, but behind her came the faint sound of shouting, That had to be Jair waking up and alerting his parents. Ironhoof Pack's rules were brutal. If a female wolf ran, the whole pack would mobilize to hunt her down. Perry didn't stop. She had to get out, no matter what. Getting caught could mean torture, or worse. Lights flared in the village. More and more people were up. Flashlights lit up the road, and she could hear the buzz of motorcycles. She skidded to a stop. No way she could outrun a bike. Glancing at the mountains beside the road, she darted uphill, aiming to hide until sunrise. Led by the Cruz family, Ironhoof villagers flooded the road. Bruce and Jair were fuming. "Find that mutt now!" Bruce bellowed. "The nerve to freeload at our place and knock Jair out." Shouts, growls, and engines roared everywhere. Perry hid deep inside a cornfield halfway up the mountain. The stalks towered over her. She prayed no one spotted her. The whole crew marched down the road, then suddenly stopped. Those with bikes, head up front and keep going. The rest, spread out and search the mountain. "That she-wolf can't be far," someone shouted. "Got it, we'll start here," Jair barked, leading a few werewolves up the slope. "Check every stalk and bush." Flashlights were getting closer, and one beam hit Perry's face. Meanwhile, Richard was jolted awake by a dream. Perry being mauled by vicious beasts, blood streaming from deep gashes all over her body. He sat up with a gasp, drenched in sweat, his chest tightening with a deep sense of dread. "Alpha, what's wrong? Can't sleep?" Byron in the other bed groggily rubbed his eyes. Richard checked his watch. It was past 1 a.m. "Get dressed. We're heading to the mountains." "Right now?" "Yeah, I've got a bad feeling Perry's in trouble." He was already pulling on his clothes. Byron was baffled. Since when was their Alpha this tuned into Perry? It was almost like he could feel her. But truth be told, he hoped they'd find her quickly too. That girl might be tough, but he didn't want anything happening to her. "I'll go get Terry." "No need, just us." It was the middle of the night. No point waking the whole team. Richard grabbed his phone and keys and headed out. He was going to drive himself. Byron opened the GPS. "We should hit Ironwood Village first. Folks there are probably knocked out for the night." Richard shot him a look, definitely not amused. Byron zipped it. When Alpha gave an order, he just followed. "Watch the road, it's narrow out here. Drive safe."